understands when the tides will swing. So he's breaking down doors, never fall away. Because the pressures of this world, they can take the toll. The only way to break free is to break the mold. We can't stop now, rock and roll. Don't stop now, come on and rock and roll. In this world, gotta make your own way. One is all in this world. Life is just a game we play. Feel the fall. When you leave without a net of mind, it won't be there all the time. So watch your step now, watch your step, don't fall. In this world, gotta make your own way. One is all in this world. Life is just a game we play. Feel the fall. When you leave without a net of mind, it won't be there all the time. So watch your step now, watch your step, don't fall. Watch your step, don't turn around. Watch your step, don't turn around. Don't stop to look back again. Don't fall.
And now, it's time for the Melee Madness Podcast. James and Kay, your podcast sucks ass. Welcome, everyone, to another episode of the Melee Madness Podcast. Hey, I am Melee James.
I'm Melee Kay, and I've made a grave mistake, everyone. I made a very grave mistake.
Don't bring this up now. No.
Is it too soon to bring it up?
It's hard. The Pandora's box has been opened. You might as well unleash it.
I might as well.
God damn
Guys, I poured myself a drink, and I sat down. Not an alcoholic drink, just a regular drink. And I realized
I wish it was an
I've
alcoholic
made
drink.
a grave error on Sonic Month.
Yeah. God damn it. God damn it.
I was like, wait.
You wanted Sonic Month to be the ethical month. You wanted it to be the honest and true Sonic Month. You took it so seriously while all of us are just making fun of Sonic and feet posting and
Hey,
posting.
by all means, make fun of Sonic all you want.
But look at you.
I know. I did the ultimate meme. I fucking poured myself orange Fanta.
Oh my god.
Why?
Right
Why?
off,
Don't ask.
Right off the bat, that is the first thing that Dude1286 Live sees as he raids the stream. How's it going over on Rumble? And welcome, dude. Welcome all you Rumbleites, and welcome everybody to the Melee Madness Podcast, where we are sponsored by Orange Fanta. You can mix Orange Fanta with whatever you want. Don't recommend it, though. I will say that. Oh my good golly, folks. This is going to be an insane one. This is going to be an intense one. This is going to be a long one because I didn't think it. I didn't believe it, but I was looking at our document as I was forming it, and I'm like, good golly, Miss Molly, is there a lot of gaming news? And there is so much to talk about. There's so much to laugh about. Oh my God. And there's so much to celebrate. So we're going to not waste any time, and we're going to just jump into it here right away. Are you ready for a onslaught? A literal onslaught. It's like Magneto and Professor Xavier in Marvel vs. Capcom when they form one after like having some weird kissing gay thing. I don't really know how they made Onslaught. Did you not play Marvel vs. Capcom 1? It's like the hybrid Magneto Professor X creator.
Yeah,
You're getting an onslaught of video game news today. So everyone, you better fucking strap in. You better get ready because there is so much stuff. There's things people haven't talked about. There's things a lot of people have talked about, but we haven't been able to talk about. And I am so excited to share it all with you today. Let us go first off and say hi to everybody in chat. Are you ready, chat? Let's do it. Dude1286, thank you again for that raid, saying 5 followers away from 100 on Rumble. Go give Dude a follow over on Rumble. That is Dude1286. He absolutely deserves it. He does great shit, man. JB coming in with a Vulcan gang for life. How's it going, JB? Dacis Goats giving us the horns. Up the irons to you, sir. Crazy Landlow saying, his world, let's go. Sonic dealing with Eggman while Shadow blowing up aliens with a motorcycle. Hey, Shadow may be blowing up aliens. I wish Rouge was blowing me. JB says we talk what? She's legal, right? Fuck, why am I doing this?
She's 18.
Yes, thank God. Oh, see, I'm getting better. Woo!
She's 18.
Woo!
And to what JB is saying, I did include boobs in this intro because Rouge the Bat is in the intro. So there is still boobs.
Do you like little
Luckily
bat
for
boobs?
all of you, there's a Be Right Back screen with infinite boobs. There, you probably couldn't even count all the boobs.
There you go. There's boobs.
Exactly.
I think it was more butts that time, but yeah, there was something.
There's a challenge. Count how many boobs you see every time the Be Right Back screen goes on.
Drink per boob. Not
Oh,
boobs,
God.
per boob. Lord Slosh says, what's up, guys? Catching the front of a stream for once. Happy to have you, Slosh. Crazy Landlord says, whoa, I've been out of the loop for a while. I didn't know this is Sonic Month. It is! Can't you tell? The autism is out of control. And guess what? We are going to have some news on Sonic Month right after our Plays of the Week. So stay tuned for that. And one of the stories we got on that is breaking. Lord Slosh says, I wonder what the Beetlejuice Fanta tastes like. It tastes like regret, which is what you might be tasting after you see Beetlejuice 2. That was a joke, but I actually didn't mind Beetlejuice 2. Lord Slosh says, sounds like you downloaded the wrong Marvel game, James. I think you mean the right one. Crazy Landlow says, yes, she's 18. You're safe, technically. Well, I am in Canada. She is a bat, and bestiality here is legal. All right, so with that, Kay, let's get on to the plays of the week. And I am so excited about this week. Usually I'm a gentleman, Kay. I'm a gentleman, and I usually offer it over to you first. But this week I'm an asshole and I'm going to go first. How about that? So here we go. Let's go over to my plays of the week because I'm going to make this super quick, folks. There's so much news that I'm excited to get into. Kay, you can do whatever the hell you want. I'm going to talk to you guys all real quick. You want to know what I've been playing? Here's what I've been playing. I played Deadlock. It's shit. It needs more work. Maybe it'll be good one day. How about that? I've been playing Astrobot. It's possibly the best game this year if Squirrel Stapler I didn't play this year. But for games played this year, Astrobot, it's fucking peak. And more on that in our news segment. Absolutely love it. And there you can see Kay even playing it, and I'm sure I'm going to save that one. Also, the Company Boys got me back into Darktide. Is it still an unoptimized piece of trash? Yes, but it's my piece of trash, and I kind of love it, so I'll expect more Darktide streams in the future. And, oh, that's Kay's stream. Well, the last thing I'll say is that there is a new Darktide, or not Darktide, Dead by Daylight event, and I'm like, I don't have time to play you, Dead by Daylight. I don't even like you, but I can unlock a Symphony of the Night Dracula avatar for my profile, and it's literally just him from Symphony of the Night. Like, it's 16-bit. Like, it's literally just a screen cap from Symphony of the Night. And I'm like, fuck you! And I have a week to get it because it's a live service game. So in the next week, while we're busy as shit and doing all these streams for you, I'm going to be squeaking along in this new fucking Castlevania Dead by Daylight event. And those are the games I'm playing. Kay?
All right. I'm going to kind of rapid fire mine too a little bit, but one of my games takes a bit more explanation. So the first game I'm going to talk about is a game called Andaron Saga. Fire Emblem fans looking at you. This is not an official game that was released technically. This is a Fire Emblem 8 mod. This is a ROM hack. And it is amazing. It is so good. If you're a Fire Emblem fan and you like the Game Boy Advance one specifically, 6, 7, 8, you're going to feel right at home with this. This is an original story. This is by Mangs. He's the person who also did the Fire Emblem 7 patch that I was playing as well on stream. But he's added a bunch of new characters. It doesn't really, it feels like Fire Emblem in its heart, but the storytelling is unique enough that I'm like pretty engaged with it. I'm surprised. I kind of expected, it's a hack, right? So I thought it would be like kind of half put together, but still good and nice for Fire Emblem fans. But he's put in a lot of work on this. All the art is gorgeous in this game. He put in all of like the right like art at the right times, because they'll do like stills in Fire Emblem, and he like did all that too. He's kind of looked at the Fire Emblem 8 engine, which we went straight to the GameCube after Fire Emblem 8, so we didn't even get to really play with the Fire Emblem 8 engine too much, but he's added little quirks to it that I'm like, oh, that's a really cool idea. For example, you have a mage that can clone himself, and he can send a second clone out, and that can go attack for you. There's a weapon in the game that you can choose whether or not you want to carry it with you. I don't know if it's for sure like a story point and they force you to, but they've added Mass Effect type decisions into the game almost, which is cool. And so you can choose to carry the sword with you. And it's like, just so you know, people are going to judge you for carrying the sword because you got the sword by slaughtering another house. And so you walk around and people will judge you just based on you carrying that sword on you. He's also added intermittent chapters where you can just sit and talk with the characters. So you don't have to rely on supports. He's actually created stops within the story to say, hey, you can go and mingle with the characters for an entire chapter. And then the next chapter, you're going to go back to combat. So if you are a fan of Fire Emblem, you should definitely check this out. The creator's name is Mangs. He's the one that did the rebalance patch. It's fantastic. I haven't beat it. I'm about 9 chapters in, but it's definitely pulled me in. Combat feels really good. Everything. It's great. It's great. Go play it.
Now,
and I probably will stream it at some point too, honestly.
Yeah, whatever, people, what you're seeing on stream here isn't what she is describing, but it looks the fucking same to me, so that's why I pulled it up.
It doesn't even look remotely the same.
It looks the same.
But it's fine.
It looks the same to me.
It's different game.
To the uncultured non-Fire Emblem player, aka me, it looks like you're playing the same game. But hey, that's great. And I think you should stream it because that is totally your field of game. You'll never see it from me. You're going to see Dead by Daylight seasons forever and suffering.
Instead, you're going to show me Fire Emblem 7 instead of Fire Emblem 8. That hurts my soul so much. They're like completely different games.
It's a whole different number. It's crazy, bro.
Oh my God, get out of here.
Yeah, it's but yeah, no, I think you should stream it because from what I can tell, the fact that it's an entirely different game, that's super cool. Usually ROM hacks, while they're great, they are pretty half-assed because it's just a passionate fan that's doing it for free. So the fact that you've been so impressed with this one means I think you totally you should stream it because how many people out there don't even know it fucking exists? So I think you should do it.
Honestly so cool. He's added new weapons and just like the thing with Fire Emblem 8 is it always felt a little bit easy because they introduced this like world map system where you could go grind and stuff like that. So he's kind of like using the beasts and like all this stuff in this game that originally existed and just like tweaking it. And the music choices are perfect. I don't recognize any of the songs so far. I don't know if he's just taking them from other Fire Emblems or he actually got someone to make music himself. But yeah, it all just fits the tone really well of Fire Emblem. So it's definitely for the Game Boy Advance fans specifically. And then my second game, which you guys have seen me play anyways, is Astrobot. Astrobot's fantastic. I love it. I'm addicted to it. We were gushing over it on stream for like 5 or 6 hours, so I'll spare you all of that. But
and then another 5 hours just from me. It's a nonstop Astrobot gush fest over here. You'd think we're paid by Sony, but don't worry. In our opening story, I'll make sure that that's definitely not true.
Well, anyways, regardless, this game feels fantastic. If you haven't already played it, it's very reminiscent of other Mario games. Odyssey and Sunshine came to mind when I started playing it. So I highly recommend it. Just a lot of attention to detail. It definitely pushes the hardware in terms of like the different things you can do with the PS5. It feels pretty next gen to me. I still think there's like a lot of work to go with next gen feeling more innovative, but Astrobot's doing a really good job of showcasing it. And I will just show off one more thing while we're talking about this because I did end up picking up the controller after all. So
you came home with that and I was like, are you kidding me? And you also want to get the Astrobot plushie, so yeah, you're a fan.
Love it.
You're a fan.
I'm such a fan. I resisted the plush, but I had to take the dive on the controller. I haven't opened the box yet. I'm still debating. I mean, I probably will end up using it, but I just love it's such a nice box too. I almost like don't want to touch it.
Now, as a diehard 360 fan back in the day, I literally get PTSD looking at a white controller, so that controller is all yours. I never want to.
That's why I'm like I don't really want to take it out of the box and use it because it's white. If it was a different color, I would be like whatever. Like I use my Sea of Thieves controller all the time. But I'm like, this is just so nice.
The white controllers, they definitely, you start to notice the wear and tear and the dirt and the sweat and the gamer spaghetti sooner than any controller. That was one of the few things I didn't like about the 360 on launch. It was like, white, really? Oh, God. So, yeah. No, keep it nice and sleek and black. I like it black. But, yeah, no, we love Astrobot. And you know what? I'm just going to say Astrobot is a lot of our news and maybe even more. So I'm just saying you're going to get a lot of Astrobot this stream. So if you're one of those people that's playing on Xbox, that's on Twitter, that's like trying to pretend like Astrobot isn't great, you might not like this stream. But that's okay because I'm going to shit on PlayStation and Xbox in our news segment. So I'm going to shit on everybody. Was that it, Kay? Is there anything else you're playing?
Yeah, those are the two that are worth talking about. I had a really great game week, honestly. I was enjoying myself. So it just feels good to feel rejuvenated and like playing games that really just take you off guard with how good they are.
Yeah,
it's been nice.
It's been a blast. I'm gonna read some chat, and then we're gonna have a little special segment that we've never done before in just a second here. Dude 1286 says, "Is it really bestiality if they have a sense of self and is actually intelligent?" Yes, I think so. Because if not, then having sex with like a really smart gorilla would not be bestiality. I guess you could make that argument, but it would also probably be murder for you because I don't think they would consent. Now I'm just imagining like the intricacies of bestiality and gorillas, and I'm sure our government is listening into this right now, being like, "We need to make this legal. We have it so you can only have sex with cats and dogs. We need to add the monkeys, the smart monkeys, not any of those stupid monkeys. That's still bestiality." Dude says, especially if they're an anthropomorph. Was that the new alien in Alien Romulus? Let's go over to YouTube, where that's definitely bestiality. Lord Slosh says, "I like Goo Chad, but yeah, Deadlock needs work." I agree. Like I've said a few times now, Deadlock has potential, but there's just no point in me playing it in its current state. It is very rough. I don't know how people are super addicted to it when it's so fucking early. There is an abundance of games that I can be playing otherwise that are actually done and slightly more polished. But yeah, Goo Chad is best boy. Team Flubber all the way, baby. Crazy Landlow says, "I've been playing Red Dead 2 and Xenoverse 2, both with mods." What mods are you putting in Red Dead 2? I love Red Dead 2 more or less, so I'd love to know what mods you put in. Do you fix the fact that there's story inconsistencies if you play all the side missions? Lord Slosh says, "You would think they would save that for October." Yeah, I know. And the fact that they only give you a fucking week, it's literally... I don't even think I'm going to have time to stream it because as we're going to get into in a second here, we have so many streams coming up. And they literally, out of nowhere, like, by the way, here's a new event. You have to beat it in a week, and you get Dracula from Symphony of Night as an avatar. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, literally 6 days. 6 fucking days starting today. And I'm like, how? Fucking how? So, fuck them. It should have at least been 2 weeks, and they better pull something out of their ass for October. Crazy Landlow says, "ROM hacks for the win." I agree. Lord Slosh says, "I've been contemplating on playing through both Joe and Mac games. Never beat them." I have always been curious to play through Joe and Mac myself. Never have, but always been interested. Lord Slosh, if you end up liking them, let me know. And he was also curious about Echo, since Craig from Side Scroller says it's overrated, which caused me to scream in chat that Echo is great. I may hate dolphins and dolphin porn, but Echo is a real boy. He's a real brother. He's a real brother from down south, the deep south, the deep south. How are you really?
Little overrated.
Are you really?
I like it.
I am
but it's
praising
not like...
a Genesis game right now. I am praising
I know,
your system.
I love Sega. It's the month of Sonic and by extension Sega.
In
and
fact,
Dreamcast's birthday happened recently.
Oh my God, Kay! Are you arguing me just for the sake of arguing? This is your system.
No, not at all. I just don't think Echo is that stellar. I don't hate the game at all. It's just not that great either.
I think Echo the Dolphin has the best opening of any game on the Sega Genesis.
No,
because you're with all your dolphin friends and everything is fine, and you go, and I'm not going to ruin it for Lord Slosh because he's going to play it and he'll see what I mean. But let's just say you're a happy little dolphin with your happy little friends, and then shit goes horribly wrong. It's the equivalent of the Half-Life 1 intro. Echo the Dolphin is the original Half-Life because everything goes wrong, and then you are left to the rest of the game, and it's like, oh my God. I have to save my friends. I have to save them.
I don't think it's a bad game at all. It's just like
Best
not
game.
like a stellar game.
Best
I don't
game.
know. It
Best
just doesn't
game.
stand out to me.
Best game.
Maybe I have to revisit it. Maybe I'll be like, oh my God, never mind. This is fantastic. I don't know. I never clung on to the memory of Echo the Dolphin.
To sail the seas as Echo and save all your little dolphin graping friends, I don't know what's wrong with you.
It's not that I don't want to save them. It's just like there's so many good games in Sega's history that I'd rather play. It's just weird to me that everyone clings to Echo the Dolphin.
Name one.
What? One game that
on the Genesis that you'd rather play than Echo the Dolphin?
Sonic 2.
You're wrong. Crazy Landlow says there's
Road Rash 3, X-Men 2 Clone Wars, Maximum Carnage. There's tons of stuff I'd rather play.
No, Echo the Dolphin, baby. Crazy Landlow says there's some good Mario 64 ROM hacks. Yeah, like Ethan Ralph 64, like Star Road and 74. Lord Slosh says it's so fun watching you guys just play it. Hey, I'm going to be playing more of it because I love it. And
Same
chat auto
here.
scrolled. What the fuck? Ah!
Bruh.
Where is it?
It's at the very bottom.
Okay, that's why. How's it going in Black Belt? Lord Slosh says you're not Sony
Nope.
ponies. You're more like people who come in from out of town and then ride them while they're on vacation. Yeah, I'm a whore. Lord Slosh says, yeah, white anything gets yellowish tinge after a while. Lots of Transformers get like that after a while. Bad plastic. Yeah, just make it yellow off the fucking bat. Lord Slosh saying Bestiality Town Hall in December. It's in the cards now. Lord Slosh says I opened a can of worms of dissension. Oops. Yep. Sorry, now we're fighting. Crazy Landlow says the mods for Red Dead 2 that I have are bounty hunting and expanded. Well, that sounds good. Maverick guns, bank robbing, stagecoach robbing, and ability to hang people, and some John Marston mods that make him look more like the Red Dead 1 style. That is awesome. Oh my God. And Al's here, Alpha Every, saying, wow, what the fuck? I come in and Kay is spouting blasphemy. I agree, Kay. You're a fucking
I'm
heretic.
not saying
You're a fucking heretic. I'm going to rebrand you, and you're going to have to go on suicide missions just to redeem yourself.
I'm not like do you want me to deepen the blasphemy? I'm not saying I dislike this game. It's just not that exciting in the same way that I think the first Sonic the Hedgehog
sea underwater adventure.
The first Sonic the Hedgehog is kind of stale compared to the second Sonic the Hedgehog. Like, to me, it's just like there are games that stand out to me for the rest of time. Golden Axe, all these kinds of games.
There's
and then
games
Crazy
that
Taxi.
cause an echo through time.
Oh my God. I'm not hating the game.
Just saying. Well,
it's just not
right,
like amazing.
Lord Slosh, obviously, Kay is Team Craig in the mediocrity of Echo. I
don't even think the game is mediocre. I just think it's a
radical
very
Echo
okay game.
extremist. I am a radical Echo extremist. I am a Echo propagandist, and I will die on this really wet and slimy hill that Echo the Dolphin is an excellent game. Al says anti-Echo propaganda. Imp says blasphemy. Lord Slosh, you may be covering your face, but you are now you're not the tiebreaker because right now it's 2-1. So feel free to join me or you're going to tip the scales. Al says ZK laughs at dolphins beaching confirmed. Oh my God. All right. Well, folks, while we got all of you here, before we get into probably our longest news segment ever and what the fuck is going on in gaming, we wanted to tell you all actually what we got coming up super quick instead of saving it at the end of the stream because we were kind of talking and we were like, we have a lot coming up and it's crazy. We didn't even realize because we thought Nintendo World Championships was our big show, and it was, but we got a lot of big shows coming up. So right off the bat, of course, everyone be there tomorrow night. If you want to yell at Kay for shitting on Echo the Dolphin, I'm just kidding. If you want to talk all things.
No, feel free. You can definitely yell at me about Echo the Dolphin. I'm just going to be that same as you with the fucking cookies. I'll be like, yeah, they're fine.
I think we're going to need a poll on this one. Do one of your Twitter polls.
Oh, what? Like,
Echo the
oh
Dolphin.
my God.
So tomorrow night, in celebration of Sonic Month, we are doing the Sonic Town Square. Now, I'm an outsider in this regard. I am not a crazy Sonic fan. Kay is. So unlike the Star Wars Town Square and the Halo Town Square, this is going to be Kay's show, folks. I am just going to be the cameraman. So please come on down. Join us on stream. You're all invited. All you got to do is be in our Discord and hop on in, and you can talk all things Sonic, all things Amy, all things Rouge, Knuckles, Shadow, Eggman, Robotnik. They're the same person. I did that intentionally so you can come and yell at me. The upcoming movies, do you love them or hate them? The old games, what got you into Sonic? All that stuff. Be there tomorrow night. All you got to do is be in our Discord. Anything else to tell them about Sonic Town Square tomorrow, okay?
I'm just hyped to talk Sonic, bros. Let's do it. Let's get autistic. And don't make the same mistake I did with the Orange Fanta.
I'm just thinking.
Also, so we'll start at probably around 7 o'clock tomorrow, p.m. PST, and then we'll bring people in hopefully between 7:30 to 8 o'clock, about 30 minutes or so after the stream starts. And we'll probably end it around 10:30ish or so. It'll be like cut off to just kind of cap it off. So just to give people an idea, it'll be like roughly 3-hour discussion for people to come on. If we have a lot of people that do want to come on, then we might bring in like more than one person at once. It just depends how many people are interested on the day. So just be aware. And like we always say, make your voice heard. If you feel like you haven't talked enough on it or whatever, just talk. It's all good.
Now, here is something that I have been waiting to do for a long time. And I didn't think we were doing it this Saturday, but a stream fell through the cracks, and we are doing a stream this Saturday. We are doing something that I've wanted to do long before Melee Games was a thing. This goes back, I'd say 10 years. This is something I wanted to do. And this ain't going to be one stream. Oh, no, this is going to be a lot of streams, but it's starting this Saturday. Kay, you and I, this Saturday, are fulfilling a prophecy. So to celebrate Sonic Month, Saturday night, Kay and I will begin our journey together in a Sonic 06 playthrough. And that's right, it's a playthrough. It's a playthrough. We're beating this fucking game. We're beating this game. I need to see how this shitty game ends, and I need to beat it. Sonic 06, the most infamous, the room of video games, the Tommy Wiseau of video games, the most infamous Sonic game, horribly bad, incredibly unplayable. We were just making sure it worked, and it was like, my fucking God, this is a nightmare. So I don't care if it takes 2 streams. I don't care if it takes 10 streams. I don't care if it takes 100 streams. We are beating Sonic 06 together, damn it. And it starts this Saturday. Now, just in case all of you people out there want us to suffer even more than we're already gonna with Sonic 06, because we're gonna be suffering a lot, you get to participate. Oh my God, Bentley Guy 78 coming in with a 5 and saying, so you're telling me there's a chance. A chance at what, Bentley Guy? I'm afraid. Oh my God. Bentley Guy, a chance at what? A chance with me? Are you a dolphin named Echo? Then you have more than a chance. You already have my heart. Thank you so much, Bentley Guy, for 5.
Thank you.
So if you want to participate on Sonic 06 streams, here's how you can. Do you want the ride to never end? Do you want the ride to last forever, Mr. Bones? Well, guess what? You can. Because when we are playing Sonic 06, if you tip us exactly $20, we will kill Sonic right there. We'll just kill him. We'll fucking kill him no matter what he's doing. And for 40, we restart the level that we're on. Now, there's no obligation. In fact, I don't even want you to do that. Because this game is so broken. And it's so hard that it's going to be so tough to get through. But if you want this game to go on forever, $20, you can kill him. $40, we restart the level.
If someone does this to me on the silver fight, I swear to God.
It's no use.
I can't.
It's no use. The power is in your hands. We might be playing Sonic 06 forever. And that terrifies me.
Yeah. It terrifies me too. I remember with Sonic Superstars when we did our Mario versus Sonic stream, I was so fucking excited. I was like, yeah, they're in the same week. Let's go. And I played the first 5 minutes of Superstars and I instantly knew it was a bad Sonic game. You can tell in the first 10 minutes if it's a flop or not. And I was like, this is a fucking flop. And now we're going to be playing this for several hours. And I was so miserable.
Several streams.
It's hilarious just to watch how miserable I get from the Sonic. But yeah, with Sonic 06, I was, I played it a while back, but like I was testing some stuff today and holy shit, even playing 5 minutes, I'm like, oh my God, this game. So
yeah,
the pain, the
so
fucking
that's
pain.
right. That's how we're celebrating Sonic Month, folks. We're playing the worst Sonic game, Sonic 06, this Saturday. And we are going to be playing it over the course of several streams until we beat it. I wanted to see this game beaten since I watched the Game Grumps do it, like back when I actually watched them when John did it. That was like 107 episodes. So let's see how many episodes we fucking get to. It's gonna be madness.
I don't want to be at 100 fucking episodes to
They
beat
were
this
doing
game.
it in 10-minute intervals. I'll just
Okay,
say.
yeah, we're not doing 10 minutes. We're doing like a few hours.
Yeah, we're
but
doing a few hours intervals.
There's no fucking way I'm gonna like. I love Sonic so much, but sometimes you put certain games in front of me and it hangs by a thread. I have that moment of like, oh God. Crazy Landlord, to what you're saying about Sonic 06's OST, I agree. That is one of the best OSTs, that and Sonic Heroes. So that is the one thing. I love His World. That's the song we use in our intro. I think that's like the redeeming quality of Sonic 06. But
God, oh God, why? Okay. So there you have it. Don't miss it. That's this Saturday. I'm going to be in so much pain. So, Sonic Town Square tomorrow. You're all invited. Saturday, Sonic 06. And you can make us suffer forever if you want. My God. Here is one more announcement. If you didn't catch it on the Steam Roulette, here is what we're going to be up to on the 26th. And who better, Kay, to take us through what we're doing apart from me? If you didn't know, something is happening. There has been an awakening. Can you feel it? Because of two, or maybe it was just one guy I know who he is. One guy who under two different names made this happen. We have not escaped our fate. And Raroff will be returning Tuesday, September 24th in the evening. Raroff will be happening. Thank you to the man who made 20 minutes of Raroff possible in September. Now let's talk about what's going to be different about this Raroff. Because I can't do any sort of Raroff. No! Here's what's going to go down. Kay, you better be listening. Because it's your ass on the line. This Tuesday, September 24th at Raroff, Oreos return! Return of the Oreo! Revenge of the Oreo! We have Jedi Oreos representing Kay, and Sith Oreos representing me. That's right. And every round lost, you get one health taken away. How do you lose a health? Jedi. You eat a Jedi Oreo. Jedi versus Sith Raroff. September 24th. Who will win? Once more, the Oreos will rise. And we will have peace. And of course, all of you in chat can participate on September 24th. Are you a Jedi? Then you're going to want to super chat or a Stream Elements tip that you are making the Sith eat a cookie. Are you Team Sith? Then you're going to have to say, make the Jedi eat a cookie. Who's going to win? Who will survive? Only one will still be standing. Jedi versus Sith. Raroff Oreos edition. What a handsome guy. Oh my God. So there we go. That's what we got coming up. Tomorrow, Sonic Town Square. Saturday, we're going to kick off our long Sonic 06 playthrough. And you're all able to participate in that and make it go on forever. And then the 24th, Oreos return and Raroff returns. Me versus Kay, her team Jedi, me team Sith, and we all have health bars and you can deplete them. Oh my God, everybody. It's gonna be a blast. So there you have it. There's our upcoming shows. We're about to get into the news here real quick. I will read some more chat here. Say hi to everybody because our opening story is a fucking long one, folks. So let's go over to Rumble. Dude says Sonic 06 is also known as loading screen the game. Oh, I know. Bentley guy says, hold on, I got to tell my wife with my current excitement. This is when Sonic fan art really took a turn. Yep. Dude says this is going to be 100% playthrough. So this is very much, for me at least, inspired by my love of the original Game Grumps run. I've watched that run so many times, and if you've seen that run as many times as I have, you know that they came this close to beating Sonic 06, and that's when they stopped. And it was such a blue balls. It was such a cock tease. And so I don't know if it's going to be 100%. But there's multiple campaigns in Sonic 06. I remember that because you can play as different characters. So it's a beating of all those campaigns.
We're beating the game. I'm not going to 100% this shit. I'm not looking for every nook and cranny for collectibles for this game.
I don't remember if
I can barely walk
in
in a fucking corner without Sonic going, wow! So yeah. I don't know if I can 100% this fucking game. I don't even know if it's humanly possible.
It's beating every campaign, whatever that fucking means. And we should get Rumbot set up before Sonic 06 playthroughs. I can look into that. I can't promise it, but we will, of course, as always, like anything honored on Rumble side, Stream Elements, any way you guys support us, that will go towards it. So it's $20, $40, and no obligation.
Yeah, regardless of if you do it on Rumble, YouTube,
yes,
Stream Elements, whatever it might be. Stream Elements is the one that sets off the sound and gets it read out, but we do read the Rumble and the YouTube. We'll be paying attention to all that too. So like we said, no obligation whatsoever to support. We'll still, be playing the game. It'll be fun, but it's just a way to participate. And yeah, we just appreciate you guys watching. As for Rumbot, I'm still on the fence about whether or not I want it to be a part of our setup. So I can't promise that will be a thing for Saturday or if we will use it, but I am looking into it. So
dude says you'll be out of Oreos before you start playing. Raroff.
No.
That could happen. That could happen.
No.
If so, I think it's going to be a Supreme Sith victory. But yes, we're not Homer Simpson in hell with the donuts. We don't have an infinite amount. There aren't 5,000. So we have an equal amount. We have Jedi and Sith have an equal amount of health, and we'll show it before the stream. If you want to defeat the Jedi just like that, you're more than welcome to. If you want it to play out normally, you're more than welcome to. I'll just say that. So thank you guys so much. Of course, nothing is ever required. These are just awesome, fun ideas. And I just think they're super fun. I'm super excited whether there's no support or whether you force feed Kay a whole bunch of Jedi cookies in a row. Either way, it's going to be a fucking blast. Let me speed through some YouTube chat here. Thank you guys so much for hanging out. Let's see. Crazy Landlord says I don't have mods for Red Dead 2 for fixing the story. I'm not sure if there are. There probably isn't. I downloaded 100% save file anyways just to mess around. Oh, that's a smart idea because it's the longest fuck game. Lord Slosh says, oh yeah, that cookie trauma. Oreos have been a long time coming. It's always highly requested. We still get tagged in Oreo memes to this day.
Oh my god, the day, I had already had the Star Wars Oreos planned out, right? Like I told you, as soon as we saw the announcement, I'm like, oh, we got to try this at some point, just out of curiosity and whatever. But we were getting messages upon messages. I was getting DMs of people being like, "Did you see this?" We were getting tagged on Twitter, everything.
Even
so
when we did
people,
the other cookies, people were like, "No Oreos." So it's clear what.
Yeah, the Oreos seem like the. And
I don't know
to
what
me,
it is.
Oreos are not good.
They're
like,
the
I
worst
don't enjoy
ones.
eating them. What I'm curious about with these Oreos is if they're going to be flavored in the middle,
Same.
like with the blue versus red. That's the only thing I'm really intrigued by, and I'm gonna know in the first Oreos.
Bentley guy says, "Is this double stuffed Oreos?" No, this is actually official Star Wars themed Oreos that are Jedi and Sith edition. So she will be eating the blue Jedi ones, and I will be eating hopefully none because we're not gonna lose. I'm gonna be eating the red Sith ones. And that kind of represents our health there. Imp says, "I'm excited. Hell yeah, man. I'm going to play it myself." Oh, you're going to be way better than us. Sonic 06 is happening soon. Imp, if you play it before us, or I mean, I don't know if you're playing it before Saturday, but yeah, please be in chat and help us. Please. Please. Unlike Game Grumps, like, we're going to have chat with us. It's going to be a different dynamic. But also a little bit of that, too.
And Crazy Landlow said he'll also help. He knows how to do the silver fight.
Oh, good.
I think it's not too bad, but I just always think of that specific clip, you know?
Lord Slosh says, "You got to make sure it works just enough to not work. Otherwise, what's the point?" Anger Canadian says, "Someone say Sonic 06. Yeah, tune in to Saturday's stream. Lord Slosh says, "Dude, you're going to be playing for 16 hours. I think even more." Crazy Landlord says, "Watching people play 06 is fun. Fun to watch, not fun to play." Imp says, "It's no use." Crazy Landlord says, "Okay, I can help you with that silver fight. It's not that hard. You guys will love 06's OST, though. It's one of the best." Angry Canadian says, "My dream is to play Sonic 06. Well, now you can live vicariously through us, and for the love of God, help us. You can play with us without any of the suffering that we have to do." Imp says, $100 in one shot, and they have to do the next campaign. I think it only unlocks, like, one campaign at a time. I could only unlock, like, I play tested it, and it only has Sonic unlocked by default. Lord Slosh says, "Sonic 06 is going to black pill K. Anything blue is going to send her into a blind rage." You're literally becoming Chris Chan between Sonic arms are not blue and the orange Fanta. Imp is saying, "Oh God, James." Anger Canadian saying, "Oreo party, let's go." Lord Slosh saying, "Battle of the Heroes always gives me chills, even more so with shirtless James." Hey, I'm happy to deliver. And you know what's funny is I did that live, and Kay edited it out, and she was like, "You know this song way too well." And I'm like, "Yeah, I know when the beats hit and everything." How's it going, D-Day? Angry Canadian saying, "Thanks for reminding me, James. I'm going to go buy some. Enjoy." Trissy's here. Of course he's tripped again. No, that was a clip from last time. I am shirted right now, Trissy. Charisma, I bought chocolate chip cookies today and thought of you. Aw. And
I hope they were delicious.
And she's flooding in Gengar. Says, "James, when are we getting the crossover with the Gronk squad?" I think you've DM'd them.
Lethal's already talking to me, so don't worry.
Ooh, there we go. It's going to happen, finally. Finally! The Gronks have come back to cross over with the Melees. Trissy says, "Kay's little Sonic was cute." Crazy says, "Not worth 100%ing anyways." I don't even know what 100%ing it looks like. Lord Slosh saying, "I don't want bald James by the end of Sonic." Yeah, I'm going to be like, "So here's part 802 of Sonic 06. Your precious locks don't need the stress." Oh, no. Angry Canadian saying, "Oreos or nothing." Crazy Landlow says, "You want my tip on to beat Silver easily now? You unlock Shadow and then Silver Stories by encountering them in Sonic Story." Okay, interesting. And Triss says, "No, James, shush. No orange Fanta." She's drinking it, not me. Bentley Guy 78 says, "I remember walking into a movie gallery as a young lad and seeing Sonic 06 as a rental, and I was like, nope." Smart man. Thank you guys so much for bearing with us. And oh my God, thank God we are making good time. We're at 47 minutes into the show, but here is where the fun begins. And by fun, I mean a whole lot of stories. Kay, are you strapped in, strapped on, and ready to get unloaded with a whole bunch of gaming news?
I'm so ready.
All right, everyone. It's time for What the Fuck is Going On in Gaming. Now, to kick us off, there is something that we got to address. There's something that we got to talk about. You see, we're doing a stream, oh, wait. Oh, that's the wrong note. Here we go. I was going to talk about Sonic 06 again. None of that until Saturday. So, now, Kay, I know that we have spent every show has spent every single day pointing and laughing at Concord's misery. But we haven't had a chance to yet. So here's what I've done. I've compiled a whole compilation of funny tweets so we can have our fun too. Everyone, are you ready to laugh at Concord with us? I feel like it should be our turn. We haven't had a chance. Everyone else has been doing it. Let's laugh at Concord right now and also celebrate the rise of a little robot boy. So we're going to start off very early. This is how, it's really weird doing the Melee Madness podcast, bi-weekly, but we're going to go all the way back to what is this? Well, it's Concord's failures right off the bat. Pirate Nation says, how can a game that was released worldwide really go this low? Concord, 38 players on Steam. Update, I have never seen something fall like this at 29. And that was September 3rd. But wait, there's more. Discussing Film says September 3rd, Concord is going offline Friday. Sales will cease immediately, and anyone who's purchased the game will be offered a refund. This game was in development for 8 years. Now, if you were there and you were paying attention, if you weren't living under a rock, this was the funniest shit ever. This was amazing. This September 3rd was just like such a funny day, and it was absolutely wild with the tweets. And on that day, September 3rd, Nintendo accidentally or maybe intentionally took a dig at Concord because they revealed a new board from their upcoming Mario Party, which looks excellent. And they said, greetings from Concordia. Wish you were here. Yeah, I bet. And I don't even know if you can find my tweet in here. Oh, there it is. Very interesting name choice there, Nintendo. Concordia.
Just to correct, it's from Mario and Luigi Brothership, not from Mario Party.
Damn it! Well, maybe I should be canceled.
I had to do it. I'm sorry.
That's fine. It was more about the Concordia than anything, but whatever.
Yeah, I know.
But okay, that is not the only fuck up because I get to share the stage with Concord. Right here, if you didn't know, the secret level is coming out in December. This is a mini series that's going to focus on all these different games and tell stories within their games. So it's a fictional show. And this is a reminder via Christina Tasty that when Concord dedicated episode of the Amazon TV show releases, the game will have been dead and offline for 3 months. Also, they already confirmed, Secret Level did, that the Concord episode is not getting canceled. So that's going to be a fun one to watch. I'm pretty much only care about the Unreal Tournament episode and Concord. So here's an important PSA for everybody, because I've noticed everybody is buying this game right now. But if you actually want to be sensible with your money, you can refund it if for some reason you bought this game. So I said, if for some reason you bought Concord and want your refund for the most dead game to ever exist, details are in this article. So if someone out there is actually feeling like, fuck, I bought this game for some reason, you can refund it. I'm pretty sure you still can refund it. This is September 3rd. If you're on the Steam store, it will refund players who bought the game over the coming days. Steam will send a confirmation of the refund once it's been processed. So this sounds like it was an automatic refund. Epic Game Store will refund players who bought the game over the coming days and will contact each customer directly to confirm that the refund has been processed. Other retailer refunds for customers who purchased a physical copy at a retailer location outside of PlayStation directly, please refer to the refund process of the retailer you purchased it from to obtain your refund. And of course, it was also refunded through PSN. Kay, do you know anything about retailer refunds? Did you hear anything about that for Concord?
As far as I know, they've been pulled off the shelves, so you can't buy anything anymore. Now, usually what happens with these recalls is you simply come in with your receipt, and then, that's it.
Right.
I haven't really heard too much on the policy for it, but I would imagine even if it's opened, you just go back to that retailer within the 30 days and get your refund.
Yeah, what's funny is I didn't hear about anybody. That's why I was asking, because I didn't hear about anybody looking to refund the game physically. Everyone was actually racing to buy it because they thought it was funny.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me, honestly. But yeah, I would imagine that's they would probably send all of their stock at those retail stores back to their warehouses or whatever to get refunded for everything. And then customers coming in, I would assume for the most part, it would just be a case-by-case basis. Oh, you bought this? Yeah, it's open, but we're still going to refund it because this game doesn't work anymore. It's within the 30 days. This is unprecedented. That's what I would assume is happening. But I wonder if these retailers will rely on a mail-in type system. You know what I mean by that? Where you see that with cereal boxes and stuff like that. The thing is, And like you said, I haven't heard anyone returning this game, which makes no sense in my mind, unless nobody bought it physical to begin with. Because the only like point where you have to put an extra effort is really the physical. The digital, it seems like it's pretty
That's
instant
what I'm
and
wondering. Like,
automatic,
is there
right?
a case of somebody who, like, you know, the game worked, they threw out their receipt, so they couldn't go back to the Best Buy to return it because, like,
Oh,
why?
no, but companies can find that stuff, right? Like, they'll have their internal systems and trackings and stuff. I mean, it
Okay.
depends on the retailer, but, like, a lot of retailers will keep stuff up to a few years after that. You know, there's ways to resolve with corporations. So I don't see it as a problem. And then your mom and pop shops, if they were for some reason carrying this game, they would understand as well. They'd be in tune with this. So I don't think anybody's I don't know because we're not hearing about it. But I imagine nobody's run into the issue of just simply getting a refund for this game. I feel like they're probably because I think the companies are ultimately going to get reimbursed for any copies they send back. Right?
In short, thank God that limited run games did not sell Concord.
Yeah, literally.
So, as you can imagine, a lot of people were very salty over this, mainly journalists who weren't playing the game anyway because they don't play games. Primarily, Jason Schreier of Kotaku infamy said, "Wild news, PlayStation's new game, Concord, has performed so poorly that the company is pulling it from stores and refunding anyone who bought it. Every time a live service game with no hook or strong word of mouth fails to penetrate an oversaturated market, the most annoying people on the planet will be there to blame diversity." Like that had nothing to do with it. So I simply sent him a tweet. POV, you are Jason Schreier tweeting today. And I also tweeted out from my account, "You see, Jason Schreier, in this example, you are the soy jack." He didn't really appreciate that. So I am once again blocked by Jason Schreier simply for pointing out that today, on this day, on Concord cancellation day, he was the soy jack.
And look at this asshole shilling his book. You know, the story about Blizzard that he held on to until he could write it in a fucking book when people were getting harassed and shit. Yeah, real cool, Jason Schreier. Fuck you.
By the way, like that was only a half story as a Blizzard fan, that all of like half of it was bullshit, and he completely refused to acknowledge, just like he did in that tweet, that it had anything to do with DEI, diversity, and all that garbage. He felt like the issue was all just this weird internal turmoil and all that, which is just simply not true. It was a whole bunch of things at Blizzard.
There better be several chapters on that milk fridge.
Yeah.
Or else this book is not worth it.
If I wrote a book on Blizzard's failure, I'd be like, I will write it positively as long as I get a sample from the milk fridge.
Yeah. There you go. Okay, Homelander.
It's Concover, said Caleb Prime. And this was a tweet on Reddit. Still unclear if it was parody or not, but on the Concord Reddit. "Play with friend for trophy help. Was wondering if anyone else was going to play with anyone else was going for the play with friend trophy." What a weirdly worded trophy. "And wanted to add me / each other. Don't need to use a mic or anything. Don't know anyone in real life that has or wants this game. So help is appreciated. PSN name is Raylo_romance." And like I said, reality and parody have never been more intertwined with that username, Raylo Romance. Oh my God, it has never been more Concover than it is right now. And of course, our favorite lad, Jim, someone tweeted him saying, "What even is Concord? Never heard of it." Jim said, "Someone at Sony said, hey, let's buy up a studio, drop $200 million on it, and to make an Overwatch clone that's 10 times slower and 100 times uglier." That summarizes it pretty well. And of course, Kay celebrated the total Chud victory as someone said, "I just absolutely hate that Chuds will take this as a win and embolden them to be even worse. I hate it so much." And that's right, Pestis. Absolute Chud supremacy. That's what we see going on with this win. It was overall just like such a fun and hilarious time. It still is. I have an update from today that it's just been nonstop salt mining and nonstop hilarity. And I just felt left out, and I needed to celebrate with all of you as well. And talking about celebrating, let's talk about suicide. Concord players are throwing themselves off cliffs in-game to grind max level before the game shuts down. I shit you not. Here's some footage. Oh, the game's starting. We gotta get to that level cap. Go! Kill yourselves! And they're dead. Amazing. I hope it was worth the trophies. And the pronouns. as I wanted to point out, throwing yourselves off a cliff is literally more fun than Concord, confirmed. Then we go to Cliff Plazensky, who of all people you do not want to have your back. Cliffy B says, Concord, I feel your pain. Yeah, he sure does, if you remember Lawbreakers and their gender-neutral bathrooms in their game. It takes place in the future, unlike the past you envision. It may have taken place in the future, but it's long dead in the past now, Cliffy.
Hey, Cliff, maybe you should wear a shirt about that. I'm sure it'll definitely be readable and not at all something else.
Yeah, no, he has a good
I've seen him in at least 2 shirts where he's tried to make a statement, and both times it looks like cuck.
I think your shirts are telling you something there, Cliffy B.
Just
just poke your head out of the closet and let us know what you are, loud and proud, and then hide back in there and have a good time. Look at my meat says, invest wisely. Now let's break this down here. Concord versus 1 carrot. Okay. A carrot is 25 cents. Concord's $40. Production time needed, 2 months. Concord, 8 years. Cost, $2 pack of seeds. Cost, $250 million estimated. Can you eat it? Yes to the carrot, no to Concord. Is it recommended by experts? Yes by the carrot, no to Concord. Is it well received by the public? People love carrots. People don't like Concord. Shelf life, 21 to 29 days. Concord, only 12 days. Carrot wins. Here's my favorite, because I love Smiling Friends.
Rizazaba, Zigajabo, Rajagabo.
What is this shit? What's going on? Why don't they like it? We spent $250 million on this.
More on Astrobot in a bit. But first on Concord, if you guys didn't know, yes, people aren't refunding it. In fact, people are buying it like Craig, as you can see him right here. He's just swimming in Lambos right there with his Concord copies. People were buying Concord in mass, thinking it would go up in value. I don't know if they actually thought it would or not, but I'd be very curious to see if anyone bought the eBay Concord for $25,000. Maybe that's the secret way that Sony makes some of their money back. Even the Valve communities were mogging on Concord, as Deadlock fans are welcoming lost Concord players into their ranks. Now, I won't go through this whole article, but it's pretty much Valve and Deadlock fans laughing, but also taking pity on the 20 people that actually played this game. But here we go. There was a hero. While we are laughing at the absolute state of the industry, at its lowest, a phoenix will rise. And that phoenix is a cute little fucker named Astrobot. After Lawbreakers, after Destruction All-Stars, after Babylon's Fall, after R.I.P. The Last of Us Factions, after Concord, I really hope the Jim Ryan era of PlayStation is over. Viva la Astrobot. Let's bring back lighthearted mascot era Sony. Another thing, though, on Concord, shout out to, like, the one guy that actually got the platinum. Good fucking lord. That's impressive.
Why? Why the fuck?
You literally can't anymore. You cannot get that platinum. So someone out there, someone out there is a crazy trophy hunter, let me tell you. Here's some more crying. Here's one of the best ones over on the Steam forums. Racist bigotry won again. Now, I do have to preface this. There is a thing called clown farming on Steam. Do you know what clown farming is, Kay?
Well, isn't it where you get the, like, clown reaction to your thing, pretty much, like the awards? So people will purposely go and make posts that are almost, I don't want to say inflammatory because I don't necessarily consider it that, but it's just like, it would be bait, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's essentially, I want to get that. It's a pose. You know, we used to have the Poe thing on Twitter where it's like, are you do you really think that? Or are you saying that because you're parodying it? Like, what is the actual truth?
I have gotten a lot of clown rewards in my time on Steam. So yeah, you can use the Steam forums to bait people and get clown rewards. It's up to you guys if this is clown bait or not. Are you happy? Are you satisfied? Does your day feel that little better knowing a great developer comprised of hard-working folks is likely to be shut down over this? All because you can't whack off to ugly character designs and cry about woke games all the time? Get the memo! This game wasn't for you in the first place. Well, that's why no one played it. Now a decent shooter with fresh ideas and a boring free-to-play market is going to die. Does that make you happy? You're what's wrong with this industry, and because of you, Sony might see this and think PC isn't worth investing their money in for future games. I hope you're satisfied. Edit. Well, congratulations, the game is shutting down completely. Hope you miserable gamers are happy. Amazing. I love the salt.
Just going to interrupt for a second. Bentley guy came in on Rumble with the
Oh
5
my
saying,
God!
I went on that hype train for buying a physical Concord game, but I apparently bought the Spanish version, aka the Latinx version. Thank you so much, Bentley. Oh my God.
Thank you so
hey,
much,
I mean,
Bentley guy.
even for the Spanish version, there's probably not going to be a lot circulating. Now, are people going to make their return on this game? I'm not really sold on that, but if you want to keep it as a part of gaming history, I mean, whether they like it or not, it's technically kind of a part of gaming history for the worst failure ever.
Bentley guy, here's what you do. Take, like, your wife's lipstick or something, unslip the cover, and right under Concord, in, like, edgy post, like, in edgy writing, write Latinx edition. Write it and, like, curve it up along the D on Concord so it looks like it's a special edition slapped on. Then try to convince people that this is an exclusive Latinx edition where it has an exclusive Latinx character. Then you might make your money back. There you go. I think that, and I could see it. Can't you see it? The Latinx edition, and it looks edgy. It's like Suicide Squad Poppy, right? Like Harley Quinn Poppy. There you go. Do it. Do it. I dare you to do it, Bentley. But either way, thank you so much, and you enjoy your Latinx edition. It's like a Mexican coaster. Now, now, once again, here is the dawn of our hero. There he is. The Concord PlayStation Store page is down. You literally see Astrobot instead. And as Ryan Silberman said, I misread that as looks like you've lost and thought Astrobot was giving Concord the sickest burn. Error 404. Looks like you've lost, Astrobot. Just fucking amazing. And then Hugh Chu here, who I believe was a developer on the game, will always be proud of what was accomplished for myself, for Firewalk, and for the PSVA team. And I just love the Simpsons posting. In fact, Simpsons posting came up quite a bit when it comes to Concord. And, well, here's a spicy one for y'all. Fuck Koroks. I agree. Fuck him. Says he posted a screenshot from Pull, comes out, nobody cares, kills itself. Finally, some proper LGBT blah blah representation. It's not wrong. Thank you for that, fuck Koroks. Now, once again, here he is. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the PS5's one game after Concord. It is Astrobot, which came in on its launch September 6th at a 94 Metacritic. Absolutely insane. But of course, Concord is a case study for future video game historians. Show my boss my character design, which you see right here. He approves of it and gives it a $200 million budget. Have over 100 people at the company. Nobody, not a single person at the company thinks anything is wrong with it. Meanwhile, my boss rejects Gravity Rush 3 and shuts down its studio. You can't sum this up for just being woke. There is no one, absolutely no one, who is dumb enough to think this was going to make money. There is no way to explain how this game got approved. True. And speaking of its character designs, look at the original character designs. Look at this. This would have sold. Are you fucking kidding me?
Is that... I think that's an artist that did that, though, recently. I don't think that's the original design.
Oh, really? Well, this would have sold.
This is Sean Art Attack. I'm pretty sure people are circulating this saying that this is an original design, but it's actually him making a design of that character.
This isn't original concept art. This is what an artist did this week as a redesign. Oh, well, shit. You know what? I also did a redesign on that note. I thought that was the original design. But in that case, I'm just going to quickly find and show you guys my design because it was also fucking better. Let me see if I can find this here. I tweet way too much.
He is a follower of the channel, by the way, the person who made that art. So I'm going to post his Twitter in Discord, or sorry, in YouTube chat here.
So like a lot of people did in that case, it was great, and I'm not half as talented as he is, but I did type into Grok AI, make Concord's character design sexy, and I also fixed it. Here's the before, and here's the after. And as I said, if Concord's character design was handed over to AI, it would literally have caused world peace. I firmly believe that. On the day it shut down, Concord did tweet out that the Concord servers are now offline. Thank you again to all free gunners who have joined us in the Concord galaxy. And I tweeted under them here, let's hope going forward that the industry learns a tough lesson, that we don't just want pandering, DEI checklists, and games filled with propaganda. We just want to return to fun and exciting games, starting with studying the industry 20 years ago, and you will find success. And here's a shot of E3, and like, look how good we had it. Look at all these consoles together at the same E3, and those were the glory days. Developers, just put your mindset back into this era, and success will find you, I promise you. Going on here, what do we got here? More gym takes. Thanks for the memories. I'll never forget how you blew $100 million+ on a game that lasted a week and took 8 years to make. Laugh my fucking ass off. Sony just announced that due to the success of Astrobot, though, they will immediately begin work on a direct sequel. We see a large potential for bringing together fans in a live service multiplayer follow-up centered around a diverse cast of Astrobot friends. Our California studio will helm this. Now, this is a joke, I hope. But are they really that stupid?
It's a joke, yeah.
They might be. I know it's a joke.
No,
I know it's a joke. But is Sony, after all this, that stupid? It's quite possible.
I mean, it is entirely possible. I'm sure we're going to talk about all of Sony today.
Oh, yeah.
So.
No, this is a long one, everybody. How Team Asobi accidentally made the new face of PlayStation. A company besides Nintendo actually releases a game that is genuinely fun and soulful. The gaming industry loses their collective minds. That is right. Right after Concord, Astrobot came out, and suddenly it is the darling of the industry. It could win Game of the Year. Everyone that is touching this game is absolutely loving it. Even in Japan, where it is completely fucking sold out, and it's selling out here in the West as well. But everyone is eating up Astrobot. But on a somber note, let's take a look at these tweets from a Concord dev right here. Amanda, I can't read your last name, but Amanda says, I was going to DM you after seeing this, but this site makes me pay to do that. So at the risk of getting dogpiled, I'm just going to say this here. A lot affected the art side of Concord, including design by committee, failure of some leadership to help listen to the art team, etc. The character concept art team, including myself, is going through an extremely difficult time emotionally. And some on the team no longer want to work in games, design characters, or even do art anymore after this. Because of this, posts like yours, though understandable, are unfortunately ill-timed. None of us know which way the wind will blow with the studio. We are worried, sick, and terrified of the future. Not only that, but we have been shouldering the brunt of emotional labor as executives and directors dodge most of the blame. Behind the scenes, all this trash talk about Concord and character designs, people's livelihoods are at risk, and there are very real financial consequences that may hurt us even more. That's just what I can say from our point of view. I'm not saying change course or anything. Us artists like being able to use social media to promote our work and get more jobs, but I'm saying we see this and it does absolutely affect us since we just got our teeth kicked in. But they also added, pretty soon these weirdos will have no games to buy at all. Now, I have a feeling we're going to have games to buy. They're just not going to be Concord because we're not able to, and the games we're going to buy is Astrobot. But journalists did notice this Concord Astrobot comparison, and they started writing articles, including this really weird one. I'm worried the robot in Astrobot isn't attractive enough for me to enjoy, by Mike Drucker. To be attractive to normal people, the robot is supposed to be a non-human metal automaton with big eyes and the ability to hover. While its in-game behavior is meant to anthropomorphize this robot, I'm mad there is explicitly no way to kiss it which honestly is the problem. No lips alone would normally not be a deal breaker, but a lack of mouth means it's harder for me to draw fan art that should make the police search my laptop. And don't get me started on the robot's chin. Why make the character with a wide rectangular jaw when you could make it a pointy like the android in Svedka vodka ads when I was asked to stop stealing from bus stations? So this is clearly parody, but it comes off really fucking weird and doesn't do all the gaming journos any favors.
There's this like trend of people that it's just a joke bro type people that they make these like really bad bait posts and they think that we're gonna like take it seriously, but it's like we can tell you're joking and your joke isn't
funny.
like funny. Like
Yeah.
comedy is subjective. I don't care, but it's like that you're like seething behind the mask while you're making the joke. That's really the thing. Is
Yeah.
like that's the funny part to me is that you're writing this trying to be like gotcha bros that want hot women in gaming. Well, I guess the Astro bottle, and it's like you're writing it as a fucking Poe type article, but it's just cringe. It's just cringe. I don't
It's
know.
really cringy. He's obviously poking at Stellar Blade's sexiness and everything. And it just comes off like there's like anger in it because he's just seething at the fact that Concord doesn't exist anymore, and then we're all celebrating this great game. And he's like, it's not sexy, though. You're not allowed to like it. It's not sexy. And it's just like,
it's like
you will never
it's
get
cope
it, bro.
comedy.
Yeah.
It's fucking cope comedy. He wants to just cope, and then
Like
I'm sure there are
he's
people out
actually
there that
really
find this
angry.
funny.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sure people find that funny and like, you know, whatever. He's making a joke. Like, I'm not going to take it seriously, but it's cringe.
Yeah. So journalists were not having a normal one between him and Jason Schreier about all this stuff. But hey, at least Sony fans are happy. Here's a POV of Sony fans. Here's Sony fans playing a real game for the first time instead of a semi-interactive movie with gay propaganda. I know. Enjoy it while it lasts, Sony fans. I don't think it's going to be here for long. On this note, the Astrobot team is hyper aware of what they have made. I won't go through this whole article, but this is a great interview article over at the Video Games Chronicle where they say Astrobot is very, very important as an IP to PlayStation, says boss Herman Holtz. The PlayStation boss also spoke to the importance of creating games across various genres. Herman Holtz has said that Astro is a very, very important brand for PlayStation going forward. So to me, that says that, like, they were aware when they were making this. They looked at what Sony was making. Fucking Last of Us, fucking movie slop, QTE slop, all this garbage after garbage after garbage, no games, and they saw that they had an opportunity to make a proper, good, charming, fun game that feels like what a video game is supposed to feel like, and in our heart of hearts knows what a video game is, and they fucking seized it and delivered it. And it's a huge love letter to the past, and it's a big celebration to be like, look at all the good they used to do. It's just constant wins. Now, last but not least, because the Concord seething is still going on, now from Sony themselves, Sony is literally trying to erase the history of Concord. What's funny is I was hanging out in Smooth's stream today as he was playing Marvel vs. Capcom, and he had a theory that they're going to rebrand Concord and they're going to make it free to play and all this stuff. And I said to him, I don't know. I think they might just try to bury it and cut their losses. Like, this is embarrassing for them. And unfortunately, I think he's right. And they're making the worst decisions possible, as Sony is now apparently deleting Concord games out of existence and off of your PlayStation account. So this is crazy. This tells me that Sony is just completely embarrassed by Concord. It's been a huge fucking loss, and they hate everyone laughing at them, and they don't want this dead game to sit in anyone's library, because all it is like a smudge on their history and on their character, and it's a constant reminder of all the blunders they did. So because it's a digital game primarily, they're able to reach into your accounts and go bloop and take it out. Now, I'm 100% against this because we should remember Concord. We should absolutely remember Concord. It should stay there as a reminder of how fucking horrible Sony was, how horrible this team was, and how horrible the state of the industry was at the time. So doing this is literally just erasing history. And this is also the dangers of digital gaming and all this stuff. They say, oh, you just can't, delete things out of your library. Sony just proved that they can. If you make them angry enough, and to me, this really shows that Sony is absolutely angry enough about this, they can just say, screw you, a wipe from history. Let's move on and never talk about Concord again. 2 years down the line, if you bring up Concord, they'll be like, what's that? Concord? Is that a game in development? Haven't heard of that one, because they've just wiped it and erased it. Now they can go on to the next thing. No, Sony. Fuck you. I'm going to remember Concord until the day I die. And I'm going to also remember Astrobot coming out the same day as the game that flipped the industry back into fun. Now, in my opinion, the takeaway from all this is September 6th. It should go down in gaming history. It should be the day everyone in the industry realize that gamers, what they want and what they don't want. Concord was shut down. $200 million wasted. A team of 60 people made Astrobot, which is a classic 3D platformer. Many are already calling it Game of the Year. Look, okay, you and I see it. The gamers sees it. All of you in chat see it. Do you think that finally PlayStation and the industry as a whole will finally wake up and see the elephant-sized writing on the wall? Gamers want fun. They want charm. They want gameplay. And they most importantly want games. They don't want this misery porn. They don't want walking simulators where you experience life as a troubled lesbian, or games where you weaponize canceling people for getting your coffee order wrong. It has never been more clear to me that everyone in the world wants this. So, are we going to see them wake up and smell the coffee, or are they going to die on their sword? What do you think, Kay?
I think at the very least we are getting another Astrobot. And I think it's still going to be good. Will it wow people the same way that this one did? I don't know. I think people are going to have higher expectations of that team now too. So I do think they're going to acknowledge at the very least that this is what generated them income. Whether or not propaganda gets in the way, it's hard to say, because all of these different studios they're riddled with people like this. It's just everywhere. So it's kind of impossible to avoid the propaganda kind of seeping its way through material. But I hope at the very least investors can look at this. They can look at the Capcom survey that happened a while ago. Gamers are being very vocal on what they want. You want our money? We're telling you. We're making it so clear. You know what your product market fit is. You just need to actually follow through and deliver on that. So I have faith for the future in terms of Concord and the pulling of that. In my opinion, I do think it's similar to, was it the Acme thing or whatever, the Looney Tunes thing, where they never released footage and they just kind of shelved it. And so I view it similar to that, where it's like they're just making it a tax write-off bankruptcy type thing. And then who knows? I don't know if we're going to see Concord assets again. The most logical thing to do would be to make this game free to play. But I think it's just going to run the studio under running that game free to play, because it's not going to generate income if they do skins or loot boxes or whatever, system that's out there. So it's an operating loss regardless, but I can see them flipping some of the assets potentially, like sneakily throwing them into other games. We've seen companies do that before. But I do think it's a complete tax write-off to them. So
yeah, 100%. All right, so thank you all, chat, for dealing with me while I had my laugh at Concord. I felt really left out that I couldn't have a big laugh at Concord, so that was a big overarching laugh and also a celebration of Astrobot. I love that little guy. Kay, do you want to read some chat while I set up the next story? Oh my God, just play it right now. You want to unbox it? You can.
I don't know. I need to keep showing this off. By the way, the actual box, it has a texture here too for the controller. I just love it. It's just all great.
It's ribbed for that Astrobot pleasure.
The fuck? Why are you making it dirty?
It's you. You're the one that brought up the friction of it.
Well, it is. It's raised. That's cool.
Yeah, it's great.
I thought it was cool. Way to ruin it, James. God.
Ruin everything fun. I had to destroy something beautiful.
I'm going to start from Triss saying, I kind of don't understand why people are buying Concord as a collector's item. I think someone found Concord on shelves down here in my third world hellhole.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I mean, I get it on one hand because you're collecting gaming history. So I do understand why people are doing it now that the game is offline. I just personally don't feel a desire to do it. I think it's a little bit pointless. It's literally just a coaster. So what are you really buying? And then the resale value, I don't really see it being there either. I think that Concord's just going to be a blip and people are going to forget about it as like the culture war and everything else continues. I don't think that this game is going to always stand out to people. So I don't know. For me, I don't get it. I wouldn't have purchased it, but I guess on a, a standpoint of, hey, this was a part of gaming history, just like E.T. and all these other, Superman 64, whatever games that are notorious. I do think to some degree it will be notorious, just not to, the same level of being talked about like 30 years from now. And she says, of course, it's Kotaku. Crazy Lando says, what a loser, referring to that Kotaku clown. Just like this game, it jumped off a cliff at launch, 100%. And Trish says 12 days only. It was that short. It was shorter than a 14-day Game Pass trial. That's how short it was.
It's fucking
crazy.
It genuinely might be the biggest fumble ever in the industry. A lot of people talk about E.T., and E.T. is infamous, but like realistically and financially, like what can measure up to Concord? It's got to be at least top 10. I'm also ready to continue whatever, but you can keep hanging out for a bit and chat if you want.
Yeah, I want to say hi to a few people. Also, I don't know if you know this, but that team that made Concord had like ex-Bungie and ex-Activision people on it.
Oh my god, I know.
It's like high up former Bungie people that also, I guess, worked on Destiny. I don't know like the full track record of everyone, but like there are people that are notable there,
and the weird
which
thing
is insane.
Like, it's crazy to say this, but like if they changed a lot, and I mean a lot of things on that game, it could have appealed to me because I like, in theory, hero shooters. I used to love Overwatch, but they riddled it with all this modern crap, and they put in pronouns for every character. The character design was absolutely hideous, and there was nothing appealing about it. And so you would have to change 90% of the game. But in theory, a hero shooter that you can play and that goes against Overwatch and is modern, you're muted. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. I unmuted and muted. Snapple came in with $5.
What?
I just want to interrupt you.
Oh my God.
Saying it's scary that when Sony pulled the plug on Concord, everyone's digital copy was deactivated. Just shows that companies can easily take your games away is what I'm guessing you're saying. 100%. I don't care that Concord is the worst shit ever and I laughed at it when it failed. I didn't expect them to pull the servers. That was actually genuinely stunning to me that they pulled the servers within 12 days. But absolutely, this is like preservation shouldn't discriminate. It doesn't matter if it's the worst game or the best game on the planet. Preservation should be there 100%. And the fact that these companies can go in and just be like, yoink, you don't get the license anymore when you've paid for that game, that's fucked up, man. Even if it's like gifted to you or whatever it might be, no matter how you got that key, I don't care if it was a free key. If you get the key and you're redeeming a license, there should be no way for those companies to then go in and just pluck that license out from something you've redeemed. It doesn't matter to me.
Yeah.
It could be $0. It could be $100. It's just the principle of the fact that on a preservation standpoint, a lot of these games can't get preserved anymore. How's Concord getting preserved? I don't even fucking know. I don't even know if this is a bit of a tangent, but like, like usually when you make a game, you'll like create a portfolio and be like, look, this is the stuff I worked on.
Like
can they even do that? Can they even fucking do that? The game wasn't even live long enough for them to get like in-game matches and shit. I'm sure they can find a way in the back end.
I would say they can, but it's whether or not they want to, because developers can use games that never got released on their resume, right? They can talk about like if they worked on that Parts of the Caribbean game that was canceled that looked great.
Yes.
And they can even more easily show resources on what they worked on. And that's especially true for like artists in the industry, because then they can be like, the game didn't ship or whatever happened, but I'm an artist. Here's my art for the game. Wasn't my fault. Look how great this shit looks. And this is all mine. I did it. And I can show it off. So they can, but do they want to now? But Snapple, thank you so much. I appreciate it, buddy.
Thank you, Snapple.
You had me think of something else there that I was thinking about. I don't own Concord, and I don't want to own Concord for the record. But the one thing I am curious about, and I don't know, maybe Bentley guy can answer this for me, or someone else that owns Concord. What happens right now if you put the disc in? What does it do? Like, I was asking Smoo, I'm like, is there bots in the game? Because if there's at least bots in the game should be remained active. Like, is there a training mode? Like, what can you do in the game if you own the disc? Can you get past the title screen? But based on what I'm hearing, it might not even do anything. If you put the disc in your PS5, it might just be like error, and that's it. And Sparta Chris came in. He's been a member for 6 months under Ultimate. Thank you, Sparta.
Thank you, Sparta.
And he says, I so love you guys. Aw, feeling is mutual, buddy. You are like the internet brother and sister I never knew I was missing in my life. Well, you call us brother and sister, which would mean me and Kay are related, which is very appropriate based on the games that I play.
No, you can't go a day without talking about incest, man.
He started it! He said we're all related.
Why are you like this? Thank you, Sparta. I appreciate it. That's very kind words.
That is really nice, Sparta.
Yeah,
thank
you so much.
Thank
That
you,
made my
Sparta.
day.
That's a great compliment. Thank you so much, Sparta. Oh my God. What was I talking
James.
about before incest?
Incest, apparently.
Oh.
No, you were saying like if it should be still
what happens in
accessible.
the
Like,
disc.
is there bots or like
And I
what?
don't know.
Yeah.
Anyone out there that actually owns Concord, I would love to know. Tweet me or something, or let us know in chat. Like, what happens when you put that disc in your PS5? I really want to know. I want to see footage of it. Like, I want to see it boot up. Based on them pulling it, ripping out of libraries, I wouldn't be surprised if it says error. Like, you know when you put in a not backwards compatible game in your Xbox and it says, we recognize this is an Xbox game, but you can't play it here, which is the biggest kick in the nuts that you could do. Like, let me just fucking play my Unreal game, you fuckers.
You can tell this isn't a generic DVD, so fucking play it.
You know it's an Xbox game, but you won't play it. I have a feeling that it's going to do something like that. Hey, this is a PlayStation game, but we can't play this right now. I wonder why. I have a feeling you're going to get a generic error message like that, which is such fucking bullshit. But anyway.
I'm looking into like the people that made Concord, and it's a really weird past. Like, apparently there was a company called Probably Monsters that was founded by the CEO of Bungie, Harold Ryan. And then one of their studios was Firewalk Studios, which did Concord, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, so they announced their partnership in 2021. By 2023, they sold this company to Sony, so Firewalk Studios. And then they laid off an undisclosed amount of employees and shut down like almost everything else they were doing that same year. So they just literally, it was like Activision and Bungie executives made a company. And then they've only ever produced Concord from what I can see. And there's the other companies that were tied in and they just were kind of fucked and they were just completely disbanded and everyone got let go.
That's so
This is the weirdest shit ever.
There's been a lot of weird shakeups and fuck-ups in the industry lately. It's getting weirder and darker and bleaker. And, you know, if the journalists in this industry were half reputable, they would actually investigate all this stuff. But they are also swimming with these monsters as well. They're fucking just as corrupt and evil as the people inside the industry. They're all shaking hands and all that
100%.
stuff. We need like an inquisitor.
They're buddies, they're roommates. They're roommates with these people half the time, right? Look at what happened to the indie scene talking about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
And it was just like, oh, these people are going into video game journalism and these people are going into video game development. Oh, we're like all close group of friends. And so, you know.
We need like an outside inquisitor to like come in and like just investigate the entire gaming industry top down. And I include journalists on that as well. And just like purge it. Just fucking purge it of this fucking cesspool. Because there's so much weird corrupt shit going on in the industry and we don't know about it. I prefer the weird corrupt shit back in the day when it was just like strippers and cocaine and then they would make Doom during the day while they were hungover. I want that industry to come back, not this weird, creepy, insidious industry that we have going on now. I just hate it. It's slimy and it doesn't even produce, at the end of the day, it doesn't produce good games. You could be the biggest piece of shit in the world, but if you give me a good game, hey, fuck it. You go be weird. I'm going to play your weird game now. Thank you. But no, they can't even do that.
Well, it's weird because I'm like searching because there's two other companies associated with the Firewalk Studios owners or whatever, the old ones. Cauldron and Battle Barge. I look up Battle Barge and it just gives me Warhammer 40k lore. I can't even find anything on this like company that they owned as well. So it's just the reason why it like weirds me out a bit is partially because they had like, you know, people that were responsible for good games. Like Destiny's considered a good game, right?
Yeah.
So they had people that were responsible for good games, and then they just built the studio. We're apparently working on this game for how many years? 8 years, I want to say.
8 years.
We didn't hear anything about this fucking game whatsoever. And then all of a sudden it pops up. Sony owns Firewalk, whatever, and like the rest of this studio's history is pretty much disappeared. I can't find anything. Really strange. Anyways, I'm going to read more
sounds
chat
like
and
you
we'll
got
move on.
some deep diving to do. And yeah, you pass it back to me whenever.
Maybe. Amin Ra's here saying, moo to you, good sir. Sergey's here saying, yo, Concord, meh. Rip Darth Vader. True, rip
Yeah,
Darth Vader. The very
100%.
sad day.
R.I.P. James Earl Jones. Very true.
Says, speaking of wokeness, Terminator 0 fell off after episode 4. It had so much potential.
I heard it was good. I didn't have a lot of high hope for it. To me, Terminator is Terminator 1, Terminator 2, and Terminator Resistance, the video game by Teon. Go play that game.
We got Uncle here saying, why do they keep designing uglier and uglier PS5s? I know, bro. It's like, it's fucking crazy.
We're going to get into that.
Sergey says, look, I do not mind live service games as long as they are not woke and filled with microtransactions. Concord failed, but Helldivers 2 succeeded. Well, Helldivers is going through its own weird wave right now, too. I don't know if it's fully... It was an initial success, but I think the drop-off happened pretty quickly, unfortunately.
Let's just say there is a story that we're going to talk about. It's unfortunately because there's so much crazy news that it's probably going to be rapid fire, but it's not looking good, Helldivers bros. I'm just saying.
There's some weird shit going on there, too. Yanu says he's just a cog in the machine and one of the losers responsible for the game industry declining, talking about that guy that made the parody article. Yeah. And Yanu says, even if it goes free to play, it will cost more to keep the servers online. Exactly. Because no one wants this woke trash. Snapple's here. Hello again. And thank you again for the support, Snapple.
Thank you, Snapple.
And Crazy Lando says, doesn't that make them transphobic for deleting Concord's existence? I don't make the rules. They do.
It's just it's a self-delete. It's accurate representation.
Winky Wanky Woo is here saying, slap your wife and call her Hamish. Who's Hamish?
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 Last I checked, you weren't Jewish, but, you know, we could do the 23andMe.
Why did I think of the guy from Super Seducer? What's his name? Oh my god.
Oh, Mahmoud or Ahmed?
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember. Mahmoud?
Yeah.
Yeah. The ultimate bro.
Snapple says the demand is there. It's just AA and indie studios are smart enough to answer them. Absolutely. And there's a lot of good gaming out there too. I had a great week in gaming personally, so you can definitely find it. D-Day says, Astrobot is the best Sony game in a long time because for a majority of the time, you actually play it. True. And Slosh says, you lit up when you thought the robot was fapping James. Don't hide it.
A little bit. I genuinely thought that Astrobot started furiously jerking off, and then I put him in the Ape Escape skin, and then he really looked like he was just furiously masturbating like a crazy monkey at the zoo. I love that game. You can furiously masturbate in it.
Sergey says, who remembers Anthem? No one wants to remember Anthem, but unfortunately we do.
This is like Anthem on fat black crack.
Yep. Slosh says, Dustborn supposedly had good devs behind it too, but modern day plagues their mind as usual. Uncle says Destiny has went through a lot of different devs, good and bad. Slosh says they should have just let it be a free-to-play beta for a while to build its reputation. Then again, all the tripe it was littered with soured people immediately, no matter what. We got Elvis in chat saying, yes, that great Concord art. And yeah, I did post Sean's Twitter in the YouTube and Rumble chat. So he is the one that made that art based off of the Concord stuff. It's not originally Concord, like whatever concept art.
I gave it too much credit.
After.
I saw someone claim that. I should have known better. So it really, Concord really was dead on arrival. So that means its concept art was even fucking trash. There was at no point.
I don't know what the concept art is. We just know that this art that they released with the game was the intention, and that other art was Sean Art Attack. So Neo's here as well. Hey, Neo, how's it going? Saying exactly sample. Microsoft accidentally put a $40 game on the Xbox store for free for like a day, but then they took it away from everyone who got a hold of it when they shouldn't have. That's bad too. Yeah, see? I don't like that. Slosh says with James and Kate's Wincest.
Non-stop wins here.
Why you do this? All right, let's hop to the next stuff.
All right, folks. Well, thank you for dealing with me laughing at Concord and also simping for Astrobot. Now, if you think we're suddenly Sony ponies here, I have news for you. Unfortunately, PlayStation, within days, flushed all that goodwill down the toilet. And with that, I am, of course, talking about the PS5 Pro. Kay, you haven't watched the video on the PS5 Pro, did you?
I purposely didn't. I didn't.
Would you like to?
I didn't want to. I guess. Yeah, I'm going to now. I was like, this is stupid to begin with. I don't even care.
All right. Get ready for the most retarded 10 minutes of your life as we look at the PS5 Pro presentation brought to you by Mark Cerny. Kay, why don't you bring up that SciTube link and let me know when you got it.
I will. And dude, don't worry. We're seeing your comments on Rumble as well. We're just splicing in chat as we go. So, yeah. Okay, I got the link. We're good.
All right, here we go, everybody. Behold the future of Spartacus gifting me a game. Spartacus, what'd you do there?
Oh, no.
Oh, I love this game. I have the Friday the 13th version already. Thank you, Sparta. Spartacus gifted us Slayaway Camp. You've seen me stream on a Steam Roulette the Friday the 13th version, which I love. Slayaway Camp is a cute little chibi puzzle murdering game. It is fucking great. Thank you so much, Sparta. I love that. I forgot that I never owned like the standard version. The Friday the 13th version is now delisted, I think, but it is awesome. So curious if the with the original IP or whatever, when they made their own version of the game, if they can kind of experiment more. So that's awesome, man. Thank you so much. You guys are just freaking the best. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, enough happiness. Let's go look at the PS5 Pro. Here we go. Okay, let me know when you can see it. Should be good.
Hi,
Yeah, we're good.
I'm Mark Cerny. I'm excited to be here to talk about the newest addition to our console lineup, PlayStation 5 Pro.
I just want to say, because I'm going to be pausing this, does Mark Cerny come off like a parody? He comes off like he's like when Ryan Reynolds is like intentionally trying to play someone slimy. You know what I mean? Like he comes off like
I need to see
jokey.
more of him before I
Okay,
make that
but maybe
judgment,
you'll see what I mean. But it comes off like the way he speaks and everything, it always comes off like weird and disingenuous and like he's hiding something behind the scenes. Let's keep going.
And how it advances gaming technology. But first, I want to take just a minute to look at what we put in the original PlayStation 5 and how it delivers an exceptional gaming experience.
So what he's doing right here is he's setting you up to say, here's how good you have it. Now wait till you see how good you can have it when you give us a whole ton of money.
When PS5 debuted in 2020, it brought a lot to the table. 8 Zen 2 CPU cores form the brains of PlayStation 5 and enable high-speed complex gameplay, with character counts reaching into the hundreds and frame rates that can be as high as 120 frames a second.
Wow, you can run Borderlands well. That's
PS5
crazy,
has a
bro.
powerful RDNA 2 GPU, which can render anything from intricate details to fantastic worlds with vast panoramas to explore. Ray tracing allows for dramatic visual improvements, including reflections off of water or glass, and the realism that comes from real-time global illumination.
I really don't like
Custom
this guy's voice.
SSD can load data at breathtaking speed, resulting in ultra-fast transitions between game worlds and data streaming rates so high that traversal speeds are essentially unlimited.
You okay? I'm working on it.
Tempest 3D audio tech brings an unparalleled sense of immersion to the sound of the games. With audio so real, you may not even need to see the enemies to know exactly where they are. Finally, the DualSense controller has haptics that let you feel through your hands what your character is experiencing inside of the game. It's wonderful to see such variety and richness of game experiences. Creators have made amazing use of the hardware capabilities, but when I talk to
looks like
them,
a
I
lizard.
do hear about their desire for more graphics performance. The dreams of the developers are bigger than can be supported at 60 frames per second, and that leads to an aspect of modern gaming that we're all familiar with: graphics modes.
Now, so he said that developers have been reaching out to him and Sony to be like, they want more. They love the PS5, but they expect more. But before this was
That's
announced,
bullshit.
yeah,
Come
before
on.
this was announced, we were seeing a bunch of developers come out and say like the PS5 Pro is a thing, and it's totally fucking pointless. There is no fucking reason for this. Why are you doing this?
Well,
So
the
who are these
PS5
developers
Pro-
that are like the PS5 is not good enough for us?
No, it literally, they don't exist because like no one is really maximizing the hardware to begin with.
Yeah.
If there's any studio coming up to you and saying that, your response should be, what are you doing to maximize the features that we've enabled in next gen? And Astrobot completely mogs on everyone who says that the hardware isn't capable of doing a lot more, because in this simple platformer, they're able to like do a bunch of things that we don't see in games. So don't fucking tell me that like, oh, the hardware is the problem. It's like, yeah, it's not the best hardware in the fucking world. Obviously you can build a PC that's better. That's just like obvious. But I mean, to say that people have been requesting this, I don't think that's the case. I think people anticipate it because with the PS4, there was a Pro. But I don't think people were asking for it. It's just that there's like a wariness of like, are you going to release another model that we then have to adapt to?
Let's look at the facts here. So it's the PS5. We're talking about upgrading to the PS5 Pro. This isn't the next gen system. This is a middle of the road system. So pretty much everything that is going on the PS5 Pro is going to also have to run on a PS5. This is the current gen. Here's fact number one: the PS5 has no games. It just got Astrobot. That isn't, graphically pushing the limits in any way. It looks great, it plays great, and all that stuff, but it's not like pushing the limits on a fidelity side, on a graphic side, or anything. So then you go to multi-platform games. Well, the standard for multi-platform games right now is on Xbox and PlayStation. You have to develop them on both, and ultimately that means that if you're developing a multi-platform game, you have to develop for the Series S, the Xbox Series S. You're not even having to develop it for the Series X. So by doing the PS5 Pro, it's totally fucking pointless, because at the most people are going to get maybe a slight bump in frame rate or maybe a slight bump in fidelity for a steeper price, when it's ultimately not worth it, because one, there's no games made exclusively for it. There's almost no games made exclusively for the PlayStation, and all the multi-platform games are solely developed for the Series S. So what, already we have another 7 minutes. There's no point to this. So now he is going to try to prove to you that there is a point to this.
No, but there's literally no point. And as Dude's saying, outside of the Switch, this generation has been a disappointment. I completely agree. And the thing is that Astrobot really should have been a launch title rather than the fucking end of the cycle. And
imagine
that's just poor planning on like everyone's part.
Similar to how Odyssey kicked off the Switch. Imagine if Astrobot kicked off the PlayStation.
And people would have bought into it. It would have been way more exciting. I would have been looking forward to games. And I guess in that way, I'm kind of glad, because I would have been more disappointed to see the fall of PlayStation the other direction, because there haven't been other games that measure up to this game. So yeah, I agree that this generation's been a disappointment.
Like the
it's
PS5
crazy.
has been out for a number of years. We're
Like,
deep into the PS5 life cycle. We're at the point where they're doing the half measure console. We're at least the midway point, if not the 3/4 point. There is no fucking reason to buy this, because in a few years, you're going to be buying a PS6, which is probably going to be even more expensive.
Well, that's the thing too. It's like you can say like, oh, there was things in the middle of their cycle that made it longer than usual, but most game cycles are almost over, if not over at this point. We're looking at the next system. I shouldn't be looking at a pro version of the system.
Yeah.
I should be looking at what's the PS6 at this point. And this should just be, they should write this off too. The PS5 and honestly the Series X as well. Commercial failures, just write it off and just go, okay, we're going to make the next gen better. Like Nintendo recovered from the Wii U just fine. You guys can recover from this.
The only way that I would even remotely consider getting a PS5 Pro is if he acknowledged the PS6 and he said, I understand your concerns buying this half-measure console. He would have to say, we will not release, I promise you, we will not release the PS6 for X amount of years. Whatever you think is the right number for that. Maybe 5 years, maybe? Like, we will not see a PS6 for 5 years. The PS5 Pro will tide you over for 5 years. And then you can say, well, it's this much money, but he said the PS6 won't come out till then, so okay, I will invest this much for X number of years. You know what I mean? But now we're left in the
100%.
dark. Spoiler alert, there's been no mention of a PS6. Obviously, there's going to be a PS6, but it could be 2 years from now, 3 years from now. It could be 5+ years from now. I don't know, but I think it would have been smart, and it would have shown a little bit of transparency on Sony's side if they're like, look, we get it. This is a big investment. Let's be honest. Is this the right purchase for you? Well, let's talk about it. Look, we've made a PS 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When's the PS6? You've got fucking time to play your PS5 Pro. Here's roughly how much time. Then people would have been like, I appreciate that. That's some honesty. I will now buy your overpriced, pointless system. Let's keep going.
And yeah, just
Oh,
one
sorry, go
more
on.
thing here. Yeah, Sergey, Ghost of Tsushima is actually PS4. He's saying Ghost of Tsushima is really impressive, but it was kind of last gen, I think. That's the thing. There's nothing really on the PS5 that stood out. I thought Rebirth might be that, but it wasn't either.
Yeah.
So Astro Bot is the PS5 game, in my opinion.
It really
That's
is.
like the console seller. So there hasn't been anything where at the end of this cycle they should be talking about PS6. I completely agree with you, James. Let's keep watching.
It can be a difficult choice for players. Fidelity modes emphasize the visuals, typically through higher resolution rendering. These modes might also have enhanced detail or use more ray tracing. But the games only run at 30 frames per second. The visuals can be choppier, and the controls less responsive.
Reminder that
Acknowledging the fucking 30, like, come on, bro.
I just want to remind everyone that I was playing Smash Brothers on the 3DS at 60 frames a second. Let's keep going.
GameCube runs
Performance
games at
mode.
60, baby.
Emphasize frame rate and interactivity, typically choosing to run 60 frames per second. Mainly by reducing the graphical detail until
All right, so let's play Spot the Differences. We're going to be doing this a lot. PS5, fidelity versus performance. Obviously, a big fucking T-Rex isn't there, but I'm pretty sure it's just not there at the moment. Apart from that, slightly less grass. And apart from that, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't be running this in performance. Kay, what do you think?
I couldn't even tell you which one is the new system. Like,
No,
I
neither
can't
of them
tell you
are.
any-
This is PS...
That's why I'm like, this looks the fucking same to me. This is the same. It's just performance mode versus fidelity mode on
Yes.
the same system,
Which
right?
I always pick performance mode because I am a frame rate whore.
It looks the same. Like, I don't know if it's a
you
YouTube
not
video thing
like
coming
grass?
through.
No, it's not.
It
More.
looks the fucking same.
I have a feeling you're going to be saying this a lot.
those frame rates can be achieved. When asked to decide on a mode, players are choosing performance about 3/4 of the time. Removing that decision, or at least narrowing that divide, is one of the key targets for PlayStation 5 Pro. We want to give players the graphics that the game creators aspire to, at the high frame rates that players typically prefer. To do that, PS5 Pro substantially improves over PlayStation 5 in 3 ways. Here's what we call the Big 3. First, we made the GPU much larger and increased the speed of the memory it uses. The result is rendering that's up to 45% faster. Second, we made major upgrades to the ray tracing, taking a streamlined and accelerated approach that allows calculation of the rays at double or even triple the speeds of PlayStation 5. And finally, we
But again, advanced ray tracing would only impact games that are developed exclusively for the PS5 Pro. It would have little to no effect on a game that is pushed as a multi-platform game or a game that's even developed with the PS5 in mind. And they haven't said, and I highly doubt they're going to release any PS5 Pro exclusive games. That would be insane. So the selling point really is just getting a higher frame rate. It's running your games marginally better. And how much better, and is that worth it to you until you get the PS6? As saying that they are increasing like ray tracing is totally fucking pointless, because it's going to be like, I can already tell you it's not going to be noticeable on any games between the PS5 and the PS5 Pro. The difference is going to be this game runs 10 frames higher. That's it.
No, and like you said earlier, you said like they're developing for the Xbox. That's the whole thing, right? Even PC suffering for this. Like everyone's just developing for console, and it's the weakest link. If anyone should be putting pressure, it should be to Microsoft saying make your Xboxes better. This shouldn't be the lowest standard for like the current industry.
Yeah, I'm
So
pretty sure there's a lot of developers that really don't like that the Series S is a thing because they have to say, fuck, I have to develop for the Series S. Of course, everybody doesn't, Nintendo is so behind the times that they just, Nintendo doesn't get these games, right? Nintendo relies solely on their exclusives. And just the popularity of the system. But they don't get the games that the PS5 Pro is targeting or the Xbox Series X is targeting. But yeah, definitely. The inclusion of the Series S, personally, I feel was a huge misstep for Xbox. And now with the PS5 Pro, I have to wonder, are they going to do like a double X? Are they going to do a version of the Series XX, right? Are they going to do something to measure up to this? Because I'm assuming that the PS5 Pro is going to beat the Series X in terms of its graphical power and everything.
I don't think they're going to do that because it's always kind of been that way. You know, the PS5 base was a bit better than the S. The X was a bit better sometimes than the X. And you know what I mean?
Well,
Like,
the Xbox
it just constantly
One
goes.
did have the upgrade. It did have it had the
Yeah,
One
that's what I'm
X.
saying. Yeah, the X is like slightly considered better than the standard, of the
Mhm.
other two. And then now you're going to have this Pro that's going to outdo all of them. But up until now, it's technically been the Series X for a lot of games that you would go to for the highest
So
performance.
you think whatever is the future for Xbox, it's just going to be a sequel? It's not going to be the half-measure console like the PS5 Pro?
How do they go and do another technical Pro console at this point? I know they don't use the same convention naming, but you can't, like, how? This would be your third one in the same generation, and
They
the
could do
previous
a
generation
whole
was
press conference to be like, look at the family of Xbox. We have 3 systems that all play the same games, and you can choose it based on the price for you. We have the budget S, the middle of the road X, and then we have the double X, which is the equivalent of the PS5 Pro, and it's going to be $1 billion.
they're going to operate at such a high loss for that. I don't think Microsoft has as much money to throw around as people think anymore because of all these failures they're going through. I don't think they're going to do that. I think they're going to reevaluate their gaming sector entirely and try to figure out are we doing a next system? Are we just going to be like a digital Netflix type service? Like, there's a lot of questions there. So I don't think that their focus is to beat Sony out in hardware anymore. Personally, I just don't see how that would be marketable to them, especially this. Again, like, they're also very aware of how these cycles work. They probably have it in the back of their head that we're ending the cycle. They're going to probably see a Switch 2 announcement from Nintendo soon, and they're not going to action this. They're going to look forward to the next stuff, I think.
Okay.
And at least that's the smartest thing to do, but who fucking knows?
Yeah.
And yeah, like I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense because at the end of the day, you're just building for the weakest thing, and the weakest thing is really fucking down compared to this Pro. Like,
Yeah.
I don't see any games that are going to look better in this.
Well,
To a point where it justifies the price. You're paying like double
yeah.
the price of the old one. So,
Well, let's enough about Xbox. Let's keep shitting on Sony.
Added custom hardware for machine learning and an AI library called PlayStation Spectral Super Resolution, or PSSR for short.
Pisser.
PSSR analyzes the game images pixel by pixel and can add an extraordinary amount of detail, which
Now, this was one, I'm going to talk about this again in a bit, but the AI-driven upscaling, this to me is actually a huge red flag, because pretty much what this does, if I'm understanding what he's adding in correctly, is it is an AI system that kind of mimics the frames rather than has you actually playing them. And it's really, groundbreaking stuff, and it's experimental stuff, and you can do it on PC with any like 4000 series NVIDIA card and up. And I was actually messing around with it in Darktide, because Darktide's an unoptimized mess, and it has AI-driven upscaling in it as an option. And yes, you do get way better frame rate, way better frame rate, but it's like a lie. And it pretty much, instead of dropping your frame rate, it sacrifices that with illusions, and it introduces input lag. And it feels weird. So where you should be getting frame drops, you start noticing that it's just like, oh, I'm not moving correctly anymore. And you literally can feel that. So it may not be noticeable in like a turn-based game or something, but something that is very quick and snappy and, you know, like Darktide, you immediately are like, why is my turning off? Why didn't I walk exactly when I pressed W? So when I see AI-driven upscaling now, and that is something implemented, I don't know if that's something that is can be toggled on and off or not, but that is a huge, huge, huge red flag. And, you know, the word AI, it's just going to, like, make people go like, oh, it's new and exciting. That's going to be new technology. But to me, that is like, if that's just on by default and you can't turn it off, that could cause so many issues, especially with existing games. That could cause a lot more issues if it's not, like, properly tested and implemented. So just seeing AI-driven upscaling, I was immediately like, I actively don't want this. I want to stick to my PS5.
Well, I don't know the full context for it, but if it's similar to the Xbox where they upscaled like 360 games and it runs really well on the Series X, I'm not completely against this.
No, that's
but
more of like an FPS booster because it's old games running on new hardware. That's not AI-driven upscaling.
Yeah, so I don't know the complete difference with this. I'm just saying that like there is a possibility that this could be okay. I just don't know enough about it. Like, is it going to be only on older games? Is it going to be something that like all the current games are running off of?
Phil Spencer's Jizz Stain tip $1.55.
No.
Come on, Jim Jam. Don't criticize Dana Carvey.
I
mean Mark Cerny.
Oh my god.
They put all that extra money into rebranding FSR into PSSR.
The pissers.
And the best part is that you don't have to buy new games to enjoy the benefits of PS4 games you already own. Finally in 60 FPS.
Oh my god, Phil Spencer, thank you so much. I agree.
Thank you.
And you know what? You're right. Even though we're going to get into this in a bit after this, but they actually don't even promise 60 FPS. And in fact, there's going to be a lot of games that even on the Pro don't run at 60 FPS. But that's fine. That's fine.
Oh
That's fine, Phil Spencer. That is fine. Thank you. You're right. I can keep playing those beloved PS4 games that I already played on the PS4 again for the third time on this new system. Yay!
Woo!
Thank you, Phil Spencer's Jizz Stain. And also more on Phil Spencer in a bit after the PlayStation story, because what is a Melee Madness podcast without us shitting on Phil Spencer, folks? It's not a good one. Thank you so much, Phil Spencer's Jizz Stain. All right, Kay, you want to keep looking at pixelated Ratchet and Clank here?
Yeah, I want to learn more about this AI shit, which is, yeah, I agree with you. It's kind of like a, whoa, what is that?
They intentionally
Scary, but
do not explain it.
Oh.
Boosts the effective resolution of the games. Game creators are adding PS5 Pro support to new and existing titles. And with the big three involved, the results can be pretty amazing.
There's this AI...
That's it?
AI-driven
They didn't tell me anything about that. I still don't know what the fuck
That's why
this is.
I think it's just like a little note to be like, we have AI-driven upscaling. It'll make the resolution better. And that's it. And they just move on. And I'm like, not in my experience, it won't. It's going to make it look better, but play worse. Let's keep going.
Yeah, this is stupid.
With graphics showing something like fidelity levels of detail, but it doubled the frame rate. Here's The Last of Us Part 2 running on PS5 Pro.
Here's the first Pro footage.
It has huge amounts of detail and targets a super smooth 60 frames per second.
Targets 60.
Let's compare this to the fidelity mode on PS5, which is only running at 30 frames per second and is there.
All right, Kay. Tell me the difference. Tell me the difference here. What's the difference in the screenshot?
The frame that you paused... Oh, one sec.
Sony employee Gengar tip $1.55.
Oh my god.
Why spend $700 on a Pro when a pro like me can rape you for free? Giggity giggity Gengar Sony goo.
No!
What the fuck?
Gengar, you son of a bitch! If you're a Sony employee, you should be talking up the Pro, not downselling it and saying grape is better. You look like a fucking grape. What the fuck, man? Okay, here's a question for everybody in chat. Would you rather drop $700 USD on a PlayStation Pro or have a very special, sensual, non-consensual night with Gengar? He's waiting, and he's ready.
I think Gengar has a lot of fans out there, so...
I think so.
Just saying.
Thank you so much, Sony employee Gengar. I appreciate it. And I guess my fate is sealed. Oh my God, PS5 Pro or hardcore anal sex with a ghost.
What a tough decision.
Yeah, it's a rough one. All right, so Kay.
To answer your question on the differences, honestly, it's not really on this freeze frame, but the first thing I noticed in the footage is that the lighting is different overall.
Oh my God, you're noticing differences like right here.
The lighting is slightly better on the Pro. And that also brings out more detail because the lighting is better. So
you work for Sony?
No, I'm just pointing at what I see. I'm not
I'm trying to see what you see right now. I'm looking at it.
It's really the only thing I noticed was in action that the lighting looks slightly better on the Pro, but everything else looks pretty much the same to me. I do think that is pulling out more detail because you can just see things better in the image. But other than that, it looks pretty identical. Obviously, we noticed the movement was better in the Pro footage, but they're very much catering it to this whole experience, right? They're trying to make it look better. So when you see it side by side, yeah, the footage on the fidelity mode, it's not as smooth with her running, but otherwise it feels very identical. I can't justify spending almost $1,000 Canadian on this.
Well, I'm gonna say
for this little bit of a boost.
Oh my God.
The real Melee K tip $1.50.
Yeah.
Why is the little Japanese man sitting there, James? Why are you still leaving me in Gengar's back pocket where it still smells like a man's feet after a day walking around a Parisian sewer?
Oh God, I thought it was France and now it's fucking where? What the fuck is that? Oh my God. You're in here? You're in here? Okay. I'm going in.
Imposter.
I'm going in. Oh my God, I need a weapon. I need a weapon. Come on. I'm gonna take my NES controller. There we go. There's no better weapon than this. Take our little Tic Tac mints. I'm gonna get you back. It smells bad. I got mints. I'm coming in. God. Are you there? Oh, he was right about the smell. Feels like I've been maced with a raccoon's asshole. No.
Oh my God. I just want to interrupt with Extra Zero came in with this member message. Thank you for being a brawler for 6 months, Extra Zero. Saying, per Sony employee Gengar, boost in newts is better than game boost.
It's so true. Thank you, Extra Zero, for being a member for 6 months. I need milk. I need milk in my eyes.
And also, thank you, Imposter Melee K, because you're not the real Melee K.
I'll save you one day. I just need like a gas mask or hazmat suit or something. Okay, do you want to keep? Do you want to keep reviewing this?
Yeah, unfortunately.
Okay.
Which is only running at 30 frames per second and is therefore much choppier.
Don't stop! We gotta lose.
This goal of delivering almost fidelity-like graphics at performance frame rate has been achieved for a broad set of titles, including Marvel's Spider-Man 2.
All right, hold on. All right, Kay, find the difference here.
Oh my God.
Find the difference.
Slightly more detail on his tentacles.
Okay, so we spend $700 on a PS5 Pro, we get detailed tentacles.
But again, this seems like a lighting thing. It's just the lighting's hitting better on him.
There's that ray tracing coming in then.
That's literally it. The rest of this looks... I might just be the freeze frame, but the left side's a bit more blurry, but I think that's literally just the freeze frame. Yeah, that's just the freeze frame. Yeah, this looks the same.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
$700!
And Ratchet & Clank Rift Apart, we can see that PS5 Pro is close to doubling the power of PlayStation 5.
All right, you see the difference here?
What?
You see the difference?
How is it doubling anything?
All right.
What?
Hold on, I got this. Ratchet is a little fuzzy, and he's still fuzzy on the Pro, but slightly less fuzzy. And all right. Fuck me.
I'm literally seeing nothing on this one.
Yeah. God damn it.
Another way to compare the two consoles is to look at PS5 Pro versus Performance mode on PS5, both of which target 60 frames per second.
All right, here we go.
What we see here is
like
a
a double
difference in
jump.
detail. PS5
Okay.
Pro is much sharper and crisper than PS5.
Okay. So it's the console of
Sharper and crisper.
So both of these run at 60 FPS. I guess the sandbags have a little more bag to them on the $700 value.
The building looks different.
You can see slightly through the window that's pointless on the Pro. You can
Yeah, so on the Pro you can actually like look in it like those are curtains on a window, whereas on the other one it's just like whited out, and then the blur on the left side.
Oh wow, okay. Impressive
That's
stuff.
about all I'm seeing. Like you could probably squint and read some of the text on the right side, but it still wouldn't really fully see it.
Now
Even the sign at the bottom there on the bottom right also is more detailed.
Now, is there any option for the PS5 Pro where it makes me play a game that isn't The Last of Us?
That should be an option.
I will spend the $700 American if you can make me not play The Last of Us 2.
There you go.
For this, my favorite is the parade scene.
This is his
from
favorite.
Ratchet
Here's the
&
number
Clank.
one example.
Distant details are...
Okay, here's his number one example of...
What?
Yeah, this is his best example. He said it. Okay, fuck. Okay,
The crowd's blurrier.
on which side? I can't really...
The left side is
The
blurrier.
oh, okay. So there you go. You got your background crowd, because like ultimately he's comparing
For this, my favorite is...
He's comparing this here.
Yeah.
So here's the big, because he's zooming in on like one little tiny thing in the background. So really it's this. Shit. I think he might be reaching a little bit, but I don't know.
Yeah, there's fucking nothing, man.
Oh no. Oh no.
is the parade scene from Ratchet & Clank. Distant details are much clearer.
Oh, did that shadow
And
come
here
over the
we
other
can
one?
see Marvel's
I mean, that might
Spider-Man
just be
2 is
difference in
noticeably
footage.
higher resolution throughout the
Okay.
scene,
Wait, hold on.
including the trees and
It's fucking white trucks in the way. Okay, so white van, a little bit blurrier, but also it's farther away. And then the leaves. The leaves are so much more clear on the Pro if I'm playing this shitty game that I do not want to play. Amazing. You have anything to add there, Kay?
No, this looks the fucking same. It's just slightly blurrier. Like, what the fuck are you selling me?
procedural cars. So overall, some remarkable improvement to the games.
Amazing.
On PS5 Pro, we can see increased sharpness to the graphics or smoother and more responsive gameplay. This is the big three showing their value. As you've been seeing, machine learning via the PSSR library is being used quite broadly to add pixel detail and boost frame rate. But there are as many approaches as there are game engines. The increase in raw GPU power is being especially effective for Horizon Forbidden West. Apart from the detail boost, that extra graphics power is allowing for improvements to lighting and visual effects, as well as to the hair and the
Oh
skin
god,
in
it's Nick
cinematics.
Avocado before he lost a bunch of weight.
Open up, guys. Dwarf's orders.
Good enough for me.
Ray tracing is finding broad usage as well, particularly when the games are focused on higher frame rates. The faster hardware in PS5 Pro can make a real difference. Allowing Gran Turismo 7 to add ray-traced reflections between the cars in gameplay, while continuing to support their targeted 60 frames per second. That boost in ray tracing is also delivering big wins for Hogwarts Legacy,
Okay.
allowing not only
A
for
game I played. So I fucking played like 100 hours of this garbage. Let's see the differences. So far, fucking nothing. The floor, shiny. That's it. It's the same, but floor shiny. Got it. $700.
better reflections and a greater variety of reflective surfaces,
This is the same.
but also for further realism in the casting of shadows.
This is the fucking same.
I hope you've enjoyed this run-through of the technology behind PlayStation 5 Pro. Simply put, it's the most powerful console we've ever built, and a worthy addition to the PS5 family. Let me wrap this up by giving you a quick look at a number of games running on the new console.
You'll never
Oh, God.
There's more of a difference on this close-up of the system. Like, just the way that they make it look more detailed than the fucking actual games. So this is all on a new system.
That's what the claim is.
Close your eyes. It'll be worth it.
Okay.
Did I do it? Oh, what is this? What's with all the neon?
Don't show that game. This is the last slide. November 7th, time for Christmas, $700. Go fuck yourself. Vertical stands sold separately. Also doesn't mention no disk drive. And there you have it. That is the PS5 Pro.
You could have literally just included the vertical stand. You could have included a disk drive for the price. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So that really is it. That is it. Okay, what are your thoughts on the PS5 Pro? Are you excited?
No, this is such a waste of money and time and everything. But I am seeing people that want this system for whatever reason. I feel like they're the types of people that will tend to upgrade every time there's an upgrade. I don't see anything in this presentation or any of the information I've read so far that tells me that this is going to be a difference maker, that this is deserving of $700 American when you're not even including a fucking disk drive, bro. Like, what is that?
So how many people are upgrading that have somewhat of a physical library, and now it's like you cannot now play those games unless you buy the disk drive attachment, which you have to install yourself.
Which is like another $100.
Which at that point, why not get a PC? You have to build stuff on a PC, and you're really reaching the price of it. And this isn't the only price increase that you're getting, Sony fans, because very quietly, while all the PS5 Pro news was coming out, Sony's PS5 controllers got a $5 increase. Sony has quietly started increasing the price of the DualSense PS5 controllers by $5 at many retailers in the US. Wario64 first spotted the price increase at Best Buy before noticing the DualSense has gone up at Target, GameStop, and Sony's own PlayStation Store. Comes after the recent price increase for PS5 consoles in Japan, but there are no sign of console prices will increase in the US. So even your controllers are going up in price. Everything is going up in price, and the system is more the same. In my opinion, the PS5 Pro is going to run games effectively at the same level. You'll see marginal increases, very marginal increases, if that at all, that you will not notice if you're actually immersed in playing the game for a steep price. Let's see, what else do we have here? Well, why don't we go laugh at it? And that's right, no disk drive. Sony finally publishes one game, and this happens. The disc drive is a separate purchase. PS5 Pro is a diskless console, includes 2 terabyte SSDs. Let's see here. The disc drive is going to cost $79 USD, so that's over $100 Canadian. And I said this is the funniest shit since the disastrous Xbox E3 presentation. Hey, Phil Spencer, if you had the balls, you should be openly mogging on Sony right now. But oh yeah, I forgot. Phil Spencer is a complete retard, and so he won't take this obvious fucking opportunity to shit on Sony when he absolutely should be. And there I am just laughing at it. $700, no disc drive, one game. Top keck there. And this isn't all that stops in the land of Sony retardation. This is not related to the PS5 Pro. This is a former Sony president, but I could not fucking believe this article. So I need to read through this because this is just fucking insane. I don't know if you heard about this, Kay, but in the middle of all of the PS5 Pro stuff, the price increases, everything, a former Sony president says thousands of laid off devs can just go to the beach for a year. And you
Yeah, I heard
and you
about this.
can't blame the greedy executives. Things jump out in front of you and you deal with them just like any game. Well, my life is like a video game, so get over it. Chris Deering was the SCEE president from 95 to 2005. And in my opinion, as I've said on Twitter, I think I've said it on the podcast, I believe we are living through a video game crash right now. It's not like a super hard hit. It's a slow rollout, but it's a very slow crash regardless. It's been an awful couple of years to work in the video games industry. More and more developers are living at the point of a knife as studios big and small make cut after cut after cut with the usual blather about streamlining and resets and delivering value for shareholders. At the beginning of the year, 16,000 devs had lost their jobs, and that number has only climbed up as companies like Bungie, Rocksteady, and countless others have laid off hundreds of staff. Still not to worry because now all those jobless devs can quote, find a cheap place to live and go to the beach for a year. That's according to former Sony Computer Entertainment Europe president Chris Deering, who just guested on an episode of My Perfect Console podcast. Asked about his take on the seemingly dire state of the games industry, Deering answered that it's painful, and I don't think it's greed. I just think it's an over-exuberance that was kindled and fueled by a knock-on effect of the pandemic and supply chain restrictions that followed. 79-year-old Deering was president of SCE from 1995 to 2005 and looked at the current state of the industry through the lens that that experience had given him. Quote, I think it's probably very painful for the managers, but he doesn't think the laid-off devs are condemned to a lifetime of poverty or limitation. It's still where the action is. It's like the pandemic, continued Deering. But now you're going to have to figure out how to get through it. Drive an Uber or whatever. Go find a cheap place to live or go to the beach for a year. But keep up with your news and keep up with it because you can get off the train. Once you get off the train, it's much harder. Which is perhaps the most buck-wild and tone-deaf thing I've ever heard pass a C-suite executive's lips. And this was only a few months ago as I was writing up EA's CEO imagineering a world in which billions of people were using AI to make EA's games for them. To be excruciatingly fair to Deering, his assessment of the causes of the industry downturn isn't wrong. It's entirely accurate that all sorts of entertainment firms, game companies especially, got absolutely zooted off, skyrocketing demand during COVID lockdowns and went on hiring sprees as a result. What we've been living through for sure is the ugly hangover that came after it all came crashing back to earth once we were allowed to leave our homes. But the people paying the price of that hangover aren't, in general, the people who make the decision to hire up half the earth based on the disastrously short-term thinking. The Chris Deerings of the world are not clearing their desks and losing their salaries. It's animators, artists, programmers, and other workers who do the hard and often invisible graft of actually assembling the games. I'll leave it there because there's a lot more of it, but I think that kind of summarizes it pretty well. Absolutely fucking insane. Now, this guy isn't really working for Sony right now, but just to say that, like, from that high up position, just be like, go live on the beach. You'll be fine. Go surf up, bro. Now's the time to live it up. Is just so out of touch. And if you haven't been in the industry since 2005 and you have that kind of opinion, yeah, maybe you shouldn't be making public statements like that because, my God, has he been getting buried for this? And in my opinion, rightfully so, because it's insane. There is thousands and thousands and thousands of people losing their jobs every week. There isn't a Melee Madness podcast that goes by where I'm not reporting on hundreds of people that are out of a job in this industry and it's just swept up from under them. It's like, all right, see ya. And this guy to be like, just go on the beach, bro, is just, it's infuriating. If I was someone that lost my job in this industry, I would be fucking out for blood with this guy.
Yeah, it's completely out of touch as a response. It's such a like executive response to make, because they're all sitting on so much money. So it's like, don't worry, bro, just take a breather and then go move on to the next company, Like you see this all the time in like foods industries, all sorts of industries. Like recently they fired the Starbucks CEO and brought in the Chipotle CEO. Like they all just rotate around and stuff. So just take a year off, bro, while, the industry's sorting itself out and then come back in, but like keep up. It's like, yeah, if you're in a position where you can take a year off, and you can breathe a bit and whatever, then by all means, it's not like the worst advice in the world. But the thing is that people's jobs are getting swept up from under them, like you said. And they're not the ones making the decisions that these companies are leading them down. They're actually trying to put in hard work a lot of the time, and they're being told by higher ups, no, we're not doing this. This is the direction, whatever, blah, blah, blah. I'm not saying that everyone, working on the games is innocent either. Like, I think it's a collaborative effort that gaming is failing right now, but executives at the end of the day, they're always watching the money. They're always the ones going like, oh no, we're going to do this for this reason. And then, like, they're not listening to the feedback that they're getting closer to the ground. That's the problem. So it's just, at the end of the day, I get what he's trying to say, but it's not in the right voice or anything. Like, he really should, I don't know. It's just one of those things where you're like, this is just not the thing to say. I'm never an advocate for, like, don't say something, but it's like, was that really something you wanted to say?
Well,
publicly?
I mean, I'm for him saying it so that we can see how these executives think as they're like completely destroying people's lives by
But this is why free speech is so important, because this shit comes out.
Yeah.
If you stifle people, then they don't say shit like this. It's just like, bro,
true.
you embarrass yourself pretty fucking hard. But yeah, again, I kind of get the sentiment of what he's trying to say. He's more saying it like, just step away, things will resolve, but just like keep up with it and come back in kind of thing. But he's not delivering it that way.
Yeah, he said it in the most retarded way possible, and I'm someone that says retarded a lot. Let's go back to laughing at the PS5 Pro. Now, Learning the Law said on Twitter, this is deliberate in regards to removing the disk drive. Companies aim to transition into a fully subscription-based service. Their goal is to eliminate physical discs from the market. What they do is make it increasingly tedious to obtain physical console games. Expect the PS6/7 to erase physical ownership completely. I couldn't agree more. And I don't know if I have this tweet, but I saw another tweet saying, like, don't believe, like, the fucking lie, because it was, we were fed this lie on PC way before console was, that digital gaming will be cheaper. They say it will be cheaper and it'll cut out the middleman, but it actually, like, they don't care. That's just a lie to get you over on digital. Really, they're just making more money. They're cutting out the middleman for them, but you don't save on any of it.
Well, and also Sony, I don't know how the tax thing, I don't usually buy digital on Sony too often, but I do know you can buy a game for $89.99 Canadian in a store physical, or if you go on the PlayStation store with like Space Marine 2, $93.99. Where did that extra $3 come from? You're literally making digital more expensive on your storefront.
So it defeats the entire argument and purpose for digital.
Yeah, it's just really bizarre. But no, they always said they were going to pass along the marketing costs, all this stuff, and it'll be cheaper for you. And no, we're not seeing any of that.
I referenced it earlier, but I love what Snapple said in response to this tweet. Be comfortable not owning your games. Ubisoft CEO, also remember when Sony released a tutorial on how to share your PS4 games to own Microsoft? Ironic how they're going the villain route. And this is exactly what I was referencing. Phil Spencer, all he had to tweet out after that PS5 Pro announcement was, well. And like, but he just won't. He won't fucking fight. He is like Boogie fighting, what's the fucking other guy's name? His co-host on the Lollipop. Wings. It's like Boogie fighting Wings with Phil Spencer fighting PlayStation. He won't throw a fucking punch because he's a bitch. Throw a fucking punch. Now's the opportunity, you fucking idiot. But he won't. It is so over for PlayStation as Crash is here in pain. Sony released one of the biggest flops in the gaming industry. Become industry laughingstock. Immediately released one of the best exclusives in over a decade and is one of the greatest platformers of all time. Less than a week later, kill all goodwill with a $700 digital-only console. What were they thinking? I couldn't agree more. They had all this goodwill, and they just immediately threw it down the fucking toilet. And
it's been the biggest fucking roller coaster ever, man.
Yeah, and
it's been such a huge roller coaster of just like, oh, Sony sucks. Oh, look, they did something good. Oh, they suck again. Okay.
Exactly.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, literally this.
No, this is what I named the podcast after this episode. It's so over. We're back. It's so over. There's your roller coaster. I tweeted out Sony sisters with the hilarious announcement of the worthless and overpriced PS5 Pro. It is finally time to make the jump to PC gaming. Let me demonstrate to you why your PlayStation games are better on PC. Exhibit A. Here's a mod for Horizon. Shut Up Alloy. Silences over 900 lines of Alloy's endless yapping, dialogue, and puzzle hints. Immediately, a much better game. And here's a throwback to the PS3. This was an actual quote during the PS3 and during its announcement. If you remember, that was the overpriced system for them. Our goal for the PlayStation 3 is for consumers to think to themselves, I will work more hours to buy one. Kutaragi told Japanese magazine Toyo Kazai, we want people to feel that they want it, irrespective of anything else. Good fucking Lord, man.
So then give us a product that is worth that then.
And I don't think I have the tweet, but another funny thing was Jeff Keighley immediately gunt guarding for PlayStation. Yeah, I don't have it here. But he said, adjusted for inflation, here's the price of every PlayStation console.
Yeah, he broke it down by year and shit. And it's like, okay.
And it's like, that doesn't make it any better, bro. And I just tweeted at him being like, did Sony pay you for this? And a bunch of people responded being like, obviously. Because Jeff Keighley has been accused of taking money for a long, long time. Allegedly. From Jim. Jim says, bad news from the doctor today. Oh no, we finally found out what's wrong with Jim. When in explaining new symptoms and that I was considering buying a PS5 Pro and he diagnosed me as retarded. Apparently I'm not dying, just mentally disabled. Oh, good. He's just a retard. Thank you, Jim. That's actually good news. Alejandro Argadana says, scalpers, expect them to buy up everything and then cry when they can't move them. I'm looking forward to the pics of hundreds of PS5 Pros collecting dust in some guy's house. I really hope that happens. That would require me to have faith in humanity. I don't know if I do, but that would be fucking glorious. Now, okay, we talked about this before, but we can't play songs from dead celebrities. It seems like dead celebrities, showing them or playing their music always gets us in trouble. So, you know, this band tends to favor female singers lately anyway. So would you mind doing us a favor?
No.
And could you sing this new Linkin Park track for us? I'll pull it up on screen for you. We can't play. Now, I know the new singer isn't dead. She's just terrible. So maybe you can be better. Maybe Linkin Park will hire you. So here you go.
I'm going to be on a 10-second delay before I see this, so pull it
okay.
up.
Well, there you go. It's whipped up there.
I'm not going to see it for like a few seconds.
You may know the tune that this goes to. I have a feeling that you'll know the
song. Oh, no.
So if you could just
right.
give this a sing for us here. Here we go. I can't really provide a backbeat, but I'll try.
Well, I wouldn't hear it anyways. Don't worry.
Yeah.
One game without a drive. It doesn't even matter if you raise the price. Keep it in mind that they optimize by upscaling with AI. That's all they showed. Frames are a valuable thing. Watch them go down as the character swings. Watch them try hard to keep up with PC. I've never read this before, by the way. It's so hard to see. It's made in Unreal. Unreal. Didn't look out below, threw the console stand right out the window, $30 more. I didn't even know. I wasted it all just to play in 4K. I spent all my time inside. Now the prices are all hiked. All I see are ports, just like the PS3. It's reminding me of a memory of a time when I cried so hard
for next-gen games. But in the end, it's all just the same. I paid so much. Played Concord's launch. But in the end, it's just got no games. That was beautiful. Oh my God. Who needs Linkin Park? Who needs them?
Oh my God.
You got us.
That's beautiful.
There's also a Queen song done to it, but we're not fucking singing Queen. We get like double taken down. Moving on. Here's the actual non-Jeff Keighley breakdown that I care about. Here's Jim's breakdown. PS5 Pro, $700. PSVR 2, $550. PS Elite Controller, $200. PS5 games, $0. That's actually pretty valuable if you think about it. Like, the games cost nothing because they don't exist. Jim also said the analyst... Oh, wait, I got to read the initial tweet here. Bear with me. PS5 Pro from next-gen player is expected to sell 13 million units by 2029, says Ampere Analysis. Roughly the same volume as the PS4 Pro. For PlayStation enthusiasts, the pricing is less of a consideration, says Ampere. Now, Jim says the analyst then pulled his pants off, began pissing in his own mouth before security escorted him out, explaining that he was actually just a homeless guy that wandered in off the street. Also, amazingly, I'm seeing people defend this with, what are you, poor? A $600 Series X is terrible, but a $700 PS5 Pro is terrible? People out there sound like gamers coping after buying a 3DO back in the day. How did that work out? About the same amount of games, too. Now, someone did say, does the PS5 have anything as lore-heavy as plumbers don't wear ties? You will never know the joy of paying thousands of dollars to play Road Rash. At least that's a game. So, also, because, again, this was just the funniest shit, like, in the past 2 weeks. This is really the main story, folks. There was a debate. I don't know what about, though, but Jim said, how'd the debate go? I was busy selling plasma to afford the sold separately vertical stand and disk driver for the upcoming PS5 Pro. Only 10 more gallons to go, and I'll be playing The Last of Us Part 2 at 42 FPS. Incredible. And here's what I loved. Simpsons posting is back. Well, basically, I just copied the PS5 we have now, then I added some fins to lower wind resistance, and this racing stripe here I feel is pretty sharp. Now, here's a great comparison, and something Kay will be a fan of. Let's compare the Sega Mega Drive 2 to the PS5 Pro. So we had the Concord Carrot comparison, but now we have the Sega Mega Drive versus the PS5 Pro. Well, let's see. The Sega Mega Drive 2, native 60 FPS. Okay. PS5 Pro rarely achieves 60 FPS. New, cheaper version for the Mega Drive 2, whereas the Pro costs, that's 800 pounds, I believe. Includes all necessary components for the Mega Drive. The stand is sold separately for the Pro. The basic pack is included on the Mega Drive, whereas the Pro has only one standard controller. The processor does not heat up on the Mega Drive. The processor is overheating on the Pro. Free online gameplay in the Mega Drive, and then online play with payment. I don't know about that online gameplay. Is that true on the Mega Drive too? I don't think it had online gameplay.
Well, Sega was the first one to innovate online play, actually. Like, I remember with the Dreamcast, obviously, and there was, like, the Sega channel and stuff as well.
On the Mega Drive 2?
I don't know if that was on the Mega Drive 2. My earliest memory is Dreamcast with it, but it's possible.
I trust Sega more than Sony at this point. Let's see. Supports physical format and format reader. The disk drive is 120 pounds. Has received more exclusives between 2023 and 2024 for the Mega Drive, and the Pro has no blast processing. Here is a great quick meme right here from our hero, Todd Howard.
People will buy anything. That doesn't mean you should do it.
True. And then here is what I referenced earlier from Tom Warren. I reported earlier this year that the PS5 Pro Enhanced game doesn't guarantee 60 FPS. Sony wasn't super clear on this yesterday, but there will still be 30 FPS PS5 Pro Enhanced games. So the whole reason to buy the system is not even guaranteed. It's going to have a few more 60 FPS games, but it won't be the entire library. Finally, when it comes to the PS5 Pro, and then we'll move on, Jim says, just got back from the bank today, and after refinancing and pulling out $100K in equity, I can finally afford a single PS5 Pro. The employee asked if I wanted to tack on a loan to buy games too. Games? And there you have it. There's the PS5 Pro. Good fucking lord. We've already made it clear at this point. This has been hours of laughing, celebrating, and laughing at Sony again. It's just incredible. They royally fucked up with Concord. The entire industry of gamers, you guys, all laughing at them. Astrobot, whiplash effect, other way. Suddenly they're back to making games, game of the year, and within days, not even a week, they released the worst announcement since the Xbone E3 announcement. How the fuck does Sony do it? Okay.
I don't know, man, but like, at what point is this PS5 Pro practically a scam? Like, there's nothing you're selling me. The only thing is maybe not even guaranteed. Thank you.
Yeah.
I totally want to spend my money on this. And yeah, I just can't get over the price point of it, honestly. I get that like things are getting more expensive, but that's just crazy, especially not to include the disk drive, expecting people to buy it. And if you've seen like people are picking up tons of disk drives, like I think people are prepping for this or prepping to scalp those disk drives because people are going to want them still.
Yeah,
And like
100%.
on Amazon and stuff, it's like raising up to like the top 10 sales. It's the fucking disk drive. It's insane. So yeah, just all around big fumble, especially after you had your Astrobot win. You literally had this little motherfucker doing all the PR in the world for you. And then you decide to come out and open your mouth again, and it was really bad. It was really badly done. So,
Yeah.
shame, shame, shame. All right, I'm going to pick a random spot in chat here. Thanks so much, everyone, for chatting it up with us. Let's see. I'll start with Slosh saying GameCube Master Race because I totally agree. GameCube Master Race. And Yanu says 80 for disk drive, 30 for the stand, and 50 for PS Online. Yeah, so 700 plus 80 plus 30 plus 50. That's fucking crazy, man. For what? It really, honestly, if they could have even sold me on one thing, I would have been like, okay, maybe. There's literally nothing in that like 10 minutes that made me think, oh, maybe I should get this. Nothing. If anything, I feel blessed that I bought a PS5 with a built-in disc drive. I think that's going to be the rare console.
I was saying this when I was streaming Astrobot. I think I was saying this to Slosh. If you do have any interest in Astrobot and it makes you want a PS5 and you don't have one already, just start watching marketplaces, start watching Craigslist and all that
100%.
stuff, because there's gonna be like people that just consume product and don't ask questions that are chomping at the bit, and the second it drops in November, they're gonna trade in or they're gonna sell their standard PS5 and they're gonna sell it for cheap just to get this Pro. So you can probably convince some idiots, I'm sorry, loyal PlayStation customers, to give you their PS5 for real cheap. And I don't think there is any reason. If you put a gun to my head, I couldn't tell you any justifiable reason to buy a Pro when the PS5 exists. There doesn't fucking exist. I'm sorry. If anyone listening, hates us now because they are excited for the Pro or they have it pre-ordered, tell us why. Tell us why you're getting it. I just personally, I care about your money, especially in this fucking economy, and I feel like it's better spent anywhere else. Go spend $700 at McDonald's. That's more worth it to me. Like, just go buy $700 worth of milkshakes from McDonald's. That's at least a story you can tell forever, and it'll be really fun. It'll be more fun than the PS5 Pro that has no games.
Oh my God. And think about the loss that people are running on. As you said, people are obviously going to sell off their like current version of their console. They're either going to take it to a retailer to get credit for it, or they are going to just sell it online. So again, I only know the Canadian price is off by heart, but $650, I want to say, was, I think it was 600 or 650 Canadian for the disc drive PS5, and then the non-disc drive was like $579. This is without taxes.
Sounds about right.
Right? So then probably trading in, I'm assuming, because obviously those companies need to sell it at a profit as well. So they're not going to give you the full value of a PS5. So they're probably going to give you like what, let's say 300 credit or something, just roughly speaking, maybe 350. So you're going to get like 300 to 350 credit if you've got like the, disc drive PS5. And then you're going to be spending another like $700 plus to upgrade.
Yeah.
That's insane. That's such a loss for literally the same experience. Like, what is changing?
Yeah.
What is fucking changing? Ooh, we did this little thing and now he looks a little bit prettier.
And you know what's crazy is they could have, I just thought of this now, they could have maybe shown how it will enhance PSVR 2, because VR...
That's a good point.
Because VR, is more intensive on the system and everything, so you need a good system to run VR. So you think they would, like, show off how much more immersive or something VR is on the PS5 Pro. But the PSVR 2 has been so dead in the water, and to the fact that it's selling at a loss, and it's more worth it to get the adapter to play it on PC, because there's no PSVR 2 games. And all the games that were on PSVR 1 aren't backwards compatible with the PSVR 2. So it's dead. It's it's constantly a dead system. The system is literally just to play Astrobot, and Astrobot plays great on the PS5 standard. It's insane.
Yep. Yeah, it's insane. Snapple says Zen 2 processor, and right around the corner, Zen 5 just came out. So yeah, it's still behind too. Slosh saying blast processing, X-Bone more like X-Boned, Nintendo Switch more like Nintendo bottom. Canadian says at least Nintendo has functional games. Sergey says that Black Myth actually pushed the limit of the hardware. So I'd be curious to see that, because any footage I've personally seen of, like, it doesn't look bad, but it doesn't look stellar to me either. Maybe it's something you have to get your hands on to really like understand if it's pushing the hardware, but I'd be curious to see that.
I also, I still stand by that. I think Black Myth is Souls-esque at the very least. So if it's not running at 60, that is no good. So I assume there's a performance mode in it, but I don't have an interest in the game. I haven't picked it up myself, but performance mode would be the way to go if that runs at 60. If that doesn't run at 60 on the PS5, that feels like they should be optimizing it better for the PS5.
Slosh says, "Oh yeah, I'll Falcon Punch a baby to defend Nintendo." I just love that.
Well, we do have a story shitting on Nintendo. It's there, I promise. We're shitting on all of the three today.
Going back to the conversation earlier, dude said that he will defend Terminator Salvation. Are there people that don't like Terminator Salvation?
Sergey said it turned mid. I didn't have high expectations, but oh no, wait, Terminator Salvation. Oh,
what am I thinking of?
Because they all have terrible names.
Is that not the new Terminator game by the fucking
no, that's
RoboCop people?
Oh,
what is Salvation?
I hated Salvation so much. I saw it in the theater.
Was that like a 360? Oh, is that a movie?
It was.
Oh, see, I thought it was a game.
It's Resistance. It's Terminator Resistance, but not good. And it was a movie. It's like,
is there not a game?
It's it's Michael Bay-esque. Yeah, if the game I think was okay.
Yeah, there is a game called Terminator Salvation as well. That's why I'm like, what?
I really hated Salvation. I don't know if it's my most hated Terminator movie. Last one was really bad, but I regretted seeing it in the theater. It's like a Michael Bay Terminator movie. It stars Christian Bale. Everything is brown dirt. It looks like they're fighting in Iraq. It takes out all the coolness. It takes out all the coolness of the future of Terminator that you see in the previous films. And Terminator Resistance is pretty much the same story except done right, and it actually brings back how the future is supposed to look with dark blues and grays and lasers going wop 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 wop. It was made for its time, which was in the Michael Bay Transformers era. It was literally, to me, Michael Bay Terminator, and I hated it. It didn't make me screaming, though, by the credits like Genesis did.
Oh, God.
So I
don't want to be reminded of that.
But I really just, Terminator to me, 1, 2, Resistance. And I tweeted that out, and Taeon liked the tweet. So even they know. They're like, yeah, we know. We hate everything else too. Because if you play Terminator Resistance, kind of spoiler, but they retcon everything else in Terminator. They literally make it
really?
Yeah, in Terminator Resistance, they fucking hard cut it off at T2. Hard cut. And so if you play Resistance, 3, 4, 3, Salvation, Genesis, all that shit doesn't happen. And I was like, oh, thank you. You get it. So yeah, I love those guys.
Okay, I didn't know that. Dude says Anthem had good flight mechanics, and it's funny that they had to be told to keep that by an EA executive. I didn't know EA told them to keep that in, but that's funny. Of all people, EA's like, just keep it in, bro. Just keep it in. And then he says the only mid-gen refresh that got exclusive games was the new Nintendo 3DS, and that was just a retarded name. Yeah. And I ate all of those up, honestly.
Wait,
you got the
new 3DS?
Well, I didn't end up getting the new 3DS, but I just was like, oh, I kind of want this. I kind of don't. I kind of want this. And I was like back and forth. But I never really was like critical of it because I'm like, oh, they made it like bigger and it works better and all this stuff. At least like I felt like there was more of a change with it versus like this PS5 Pro, which is just like, right. I'm literally looking at the same shit. Like at least that one was more comfortable. So I never bought one, but I did play on a few and it was nice. Um,
I didn't
let's
like
see,
the
Microsoft.
thumbstick, the little fake thumbstick, so I never got one. It never sold me.
I didn't mind it. It was
like
fine.
well, I have giant hands, and it was like a nub. It was like the end of this pen here that I'm playing with for no reason. It was awful.
Dude says Microsoft said it was doing away with generations before this gen started. I could see them doing a new S and X when they do new hardware. Yeah, I think that they're gonna just focus on the next generation. I don't see a reason for them to even try to salvage anything here anymore. Or to even stay as a console. They might even not do that. Who knows? They keep buying up all these studios and stuff. And he says we should just normalize calling him Phil Spender.
Hey, Phil Spender,
More
rainbow
on that soon.
suspenders.
And actually, I agree with this a lot too, dude. He said, why does this feel like a new Apple product reveal? That's actually a really good comparison. It feels like Apple, where you just see, like, oh, the iPhone 20 is out. What changed?
Nothing.
It's nicer.
It's
How is it nicer? It's the same thing, but your old phones are going to run slower now.
It's current year. It's time to buy the new product.
Yep.
I need to stay subscribed.
Exactly. Angry Canadian says, yeah, Tsushima was PS4 and it looked amazing on that console, in my opinion. And yeah, like Slosh said, it's ultimately just an expensive graphical update. Canadian also noticed that the lighting is different, so there you go. Let's see. Snapple says, also, you'll need a good TV/monitor that's capable of outputting all this, so it adds to the cost.
Yeah.
That's a good point. If you don't have the proper setup to begin with, you're not going to see the difference, really. You'd have to be on a really nice TV to honestly notice that.
Mm-hmm.
Sergey says there were rumors of a new Xbox, but I don't know now. I think they may have gave up. It's entirely
Feels like it,
possible.
doesn't it?
Canadian says using AI to upres a game is not a bad idea. They already do this with image enhancing for old photos. I'm kind of in that camp too. I'm not like 100% against upresing. It just depends how they do it. And yeah, obviously I see your concern if it, conflicts with games that the frames look different or whatever.
I am against AI everything except for shit posting. That's the only case, free shit posting, that I'm in favor of AI. Especially in gaming, it also becomes a lazy trap. It becomes a trick that they can rely on. And they're already becoming lazier and lazier and lazier, like developers are. And you're already cutting so many jobs. Lately on PC gaming, in the past few years, we've seen DLSS take over the industry. And DLSS, is just a lazy way for developers not to optimize their games. And so it's just like none of their games are optimized now because we have DLSS and it just automatically will run the game better for you. But now it's like you either run the game like shit if you have DLSS off, or you turn it on and it looks like someone smeared oil over your screen and then it kind of runs okay. And that's already consumed the industry. And now the next thing is going to be this AI thing, which is already having early signs in the more high-end taxing games that are experimenting with it. And all I'm seeing is like, oh, you get a few more frames at the cost of input delay, which is crippling to a game. And I don't trust any of these devs that are implementing it because they're using it as a crutch in the first place, so they're already lazy. And then so it's just going to continue to make games worse, and we're going to keep seeing this trend, especially in PC gaming, where games are more and more and more unoptimized and not running well, even though you might have a PC that runs better than a console.
See, I'm just not convinced that they haven't already been using AI. I think that they're just using this term now to make it like fancier because it's trendy right now. But how did the Xbox upscale everything? There wasn't any AI involved in that. Like
the way upscaling works with old games brought to the Xbox is not the same as this. This is an old game, and so they're just saying frame rate booster, but really it's an old game, so they are able to uncap that frame rate. So it's more like the frame rate may have been locked at 30, and they're able to just say like, hey, you're on new hardware, unlock that frame rate now, and so then it'll run better. This is actually using AI technology to trick the user's eye into thinking it's running better, but it's actually not. It's a totally different way of doing it.
I need to see more on it before I make a full decision on
I
it. But I don't have an issue with it right now.
Look, I have Darktide installed. Come play it. There's a little training room. I will let you play it, and with AI upscaling off, and then I'll turn it on, and I will be shocked if you don't immediately lurch forward and go, oh, what is happening here? So, yeah, try it. Trust me. It's very early. It's very new. And it's debatable.
Well, the problem is they explained 0 when they were selling it. That's the red flag
because
to
it's
me.
supposed to
It's
just
not even
be-
the idea of it that is a red flag to me, because I'm like, it makes sense that to process in
'cause
different,
they
like,
don't
you're just
want
using a trendy
people-
term, but like,
Exactly.
what are you
And
actually
again,
doing
I'm
with
only
it?
using this one example, but I've looked into it a lot because I've been playing Darktide lately. But a lot of people, if you go on the Darktide forums, are like, this game runs like shit. And then other people will be like, it runs great. What are you talking about? And then you read the thread as I have, and it's like it boils down to a lot of these people using the AI implementation. And then it's just like, I've found other threads of people being like, I was getting motion sickness using the AI implementation because it's like you move and then it's like got a 2-second input delay when you move, and it feels off and weird. And so it boils down to the, will you notice that more or less than the noticing of losing frames? It's a trade-off. There's always going to be a trade-off, and I don't think this is a good one, because ultimately developers should just polish their games and make them run well for the hardware.
Of course, that's the ultimate answer, is that they should actually be optimizing their games well.
Games used to run well, and now they don't, and it makes me so fucking livid that no one is around anymore to hold these fucking companies accountable for not optimizing their games and polishing them.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just like not fully against this idea until I see how bad it actually is. I just want to see what it does.
Much like Kyle Reese in Terminator, because we're talking about that. If you gave me a fucking axe and you showed me AI, I would take it to its fucking throat without hesitation.
Right, but I'm not considering this like a chat GPT type like AI. Like there's a lot of functions already that use some sort of artificial intelligence to some degree. So that's where I'm like, I would like to see what this is actually doing before I'm like, no, fuck it, burn it with fire. What are you actually doing with this to make it better?
All right, I'm going to force you to try the Darktide AI, and you let me know what you think.
I will try it. Crazy T's here. How's it going, Crazy T? And Elvis says, Office Chick, they're the same picture in comparison to all of those screenshots, which
Very true.
absolutely most of it looked fucking identical.
I tweeted that out. I forgot to include that one.
And we got Extra Zero in the chat. Awesome. How you doing, brother? Sergey says, I need a weapon. Master Queef.
He queefs now. I wouldn't be surprised based on how Xbox is going.
Slosh says, what really sucks is no matter how much fidelity and frame rate it possesses, it's still The Last of Us Part 2.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Does the power of the PS5 Pro turn it into a magically good game? I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. Extra says, don't say you need milk in your eyes around Gengar. He's right.
Oh, fuck. Where'd your hat go?
Yeah, where does hat go? What?
Oh my God, what the fuck?
When did his hat... Did you take it off?
No!
What the fuck?
Can I talk about the news now? I'm scared.
Okay, we're almost caught up.
Oh my God.
Canadian says, I only wanted a PS5 for a few games. I should have bought it before the price hike in Japan. Yeah, like we said, just look at this, the market of people selling their PS5s. I feel like that's going to increase very soon. Slosh says, I feel like they intentionally blurred some of these to make the Pro look better. Yeah, it was like mysteriously blurry on that end. Very, very strange. What's going on with James? Where's he going? All right.
The fucking Genesis keeps freezing.
Oh. Sparta says he doesn't look human. Yeah, after watching that guy, is like he looks like a fucking lizard. It's creepy, man. Forking Around's here saying, Hail, how you doing, Forking Around? Sparta says the PS5 being at 600 was already pressing. Going to 700 is too much. I'm curious if there's going to be people that never pulled the trigger on a PS5 that are now sold in and are going to buy the Pro. That would be interesting to see. But I mean, if you don't already own a PS5, I feel like you're not sold on the PS5. This is not really doing any favors to sell it more. Yanu says PS5 pronouns are not/gonna/buy. Sergey says, where is the PS3 emulator in PlayStation? I would have paid $700 if that was included. Yeah, a lot of people are talking about this. Just make it completely backwards compatible, and there would be so many people on board with this. And even if you said to me, okay, you have to buy an $80 whatever disc drive, but you can play all of your discs going back to PS1, I'd have been like, fuck. Maybe.
They really underestimate how much of a selling point backwards compatibility is. They just do not fucking get it,
100%.
bro. I still use my fat PS3. It's my favorite way to play 1, 2, and 3 games.
Snapple says, huh? My tweet made it on a Melee game stream? It did.
Yes.
It was a great tweet.
It was a banger.
Barta says, I remember going to Blockbuster to get the PS3 when it came out for $300. At the time, the most expensive thing I got outside my car. I also bought Lego Star Wars The Complete Saga with it. Ooh.
Nice.
Let's see. Neo's saying the Series X is 500, not 600. If it was correcting me, I'm probably talking in Canadian dollars. That's why it might be different, but I don't know if that was directed towards what I was saying. And Neo says he loves Salvation. It was the Christian Bale movie.
Yes, it was.
Wow, you guys are popping off. All right, yeah, let's keep going to the next news thing.
All right,
We'll
we've got so much news to deliver to you folks. Let's get back into it. Now, we have been, of course, laughing a lot at Sony, and that is rude. So let's laugh at Ubisoft instead. All right, everybody, if you didn't hear it, it turns out that Ubisoft stocks are plummeting. Ubisoft is kicked out of Stock Europe 600 Index. Stocks Limited announced that Ubisoft is being removed from their index store Europe 600 effective as of the opening of European markets on September 23rd, 2024. Ubisoft stock lost 6% on Monday on Euronext Paris CAC 40, where it remains listed for now. Oh my God. And here we go. Here's an IGN article. Ubisoft share prices have fallen following the launch of Star Wars Outlaws, which some analysts have said have come in below expectations. Common Nerd said broken and buggy games that tried to go woke will do that to a company. True. And then here, it just kept dropping and kept dropping and kept dropping. Ubisoft needs to get comfortable with people not owning their stock, if you remember that one. Reports suggest that Star Wars Outlaws is selling poorly. Underwhelming sales for Star Wars Outlaws raise concern as Ubisoft stock hits a decade low. Star Wars Outlaws is selling poorly. Ubisoft is cooked. Let's take a look at this article. Ubisoft share prices have fallen following the launch of Star Wars Outlaws, which some analysts have said have come in below expectations. Massive Entertainment Star Wars Outlaws, the first open-world Star Wars video game, not really true, launched on August 27th, and since then, Ubisoft's share price has fallen 12.6% to a 10-year low of 15.22 euros. At the time of this article's publication, Ubisoft was valued at 1.96 billion euro. Ubisoft's failed to announce a sales target for Star Wars Outlaws ahead of launch, although it did say it expected the game to boost its earnings. According to Reuters, JP Morgan analyst Daniel Carvin said, Star Wars Outlaws has struggled to meet our sales expectations despite critical reviews. IGN Star Wars Outlaws review returned a 7 out of 10. We said Outlaws is a fun intergalactic heist adventure with great exploration, but is hindered by simple stealth, repetitive combat, and a few too many bugs at launch. The analyst lowered sales expectations for Outlaws by 2 million units to 5.5 million for the current financial year, which ends in March 2025. Its development budget was said to be at least 30% higher than that of 2023's Assassin's Creed Mirage, but Twitch data suggests Outlaws is underperforming Mirage by about 15%. Outlaws isn't the only game seemingly impacting Ubisoft's shares. Free-to-play Call of Duty rival X-Defiant also appears to be having a rough time. Midcap Partners analyst Charles Louise Planade told Reuters X-Defiant has seen lower than expected interest following a strong launch in May. IGN asked Ubisoft to comment. The pressure is now on Assassin's Creed Shadows, due out in November to make a big impact on Ubisoft's bottom line. Ubisoft is expected to report its second quarter earnings at some point in October. But via Dread Roberts over on Twitter, it gets way worse. Not only has their share price taken an epic nosedive in the past couple days, but now their own investors are beginning to panic. AJ Investments is demanding in an open letter to Ubisoft CEO that the company goes private, lowers their prices, and fires their staff in an attempt to save what dignity remains of their failing company. They question Ubisoft's integrity and cast doubt on their ability to give gamers what they want. Not looking good. So you can see it here. Activist Ubisoft investor calls for strategic and structural change. And there is the whole thing. The investor sets out 4 proposals to increase the value of Ubisoft for all stakeholders. They include allowing Ubisoft to go private, selling the company, changing current management, and ousting Guillermo as CEO, or starting a proxy fight via French minority law. For its reasoning, AJ Investors says that Ubisoft is being mismanaged and that shareholders are currently hostages of Guillermo's family members and Tencent, who take advantages of them. The company goes on to say that it cannot understand Ubisoft's management strategy and that the studio seems more focused on pleasing investors rather than providing an exceptional experience for its fans. So here we go. Ubisoft being pressured to go private as share continues to fall. This is more of what I already said. Pirate Nation weighed in saying a significant minority shareholder in Ubisoft is pressuring the company to go private as shares continue to fall. And then it just kept on dropping. It continued to fucking drop. In fact, let's see here. Oh, this is going to be the next one, which is even funnier. But first, Ubisoft shares fall to 10-year low following the Star Wars Outlaws launch. And you can see the graph right down there. But even funnier, the screaming by the shareholder, just telling them, go private, caused them to drop even more. Ubisoft share price plunged again today after a minority investor called on management to take the company private or let it be sold to a strategic investor. So just screaming about it caused it to get even worse.
Well, because you're breaking confidence every time you do that kind of stuff,
Exactly.
right? So it does make sense, but I mean, the guy was looking out for them, being like, "Bro, like, just sort this out."
It's like
and
screaming
in
at a
doing
fire.
that, it's like in doing that, people around you are gonna lose more confidence. And when you see stocks decreasing in price that much, like that swiftly, people usually pull out because they don't want to get fucked, right?
Yeah.
So
it's just in total fucking free fall. Ubisoft keeps crashing, -10 in a single day. This was yesterday, as if you can see the graph right here. And you know what? They're not learning their fucking lesson. I think there's something to this conspiracy that the CEO is trying to tank the company, because look at this. This came out today. Applications opening soon for Develop at Ubisoft Women and Non-Binary Mentorship Program. We have an exciting opportunity to create inclusive entertainment that is truly reflective in our diverse world. In service of their self-declared goal of, quote, empowering and supporting underrepresented genders, Ubisoft will soon begin accepting applications for the 2024 edition of their Develop at Ubisoft mentorship program.
this is already retarded, by the way, because if you look at any photos of Ubisoft, it's all women, man.
Yes.
Like, there's barely any men there to begin with. So they're pretending like, oh, we're going to do this initiative because it's going to raise the amount of people and blah, blah. It's like, you're already being disingenuous, because anytime you take photos of your staff, it's like probably 60% women at least.
100%. Launched in 2020 and originally titled The Women with an X, developed at Ubisoft before eventually having its name shortened to its current form, the program aims to provide mentorship opportunities for women and non-binary individuals, students, or fresh graduates with less than 2 years of experience interested in video games to develop their skill set in game design and programming. We want to empower you to learn, grow, and become the very best developer you can be. The Star Wars Outlaws developer invites potential applicants on the program's official website. Join us at Develop at Ubisoft and embark on a transformative journey towards a more diverse and inclusive future for the gaming industry. Further elaborating on the program's purpose in its programming briefs, Ubisoft adds, with more people playing games than ever before, we have an exciting opportunity to create inclusive entertainment that is truly reflective of our diverse world. The industry continues to benefit from different backgrounds, fresh perspectives, and new ideas. Developing at Ubisoft supports this evolution by highlighting emerging talent. When they thrive, whoa, so does the industry. JT Epsilon just came in as a ultimate member for 6 months, and he says 60 hours from now, I'll finally be leaving this hellhole. Ka-ching, ka-ching. Well, I'm happy
Nice.
for you, JT. That sounds like good news. I'm just glad that you're not working at Ubisoft, because then that would be bad news. And also, have a good night, dude. Thank you for hanging out for so long there.
Yes, have a good night, dude. And thank you again, JT, for being a member for 6 months.
That's
and
wild, man.
I'm celebrating for you too, brother. That's exciting.
Further elaborating on the program's purpose in its programming briefs, Ubisoft adds, with more people playing games than ever before, we have an exciting opportunity to create inclusive entertainment that is truly reflective of our diverse world. The industry continues to benefit from different backgrounds, fresh perspectives, and new ideas. Develop at Ubisoft supports this evolution by highlighting emerging talent. When they thrive, so does the industry. Open to individuals 18 years or older who, quote, currently attend university, have graduated in or after spring 2023 and have less than 2 years professional experience in their desired topic of study. The program offers applicants the potential study of one of these 2 specialized course tracks, game design or programming. For those who choose the game design track, their workload will see them both pitch a design concept outlining your intentions and its impact on player experience, and follow the production journey of a game designer at Ubisoft working towards developing a prototype plan. Well, that sounds like a nightmare. Meanwhile, their counterparts, the programming...
You know what? I would love to follow the journey of a game designer at Ubisoft. When is the last time Assassin's Creed has been anything more than the slop that it is?
Yeah.
I would love to understand your journey in game development, because they barely innovate those games, and they constantly just sell them and like, yeah, look, it's a new Assassin's Creed and it's the same fucking shit. Oh, we changed the environment.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, what are you designing?
That's pretty much the gist of it. We can call it there. Ubisoft is in total free fall. Who knows how much their stocks are going to plummet tomorrow. And what I loved was, my prediction was, by the time Assassin's Creed Shadows came out, that they were going to be fucking destroyed. But now it's just Outlaws that destroyed it, and all eyes are on Shadows to save them. Holy fuck. Because I think Shadows in every way looks worse than Outlaws. I would much rather play Star Wars Outlaws than Assassin's Creed Shadows.
I was thinking that too, that Outlaws would have been their savior over Shadows.
Yeah, because Outlaws looked mediocre, whereas Assassin's Creed Shadows looks downright bad. They're pretty much just banking on the fact that it's a long-standing IP that has a fan base. Now, I've always hated Assassin's Creed. I played 1 and 2 at launch. I've never liked them. But I don't know. Is there any Assassin's Creed fans out there? Are you planning on getting Shadows, or is that bridge burnt? Are you done? Because if I was you, I'd be like, fuck this company, and fuck this game at this point. But all eyes are on it. Like, it's going to come out. It's going to come out just as we've seen it. It's not going to be any different from what we've seen in the trailers. They're not going to magically make him a Japanese samurai or anything like that. So I am so excited for this November to see if Ubisoft finally just fucking free fall plunges, because they pretty much already are, and I'm loving it.
I see, the thing with Assassin's Creed is they've kind of positioned themselves similarly to like sports games, where they come out frequently enough that the same people are really just picking up the next version of it. And so typically that's why they can get away with barely innovating these games, besides changing the environment, which is more than you could say for sports, really. And it's, those people are going to buy that game regardless, in my opinion. They're not really caring about all the discourse stuff that we're talking about online. Yeah. I think those people are locked in. They're just tied into Assassin's Creed the same way they're tied into Madden or NHL or any of these other series. They're going to pick it up year after year after year and just like, sell off the previous version if, they're done with it or whatever. So I think it's still going to get a baseline. And I see, the thing that is weird for me is like, I thought with Outlaws, they would maybe be able to bounce off the goodwill of like Survivors and stuff, because EA has been doing okay with Star Wars games recently. Not great, but for like the average consumer, I think people are okay with Survivors, right? Yeah. So I thought Outlaws would maybe be able to piggyback off of some of that, but it seems like that's colossally failed as well.
I thought it was going to do bad for the sole fact that it's Star Wars. So I thought even if Outlaws looked great, and I originally thought it actually looked pretty decent. I was originally excited for the game, and I was like, oh, it kind of looks good. And then as more footage came out and we could see what the game really looked like, it was clear that it was a fucking sloppy mess. But no matter how good it was going to be, I knew it was not going to live up to Ubisoft's expectations, because Star Wars is so in the dumps. Star Wars has never been less popular than it is now. And this is coming out, this is the first release after Acolyte, which is the worst thing Star Wars has ever produced. So it could have been a 10 out of 10 game. It could have been the best Star Wars game ever made, and I don't think it would have met their internal expectations, especially when they claim that they've never put more money in a game than they have with Outlaws. but I still expected it to kind of, skirt along and like be okay. But the fact that they're now in total fucking free fall with their stocks, it's like, oh my God, I cannot imagine that November is going to go well for them.
No, not at all. And I won't spoil this because it is a rapid fire story, but it is related. And it's just another sign to me that the Ubisoft's fucking done. Like, it's getting abandoned for the most part. And I'm curious to see where it goes. I don't necessarily want to see that company crumble. I just want to see them do better. They have a hold on a lot of really cool IPs, but it's kind of not looking good for them with the amount of people jumping ship. So,
as a longtime Ubisoft hater, I am loving this. So bring on November. I've got the next story ready whenever you want, Kay. So you just let me know when to go on to it.
I'll tie up the Ubisoft conversation. There's a few comments here, and then we'll keep going.
Absolutely.
Let's see. Dungeon's here. How you doing, Dungeon?
Yo.
He says it's a scam. Ubisoft Montreal should sell off all their IPs and call it quits. There are so many women at Ubisoft because Yves Guillemot, whatever his name is a sexual predator. What? I haven't heard about this.
Wouldn't surprise me. Haven't heard it. Feel free to tweet something my way if you got something on it. That's interesting.
Yeah, what the hell? JT says fuck Ubisoft and Kay should take part in their minority program.
There you go.
God.
Do that. You could be a Ubisoft
Hey, I want to learn
hero.
about game development. I love Assassin's Creed. Which one? All of them. I like when you jump in a bale of hay. That's all I have to do to pass, right?
I think so.
Dungeon says Shadows will flop super hard. I don't think it's going to do as well as other Assassin's Creed games, but I do think that core clientele is still going to come out. And that is me like going back to when I was talking about Ubisoft being very predatory with their practices, is that they just rely on their name and the legacy customers and people being too busy to like really research the fact that they're not actually doing much to their games. They're just making it slop. Sergey says Assassin's Creed Shadows is woke. That is why no one is going to pick it up. I wanted Assassin's Creed Shadows to be good, but Ubisoft messed it up. I miss good samurai games. Well, it feels like we've been eating pretty well with samurai games. I mean, Ghost of Tsushima would be the one that comes to mind. There's been quite a few, so you can definitely find them. I mean, in the retro world, you can find a bunch, but I get you. You want new ones. Sergey says, I don't care about the fact that Yusuke is black. I care about the fact that they are making him gay. Dungeon says, I only ever played Assassin's Creed 2, and when they made it a yearly game like Madden and 2K, I said, nah, I'm done. Yeah, I was in until like, Black Flag, and then, because I'm a sucker for pirate stuff, I download like even the shittiest pirate games just to try them. But after that is kind of out. There was not Valhalla, but there was like an Egypt one or something that I was like, oh, maybe I'll play this. But then Origins, I want to say Origins.
The only one that I am remotely interested in going back to playing, because yearly games, they give me so much fatigue, is the one that is involves Jack the Ripper. So whichever one that is, I think that was like the first one on the PS4. I can find it, but yeah.
Not Rogue. There's too many now.
Yeah, but
it was in that era, though, wasn't it?
I didn't even like Black Flag. I haven't liked any of them.
Syndicate, JT says.
Syndicate, yeah. So one day I will go back and try Syndicate, but I'm just so fucking done. Like the fact that I played, like 2's considered the best one. I beat it. I didn't like it. I beat it at launch. And then
wait, is 2 considered the best one?
2 and Black Flag.
Holy shit! Okay.
2 is the fan favorite, and so is Black Flag. I would say everyone loves Ezio. He's like the most charismatic protagonist for all of them.
What the fuck? Okay, I didn't even know 2 is considered the best one. Now I kind of just want to go back and play it out of morbid curiosity. To see, like, I played it when it came out,
I found it,
and I didn't even fucking beat it.
I really didn't like it. I beat it, and then I rented Brotherhood, which I think was the follow-up to that, and I'm like, oh god, it's more the same of 2, and then I just fell behind, and I'm like, all right, fuck off, and then I tried Black Flag, and I'm like, oh, the opening's great, and then it just turns into Assassin's Creed, and I'm like, oh, fuck off. I just really don't like how Ubisoft makes their games, even when they're not DEI infested. I don't like how Ubisoft makes their games. Even Far Cry 3, apparently a great game. I got so bored out of my fucking mind playing Far Cry 3. I found it so dull and tedious.
I liked Far Cry 3.
Yeah.
I thought the villain was good. Now it's a bit of a meme, but I liked it when I first played it.
The last Ubisoft game I really, really liked was Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter 2 in 2007. That was an excellent game. And
yeah, I think
and the Prince of Persia games on PS2 and Xbox.
I keep hearing that new Prince of Persia game is fine, but it just doesn't scream Prince of Persia to me. It's just hard for me to get into. I don't know.
It's not my Prince of Persia.
Trying to think of my last Ubisoft game. I guess Mario and Rabbids would have been the last one I really enjoyed.
Rayman Legends is good. I liked it. I liked it on the Wii U though specifically because I liked the Wii U 5-player implementation. The 5th player was super fun.
Let's see what else we got here. JT says, I loved all of Assassin's Creed all the way up to Origins. I enjoyed Origins' story, but knew the new system would ruin the experience. Odyssey was a chore, and I never finished Valhalla despite trying multiple times. This is interesting, because this is somebody who's played a lot of Assassin's Creed, right? Which I think there's a few people. I know, like, Neo's talked to you about Assassin's Creed a few times. So there are definitely some people that are invested in it. So it is a good question. Like, will people buy Shadows, or are they just burned out and done from this?
Yeah, because, you're talking to the wrong person. I've always hated these games. So it's just like, I'm waiting for Ubisoft to fail, especially for what they did to the original Prince of Persia guy. So
my God, yeah.
So they can burn it, and that was over Assassin's Creed. They pretty much backstabbed the creator of the Xbox PS2 Prince of Persia's to turn it into Assassin's Creed, and then fired him, then brought him back, and then fired him again. So because Assassin's Creed 1 was supposed to be open world sequel to Prince of Persia, Xbox PS2, and I think that trilogy of Prince of Persia games are better than any Assassin's Creed game ever. All 3 of them. First one is literally a 10 out of 10 game. The second one is 10 out of 10 with its atmosphere. And then the third one, it's probably the weakest, but it's still good. I still like it.
I just want to say thank you to the 20 of you watching on YouTube right now. And we've got 7 people on Rumble. Thank you so much, guys, for tuning in.
And they all dropped as soon as I said Assassin's Creed sucks.
They're like, fuck this shit. I'm out. JT says, I constantly forget about Mirage, and Shadows looks just as bad as Valhalla. We own Valhalla. I haven't played it, and I've been kind of curious to, but it didn't look good to me.
I just don't trust them with Norse mythology.
No, neither do I.
There's no fucking way Ubisoft handles Norse mythology well. Are you fucking kidding me? I will just watch The Northman again. Thank you very much. I'm good.
Angry Canadian says AC Shadows is not woke. It's literally just lies and misrepresentation of history.
I think it can be both.
It kind of has a tinge of both, but yeah.
I'm gonna say the funniest thing they ever did was have the Black Samurai walking through that area, and you have all the Japanese men bowing to him, and then it starts playing sick urban beats. I'm like, if I didn't know any better, someone was making this intentionally to be funny, because it's the funniest shit ever.
Yeah. I don't even know if that retainer guy was originally gay or what. Like, I literally do not care about this game, to be quite honest, because I just know it's not for me. I'm not going to play it. But I know people have, like, deep dived into the lore of the actual character, and, like, parts of him are maybe accurate, but then they just completely get his title wrong and everything. And I don't know about the gay thing. I've heard people say he wasn't gay. I have no fucking idea.
With the lore
but I know that there was, like,
samurai?
retcons to, like, Wikipedias and shit, and, like, people trying to bury history and then debates coming up from it. It's
really
so fucking
knows.
weird.
Like, nobody knows his importance. It's effectively a fucking rumor that he was a samurai. It's like none of it is actually, like, proven or anything. It's like he might have been a samurai. It's pretty much Ubisoft is making the equivalent of We Was Samurais and shit, the game. That's pretty much what this is.
Dungeon says, not to mention how often there are bugs littered in all Ubisoft titles since 2014. Holy shit, man. I will never get over the Star Wars Outlaws, literally the stormtroopers just shooting at a fucking wall. Like, just off of the distance, like, going to aim at you, and they're just shooting on a fucking wall, and then the chick is, like, on rails, and she's, like, sliding on the ground. Fucking meme-worthy. Let's see. Yeah. And then JT says Shadows will sell. Too many people cried for the Japan setting, and that alone will make it sell. And yeah, so JT said AC Syndicate. And Neo said Origins was in Egypt, and Syndicate had Jack the Ripper. Sergey also saying Syndicate. And we got Static in the chat. How you doing, Static? Dungeon says AC2 is considered the best one. AC Origins made their stock prices soar to the highest point. Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I've always thought, because like I follow the games, because what we do here, and yeah, I've always thought that 2 is considered the peak amongst fans because Ezio is the most charismatic and most popular of the protagonists, and it was also at the time when the Desmond story wasn't ruined, and the Desmond story was for me the only thing interesting about Assassin's Creed, and they completely, without spoiling anything, but there's nothing to spoil because they completely fucking ruined that, and I know that spoiler, so and that just completely killed any interest I had in the series, because all I was interested in was eventually when we would have a full Desmond game. Never gonna happen because Ubisoft is retarded. But yeah, Ezio is always the character I hear come up. He's like the face of Assassin's Creed. If their stocks plummet because of Assassin's Creed Shadows, all they have to say is new game starring Ezio, and I feel like they would fucking make tons of pre-order money. It's similar to
Rayman, man. Just give me Rayman.
But Ezio having a new Ezio game and having that voice actor and everything, I feel like it would be the equivalent of the Gears of War Emergence Day trailer and seeing Marcus Phoenix again. Like, people would go fucking apeshit for it. Yeah. More than any protagonist in Assassin's Creed. I never hear about any of them as much as Ezio. Not even a tenth as much. I couldn't even tell you any of their other names. Altair, Ezio, native guy. That's it. I don't... And
you know more than me. I pretty much just know Ezio.
Native guy, pirate guy, British guy, black woman... And
then there's like the 2 siblings in the newer one, not even new anymore. I don't know, but there was like the Alessandra, whatever. Fucking, I don't fucking know anymore.
God.
Anyways, Winky Winky who says you're both wrong. All Ubisoft games are fucking dull dishwater shit to play.
Even the old ones. Well, you cannot tell me.
I think there's some classic Ubisoft that's good.
Just go play Prince of Persia, Warrior Within on the Xbox PS2, and you can't tell me as soon as fucking you see titties in it, you see big bootied goth girls, and as soon as you start killing, it fucking starts playing Godsmack's I Stand Alone. It's peak. It's cinema. That game is such cinema, and you play an edgy goth boy in it. I don't know why he's suddenly goth. It's just the game oozes edge, and I love it. I love it. I love it. I love it. That's what we want. That's how you get me to pre-order Ubisoft. Give me Warrior Within 2. I don't care if it doesn't make sense. Just do it.
JT says Brotherhood is considered the best. Brotherhood and Black Flag, and AC3 is his favorite. Snapple says Far Cry 3 Blood Dragon was the peak of the series.
I still want to play that. Never played it. I'm sure I would like it.
Didn't they base that Captain whatever Hawk show on that
loosely,
as well?
Loosely, very loosely.
Sergey says, oh, and don't forget how badly Ubisoft failed with Skulls and Bones. They might as well sell their company at this point.
That's a 5-star experience. 5-star games, baby.
Winky Wanky Woo says, Rumble thinks you guys are gay. Can they even say gay on Rumble, or will they get censored? We'll never know if people call us gay on Rumble, because I don't know if the word comes through.
Yeah, you can't even tell us.
Yeah, exactly. Elvis says, I see no point in Assassin's Creed anymore when they tanked the mega narrative that tied it all together. Last one I semi-liked was Odyssey. Even then, it had the worst trends in gaming.
Also, the weirdest thing for me, and I don't know how many people know this, but Assassin's Creed has always, like, the lead designer on that game is Jade Raymond. And it's always weird to me because she started off as a not good host on Electric Playground, which is the Canadian G4. And it's just always weird because she was like the intern, like they hired the girl to interview developers and stuff. And she was never very good at it. She was not a good interviewer, did not have charisma on the mic and everything when talking to people. And I always thought it was awkward. So to see her transition from that to all of a sudden making a new game at Ubisoft, it always sticks out in my head. It's always been Super fucking weird. But clearly she is a better designer because she made a boatload of fucking money designing Assassin's Creed compared to being a interviewer. So good for her. But it's just always weird to me because it's just in the back of my head.
That is so weird.
That like decades ago, she was just like a little intern at Electric Playground. Shaka Zulu is testing out our Rumble filter, and hey, he's breaking the conditioning. Thank you.
Hey, you can
Shaka.
call us gay on Rumble confirmed. So if you do want to call us gay, feel free. They haven't censored that word yet.
True.
But who knows? Maybe that'll change if enough people call Rumble gay. Maybe they'll start censoring that too. Uncle says AC3 is underrated. Very slow start though. Yeah, Shaka Zulu is also on YouTube. How's it going, Shaka? Saying nah, AC2 is the best. And Nerdy Neo was able to name all the fucking people off.
That's crazy,
Altair, Ezio, Connor, Edward Kenway, Arno. Who the fuck's Arno? Jacob and Evie.
All I know is that I never want to play an Assassin's Creed game again.
Who the fuck calls their kid Arno? Anyways, let's go to the next story.
All right, well, everybody, it's a day that ends in Y, and what that means is it's time for us to once again shit on limited run games. Are you excited? Let's do it. We have found another unhappy customer with limited run games. Shocking, I know. Let's talk about it. This comes from a big Twitter account. Hold on. I pressed the wrong button. I pressed the wrong button, everybody. Hi. There we go. I'm breaking just like limited run games. This comes from LucasArts Adventure Fans, who is a Twitter account that has 12,000 followers. So if you're a big LucasArts fan, you can follow them for nostalgia. They tweeted, "My experience ordering the Return to Monkey Island fan bundle from Limited Run Games, an open letter to Limited Run Josh, who's the CEO of Limited Run Games currently. Please comment and retweet for visibility this thread with many tweets." So here's what they got here. They got the fan bundle. And they listed everything that's included in the fan bundle here. And here we go. Here goes the thread. After about 17 months of waiting, I was elated to receive my Return to Monkey Island fan bundle in the mail last week. I carefully opened the box and examined its contents, but something was missing, the trading cards. And you can see right here, it's listed, full set of limited run games trading cards from today's releases. So he didn't get something he paid for. I am a huge Monkey Island fan. I waited nearly 13 years for a new Monkey Island game, so it's no surprise that I remembered everything that was supposed to come with the bundle. But no problem. I reached out to customer support in the past, and they've addressed my issues really near every time, which makes him one of the lucky ones. What follows is the full transcript of my exchange with Limited Run Games customer support. To say that I am disappointed is an understatement. I've left everything except for the name of the customer support associate, I assume that acronym means. They're just doing their job. My first email to Limited Run Games. Hi, I did not receive all the items from the fan bundle. My package didn't contain any trading cards. Please see the attached screenshot from the product listing for what my order is missing. Thank you. And they attached a screenshot to prove that they were supposed to get trading cards, which they showed right here, as I showed earlier. Limited Run Games is a response to email number 1, implying that I was confused. Hi, Michael. Thank you for reaching out to us, and I hope this message finds you well. I'm sorry to hear that you've experienced this issue. After reviewing your order, I can see that you have purchased the fan bundle for Return to Monkey Island. In this case, Return to Monkey Island is considered to be a distro title, and the fan bundle did not include cards, as there were no associated cards with this release. We sincerely apologize for any confusion. If you have any questions or concerns, please let us know, and I'd be happy to help. Otherwise, I hope that you have a great rest of your day. Go fuck yourself. I may have added that last part in. My second email, in which I assert that I am not confused. Hi. There is no confusion on my end. The screenshot I provided came directly from Limited Run Games' website. If there are no cards associated with this release, why weren't customers informed about the change? When I paid $473.76 for this bundle on January 20th, 2023, the product listing said there would be a full set of Limited Run Games trading cards, one random Limited Run Games trading card from the past or future games, and a guaranteed gold trading card from any of the included games. If I paid for a bundle that said it would include cards, one of them with the word guaranteed attached, I expect to receive what I paid for, especially after waiting over 18 months for the product. Can you please run my request past one of your supervisors to see what they say about the situation? I'm certain about what was included with my order. This customer is going above and beyond the fucking Call of Duty. He's speaking so clearly, so concisely, and providing screenshots to say, you promised me this. I paid almost $500. I did not get this. And they're just like, nope, bye. Moving on. Limited Run Games' response to my second email. As an aside, I don't care what Limited Run Games considers a Limited Run Games release or a distro title. I care about getting what I paid for. Hi, Mike. I understand. Thank you for getting back to us. Our numbered Limited Run Games trading cards are offered as a free pack-in item and are only available with numbered Limited Run Games releases and select retro titles. For our fan bundles, an exclusive bundle specific card may be offered as a courtesy for purchasing the bundle on the opening weekend of the pre-order window, but not all bundles will include trading cards. Well, that's a fucking mouthful.
Wow.
Return to Monkey Island is part of our distribution line, where we offer a physical release of the game on behalf of the publisher/developer, and no cards would have been associated with the release. By purchasing the bundle, you are guaranteed to receive all the following items. Product details. Return to Monkey Island fan bundle includes Monkey Island Collector's Edition, Monkey Island Collector's Edition on PS5, Monkey Island Collector's Edition Series X, Return to Monkey Collector's Edition PC, Return to Monkey Island Anthology Upgrade Kit. While we would not be able to provide you the requested trading cards, I'd be happy to look into this further for you. May we have a full screenshot of the page showing that the trading cards were to be included with the bundle? Once received, I will follow up with you as soon as possible, which he has already provided to them. They're just willfully changing history to say, no, it wasn't included. Prove it, even though he already did prove it. My third email to Limited Run Games. Full disclosure, yes, I pulled this screenshot from the Internet Archive's Wayback Machine. Oh my God, it's almost like that's important to keep it up and running. I'm grateful for their work, as any mention of the cards has since been removed from the product page.
Wow.
Hi.
I knew the story was bad, but I did not even see this part of it. Like, it was already bad without this.
Hi, here's a
Fucking
screenshot
crazy.
of the full page back from January 20th of last year. So only because someone archived the page was he actually able to prove it to them. Otherwise, it would have been like, oh, look, see? We didn't promise it. Why are you saying we promised it? You're crazy. It doesn't list it here. And only because he's savvy enough to use the Wayback Machine can he actually prove that it was fucking promised. You can verify by using archive.orb's snapshot of the page taken on the day the pre-orders opened. As I stated, like, he's proving to them that they're trying to hide their history of a purchase that's nearly $500. As I stated previously, when I ordered the bundle last year, on the day the page went live, the cards were included in the product description. In fact, it was the only reason I ordered the fan bundle, because it costs more to buy the bundle than it would have to order everything separately. Monkey Island is my favorite video game series of all time. I waited 13 years for a new game and almost another 2 to get my hands on the physical release, because, again, Limited Run Games takes for fucking ever. I believe Limited Run Games has an obligation to deliver everything included in the original product listing. Hopefully the requested screenshot and the third-party confirmation is sufficient evidence for you to look into it further. Thanks, Mike. Limited Run Games' response to that email. Hi, Mike. Thank you for linking me. I appreciate it. I have conferred with our teams and I have more information. I can provide this for you. Oh, suddenly they have more information. Suddenly the information has come up, even though before they were just like, nope, never happened. Look, proof. See, it's not listed there. And he was lucky enough to be able to go on the Internet Wayback Machine and be like, bullshit, you're lying. As our fan bundles typically do include trading cards, and the original release for the Monkey Island Anthology Edition did have cards, there was a misunderstanding that this release would not have cards, and an error was made when our listing for the fan bundle was created. This was discovered and quickly corrected by our marketing team to properly reflect the contents of what would be included in the fan bundle. So now they're like, oopsie, we fucked up. It wasn't supposed to have them, and we listed them.
They are asking this guy for proof and all of this shit of everything. This guy goes Wayback Machine, all this stuff. I would love to see proof from them with a statement when they noticed the issue that they posted, hey, you may have seen this, just so you know this is not what we're doing. Or did they sneakily just change the image? Most people that order this shit order it day one. They don't know if there's a correction
Because
a day or
Limited
two
Run
later.
intentionally limits how many products they make. So
They put pressure on you.
Yes.
You limited time, so you have to go do it now. Oh my god, I love Monkey Island. Of course I'm gonna do this. Like, this guy's literally like a Lucas Arts fucking fan page. He's not gonna get it. Like, come on.
Yes, exactly.
And so they're abusing the fact that this guy's like right away on it and all this shit, and saw
When
that and
that's when
thought
they
that's what he was
push.
getting. And then I guess they changed it quietly, or if they can show a tweet that shows that they fucking did announce that they changed that would have been nice. They need to email fucking customers too and tell them, hey, if you ordered this bundle, you can get a refund for it because we're not including this item anymore. Like, this is all shady shit, man.
Yeah, this is the greasiest shit ever.
When it comes to correction notices for companies like this, it's like a standard. It's not like, oh,
You
whoops, we
have
just
to
swapped
make
the
it
image.
clear.
Yeah.
They go on. Sadly, as the trading cards were not printed for the release, we would not be able to have them shipped to you. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience this has caused, and I understand that this was part of the motivation for purchasing the fan bundle. Please note that the pricing of the fan bundle is the same as purchasing all 5 items separately. So they're now trying to be like, well, you got the value anyway. While we can't
Fuck off with that shit, man. Seriously.
While we can't offer a shipment of the trading cards, we would be happy to offer you 2 of our booster packs and a 25% discount for a future order of your choosing. Oh yeah, that's what he wants to do after all this. Buy from you some more. As a courtesy, due to the circumstances. If you have any questions or concerns, please let us know and we'd be happy to help. It goes on, and he corrects them because they are lying again. Note, when I ordered the fan bundle, I checked and confirmed that it costs more than buying everything separately. I remembered it being a couple of bucks, but it turns out it was 4 cents. $89.99 times 4 plus $59.99 is $419.95. Limited Run Games charge $419.99. I chose not to argue this point, but again,
Valid. I wouldn't bother arguing that either.
My 4th and 5th emails to Limited Run Games. After sending the 4th email, I finally had an opportunity to open and inspect the contents of the bundle. I have since found another small issue with what I received, but one thing at a time. Thanks for all the clarification. I understand that there were no cards produced for this release, so I can't do anything besides assert that Limited Run Games has a responsibility to deliver a product equivalent in value to what is missing from the original description, despite failing to reach out to their customers about the mistake. I hope that the company will make things right, not just for me, but for everyone who ordered this particular fan bundle. To be honest, I'm not interested in any booster packs. Is there any chance Limited Run Games still has a full set of cards from the Monkey Island anthology on hand? I would gladly accept that as a replacement. And if Limited Run Games has any overstock of Monkey Island items such as the anthology or another box version of Return to Monkey Island, I'd be more than happy to use a 25% discount to purchase something along those lines. Would any of that be doable? Hopefully Limited Run Games can appreciate that I'm a longtime customer and would be willing to work towards an agreeable outcome. Hi, while we have a line of communication open, I should mention that I finally had a chance to open and examine the items that I did receive from the fan bundle today. Everything looks great, except for the mini poster that came with the upgrade kit. Please see the attached photos. There's significant wear and bending on every corner. Could I have a replacement sent? And he says, here are some screenshots I sent with the email. Now, again, this is Limited Run Games. He is buying this for collecting purposes, and he is spending nearly $500 for shit he does not need except to collect it and preserve it and keep it in pristine condition. So while this may not seem like the biggest deal to you, the whole point of this and spending such a premium is to get these things perfectly. So you can see bends here on the edges, another bend there on the edge, another bend, and then that's actually peeling off the back of it. So it's like, this is worth like, what, less than $10? But it's actually costing him close to $500, and all of the time he's taken to talk about all this. Limited Run Games responds to emails 4 and 5. Hi, Mike. Apologies for the delay, but I do hope that you've had a great weekend. Sadly, due to the age of the original Monkey Island anthology release, we would no longer have the items or the cards from around that time. We sincerely apologize, but we would only be able to offer booster packs as well as the future discount. I'm sorry to hear that the poster and the upgrade kit was received in this condition. Currently, we're out of replacement inventory for that component, but I'd be happy to provide you with a partial refund of 10% of the individual's items cost due to the damages. So, again,
It's like $40.
and the whole point is to get all of this in pristine condition, and reminder that limited run games takes years to get you already released games. And so by the time that you actually get them, they've already moved on to like 50 other things. So they're working far in the past, but it took 2 years to get this. So they're like, oh yeah, we don't have that anymore. That's like 2 years old. Well, yeah, it took 2 years to get here. Here you go. Here's the money back. Now you get a shitty, faulty product. Why is anyone buying from limited run games? I don't understand it anymore.
Well, people are buying from them because they have a stranglehold on all of these IPs. That's the only reason. If people didn't have to buy from them in order to get these things, they absolutely would. The problem is that all of these companies are licensing it out to limited run.
And they're
That's
preying
the problem.
on your nostalgia and your hope that you're going to get a good product. But I am never going to stop commenting and reporting on how fucking terrible this company is.
Oh, 100%. I fucking hate them. They're awful. I barely ever hear a good story about limited run games. It's crazy. Like, their customer support, everything is just fucking awful. Everything from the top down. It's insane. So, no, fuck them. And that's why every time a company chooses a different brand, I'm always like, thank you for not doing limited run.
Yeah.
And then when they do choose limited run, I'm like, hey, guess what? I would have spent the money on this, like the fucking Sonic X Generations thing that's coming out with the Dreamcast and the trading cards. Do you know how badly I want that? But I'm like, no, fuck you. It's limited run games. I don't trust the quality or the time that you're going to deliver it or anything. So I'm not going to spend that money and take that risk on it. But I would have loved to buy that. So I make it clear too. And then Sega gave them like Dreamcast merch too. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? Why are you giving it to these people? You need to, like, if you
laziness.
honestly,
you can do it and we'll get the kickback.
If you have an issue with how limited run like treats their customers and treats these IPs and all this stuff, you should be vocal about it because these companies don't even fucking realize it.
Yep.
It's crazy. Have a good night, Sergey.
See you, bud. All right. Email 6. This is incredibly disappointing news. To make sure I'm understanding everything correctly, this is how I understand the situation. Limited Run Games failed to deliver what I pre-ordered in full by not producing cards for this release. Limited Run Games never communicated their error and removed any mention of the cards from their website. Limited Run Games has no additional Monkey Island related stock on hand that can be provided as a suitable replacement for missing items. Limited Run Games did not produce enough excess inventory to replace an item that was presumably damaged in transit. Is this all correct? If so, Limited Run Games' handling of this release and its inability to satisfactorily address my issue makes me incredibly hesitant about making big purchases from the company in the future. Are there really no other options for me other than some unrelated cards, a discount on future orders, and a partial refund? To be clear, I'm not fishing for a refund. I just want to make sure that Limited Run Games has absolutely nothing related to Monkey Island on hand that can be provided as a replacement until I make any other decisions. And finally, Limited Run Games' final response: I have not yet reached back out as I find what's being offered unacceptable. Hi, Mike. Thank you for your response. In this situation, we would only be able to offer the resolutions previously outlined due to not only the nature of the issues presented, but the availability of our replacement components. We understand how frustrating this can be, and we do apologize. If you would like to proceed, please let me know, and I'd be happy to have that taken care of for you as soon as possible. Go fuck yourselves. He goes on Twitter. On to my questions. 1, do you consider this an acceptable customer support experience? 2, at what point did Limited Run Games learn about or decide to not produce the cards? When was your website updated to remove any mention of the cards? Why weren't the customers notified? 3, why did Limited Run Games sell their overstock of Monkey Island products back in May when those who ordered the fan bundle had not yet received it? Is this why
Holy fuck.
Is this why Limited Run Games is now unable to replace my damaged item? 4, why was my request for remaining Monkey Island overstock met with resistance when you have since publicly confirmed that you do, in fact, have at least one Monkey Island product in hand? Finally, and I want to encourage you to make this right, limited run games can resolve this situation by simply doing what they said they would do in the first place. Produce the cards and ship them to everyone who pre-ordered the fan bundle. Oh, and while I'm at it, I have since noticed a weird fold and like blemish in the material on the front of my PC box. If you guys can send me a replacement, I will gladly shut up about the cards. Thank you for your time. That's fucking insane. So, before we move on, I want to make it clear. I fucking hate this company. Every week that goes by, I think I can't hate them more. And then I hear about another customer complaining, and another customer complaining, and another customer complaining. And as I said earlier, I will never, ever stop reporting on limited run games. Never. Every single mistake I see them make, every single customer I see them turn into an unhappy one, all of it, I'm going to keep noticing and I'm going to keep reporting on because I am purely driven by hatred of this fucking company at this point. And I am not going to be happy until they're gone and they don't exist. We need people to realize that limited run games means that it's a blemish. It means avoid like the plague. If it's LNG, limited, sorry, I always get the acronym wrong. Limited LRG. It's the equivalent of the AVGN LJN. You see this fucking rainbow, you run from the game. You see limited run games, you should run from the product. That's my opinion. Okay, any thoughts?
It's just baffling. And the thing we have to remember here too, so eventually Josh or whoever the guy is that runs Limited Run, he did reach out to this account and say, we're going to get it solved, right?
Yeah.
But the only reason any of this got attention is because this guy has a big account. Like, if you look at any fucking thread, everyone is complaining about limited run games. This is very frequent. You would think at some point that this company would go, hey, we need to change our practices because no one fucking likes what we're doing. And they willfully ignore this shit at this point, in my opinion. I literally got sass from them for pointing out that Tomba wasn't going to come out properly on release and all this stuff. And I was like, I would have bought this day one if you actually were going to like deliver a good product on time. And they're like, haha, see you on this date, sweetie. Like totally one of those responses.
Yeah, go fuck
and
yourself.
Then what do I see? Oh, Tomba has new bugs introduced to it. Specifically to this version, and it's like, oh, the audio doesn't work properly, like save states are like fucking corrupted and all this shit. It's all introduced from limited run.
Yeah.
You give us sass and all this shit. Why don't you fucking fix your shit, bro?
Doesn't
like,
matter if it's
seriously.
merchandise, doesn't matter if it's software, doesn't matter if it's games. It's like if it's made under limited run games, if they're impacting the product in any way, it's a dud immediately. And then when you try to get a refund, you're going to fucking be taken through the ringer, told you're lying. When you call them out on that bullshit, they'll be like, here you go. Here's a coupon so you can give us more money. Go fuck yourselves. So, yes, this unfortunately does end in a consumer black pill that makes me question just everything. So, limited run games, the CEO did reach out, and it is because, as Kay said, they're a big account, and this got some traction. Otherwise, this would have been dead in the email, like with the previous limited run game stories that we've reported
Remember that guy that had like a few hundred views on YouTube? And I just randomly saw a tweet of this guy being like, oh, they finally unbanned me. I'm like, unbanned you from what? And I went through this rabbit hole. Yeah. They didn't fucking, as far as I know, publicly address any of that shit.
No.
So, but because a big account, it's a LucasArts account, so obviously, like, they do a lot of these kinds of properties.
Yep.
They're gonna want to make sure they have good PR here. Fuck you.
Exactly. So, here's the top guy at Limited Run Games, Josh Fairhurst. I've read through the thread, and I'll make the situation right for you. I'm sorry there's been so much back and forth regarding something that we could have resolved at the start. Please be on the lookout for an update from customer support. Which, by the way, I have not seen any update or anything from this guy. But sadly, this account fucking ate it up. This is such wonderful news. Thank you so much for your help. What help? It's a tweet. I have always said that despite the company's occasional missteps, it's more occasional when they step correctly. They're crippled trying to walk at this point. You guys have always made the things right for me in the past, so you have a problem every time. I'm glad to learn that this is still the case. I can't tell you how fucking blackpilling and how angering it was reading that comment. I almost threw out this story, but then I realized it's still a great example of how horrible limited run games is, even if this LucasArts fan can't realize how much he is getting fucked in the ass by them. So
it's kind of a kick the ladder scenario, in my opinion, right? It's
Yeah.
like, oh, look at all of these things that they're actually doing. You could have used this as an opportunity to actually like talk to Limited Run and be like, hey, thank you for doing this, but also you should really pay attention to all the criticism. So I hope in like private in those emails, if they're continuing, that he is pointing all this shit out, and because he's got the attention of the CEO. But you should absolutely be pointing all this shit out instead of just being like, oh, thank you. They haven't even solved the fucking problem for you yet. And you're just like, oh, thank you.
Immediately lapping it up.
Fucking cringe, man.
But
I
here's
would
the
cringe
thing.
so hard, man.
Yeah, it made me fucking livid and unfollow this guy, honestly. But yeah, here's the thing. And you are 100% right on it being a visibility issue. Right below his tweet where he laps up his fucking response from the CEO, we get a response from another guy. 3 likes, 58 views. They did not make things right for me and all others with the Monkey Island anthology, says Vince Computer Man. Replacement discs were cheap DVD-Rs, not pressed. So literally the cheapest fucking content that they can print it on there. No response from the CEO there. Nothing. Because unlike the top tweet here that has 27,000 views, this only has 58. So who cares about this fucking customer, am I right? Fuck this company. I hate them so much. You're in the Randy Pitchford tiers of hatred for me, limited run games. So there you go. There is our most recent limited run games shit talk. It won't be the last because unfortunately this company is having a stranglehold on all things nostalgia baiting. Guess what? Emulation exists and it works better than limited run games. Just stick to that or make your own merchandise off Etsy. There you go. Any other thoughts, Kay?
Nah, just fuck them. I'm sick of this shit. And yeah, I'm with you. I'm always going to point out what they're doing. And I really want companies to consider other options because it's not reliable. I hate seeing all these IPs that I love stuck there. I don't want to fucking see this shit anymore. Or they need to improve as a fucking company. One or the other. Give it to somebody else or fucking completely overhaul everything and fucking do an apology tour for your shit. I'm going to read a few comments and we'll go to the next one here.
That's good.
Sergey says, Limited Run seems to actually live up to their name because everything they seem to give is very limited. True. Elvis says, wow, Limited Run tried to memory hole promises. How is this not fraud? Exactly. They literally tried to prey on this customer. They literally tried to gaslight him into thinking that this never existed. And then they got corrected and they're like, oh shit. Now, did that customer rep know that they did this? Probably not. They probably initially responded looking at the posting and saying, I've never seen this on the posting. Where did you find this? Yeah. Right? I can believe that. But still, it's just like the actual company itself trying to gaslight customers. I would love to see that correction notice because that should have been a thing.
Yeah.
Like 100%. Dungeon says it's almost as if they should start a second run service. What a bunch of dicks. And D-Day's talking about the PS4, just catching up on earlier, saying that D-Day liked the singing earlier of the Linkin Park. And PS4 better than PS5 Pro because I still have the night games. The good Spider-Man PS4 games, Senran Kagura Festival versus Peach Beach Splash, great games, and DOAX 3. Dungeon says, did you know that there was going to be a PlayStation retrospective book? What the hell, really? Like from Limited Run or what? Elvis says, it's called Limited Run. The whole point is FOMO, which is fear of missing out. You can't just silently change it after launching the campaign. Exactly.
Limited run games are so dead at this point. They could offer the best thing ever, and I wouldn't take it up. They could say we're offering free blowjobs from Rosalina, and somehow it would end up being like from Luigi or something. I can't fucking trust them. They're the worst.
Dungeon says, this is why I support using eBay for limited run games items instead. The last 2 metal figurines that I got from Limited Run were broken, and I had to super glue them back together.
Are you
Fuck this company.
Kidding me?
Crazy.
Jesus.
Dungeon says, Kotaku had an article that put out a picture of the PlayStation retrospective book, which does not exist anymore. Oh shit. Okay, yeah. I don't know if that's Limited Run or not, but regardless, that's weird that that book doesn't happen anymore. Yeah, we're caught up. We can do the next one. And
All
then...
right, I'm going to run through this as quick
catch
as
up.
possible because we have so much news to get to, and we're not even rapid firing, but I'm going to see if I can rapid fire this here. Hey, everyone. Do you all think, like me, that the Silent Hill 2 remake looks like shit? Well, don't worry. I have a solution for you, and as usual, it comes from the fans, because there is a Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition, which is now complete with its 10th and final update. Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition, the years-long fan project to improve Silent Hill 2's original PC port, has just released its 10th and final update. As the hours-plus video demonstrates, this update adds features like enhanced environmental assets, restored flashlight reflections, improved water visuals, true 60 FPS FMVs, and a ton of general game improvements and more. I played Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition 1 or 2 updates ago, and it was already a lovely HD version of Silent Hill 2. Many of the changes made by this patch are fairly minor compared to the Enhanced Edition's headline features, like making the classic survival horror headfuck playable in widescreen on modern hardware with upscaled graphics and better controls. Still, it's fascinating to see the little tweaks the team decided to complete before saying goodbye to Silent Hill 2. For instance, if you ever noticed that the sign for the cafe Texan was sometimes displayed backwards, that's now been fixed, as have various flickering Z fighting glitches where textures overlapped at doors and on windows. Some incorrect textures, a missing payphone, and a bugged out model seems like one of the on the cover over the hot dog cart. Okay. As a project completion notes explain, if any major bugs or issues are found that are directly caused by the changes to our product's code for this final update, we'll go back and address them. But assuming they don't need to, this is the final update for Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition. And no, the timing wasn't planned to beat Bloober's remake to the punch. This update was planned by our own volition to be our final update for 2 years now. After working on the project for nearly 7 years, we are satisfied with everything we wanted to develop and ultimately achieved with the game. To download the Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition, head to their website, follow the instructions in full. You will need the PC port installed as well, either the North American or European version. And as someone that has always wanted to play Silent Hill 2, but like the PS3 version is shit, the new version is looking terrible, I gotta say, I am so fucking excited. And I think when I finally do play Silent Hill 2, this is going to be the version for me. And so here you can see it in its glory. It looks pretty similar to, say, you know, like a really high res like PS2 game. And I'm thinking it's just looking great. I don't want to skip around too much, but you can see right here how good it looks. The movement looks great. It honestly looks way more appealing to me than the new one. But you may be saying to yourself, hey, I've already played Silent Hill 2. I'm good. I don't need the remake. I don't need this enhanced version by the fans. I want a new game, god damn it. And to that, don't worry, I got something for you as well. You want to play something original instead? This game just came out, and it's a new indie game in the vein of Silent Hill, and it's called Hollow Body. And it is currently on sale, 10% off, as it just came out, and it also looks great, and it is a brand new game that takes a lot from Silent Hill. So whether you're playing brand new games from indie developers like Hollow Body, or if you're playing the Silent Hill 2 Enhanced Edition from the fans, I just got to say to you, you got no reason to get the remake. The power is up to you guys, so enjoy it. Kay, do you have anything to say about Silent Hill 2's?
That game really does look like Silent Hill. That's crazy. It's kind of got me interested, honestly.
Hollow Body?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it honestly...
It was oozing it. I like it.
Yeah, it looks super good.
But yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of the modding community and all that stuff in general, so I would recommend this is the way that you play as well, James. I don't really have anything to dispute that. That's like 100% the way you should play it. So.
Perfect. All right. Well, I got the next story whenever you're ready.
Yeah, good.
Okay, this is a fun one, and this is a little bit of a... I just really wanted to have a laugh at this and kind of predict the future for when the next Call of Duty comes out. So, the next Call of Duty, and I know I speak for myself, and I think a lot of you guys that we've been kind of out of the loop with Call of Duty, it hasn't looked super good in the recent years. It doesn't even look like Call of Duty anymore. But this tickled my interest. The next Call of Duty, which is in beta right now, lets you use other players as human shields, and you can voice chat them while you're holding them. Let's take a look at this right now. Okay, you'll want to look at the stream here. The freaky human shield clips are here.
Hey, what are you doing behind this bookcase, pussy?
Yeah. I'm gonna take you down here on this fucking bed and whisper you sweet nothing.
Yep. That's right. That's right. It's already
Fucking amazing. I'm like kind of sold on Call of Duty just for that.
Me too. Oh my god. So Yellow Flash said it. Exactly my thoughts as soon as I saw that clip. How long until game journalists demand they censor or remove this game from Black Ops 6? Well, articles are already being written. Now they're kind of poking fun at it, but I'm sure upon full release and when they finally get a taste of their own medicine and they get fucked in the ass, they are going to be calling for this to get removed. Now kiss. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 players are already abusing the new proximity chat feature between human shields. Human shields and their attackers can now make small talk. Call of Duty Black Ops 6 is taking the radical step to automatically enable proximity voice chat between an attacker and their human shield. And surprise, surprise, people are already abusing the new feature. Developer Treyarch Studios announced the feature last week in a simple tweet. We heard you and can confirm that the body shield feature in multiplayer will enable voice chat between the attacker and the victim. The studio then cheekily warned players to be nice, but this is Call of Duty we're talking about here. Being a little not nice is the name of the game. The Call of Duty Black Ops 6 beta opened up early for pre-orderers and Game Pass subscribers ahead of its full September 6th kickoff date for everyone, giving some players a glimpse of what multiplayer matches will be like now that strangers can whisper sweet nothings in your ear. The clips embedded show below some of the wild trolling that can be rife in the game proper.
Okay, that's not even wild trolling. Like, let's be real.
Oh,
That's like the
yeah,
most
no.
gentle version of trolling you could see.
As someone that survived the Modern Warfare lobbies of the 360 can confirm that this is actually PG compared to what
Oh,
went on back then.
completely. This is very soft in comparison.
And I didn't have the tweet, but I did see a tweet that I really liked from someone saying, like, I dig it. This is bringing me back to the old school Call of Duty trolling. Making 2 Human Shield kits included, and I'm sure people will magically become nicer for when Black Ops 6 comes out on October 26th, right? Right? Let's look at some of the clips from Dr. Chubb's DBT. We're going to be a problem on Black Ops 6. Making 2 people kiss each other is crazy. Oh. Here we go.
I got one! I got one! I got him! Oh, you want to kiss each other, huh? You want to kiss each other? This is what you want to do? You want to kiss each other, huh? You like kissing each other? Don't you like doing that? You like kissing each other? It's the very last second!
I am kind of fucking sold for the first time on a Call of Duty since 2007. Black Ops 6 lets you take people hostage and they can hear your comms while you have them. Here's another one.
Turn off your fucking mic, you bitch!
Wasted $70 on Black Ops 6 so I could play the beta early, feeling great. Oh god, what is this one taking me to?
When the MLG kick in. When the MLG...
Alright, that clip wasn't as great. There's a now non-zero chance that carpet salesmen might try to get into business with you in-game, all while holding your in-game life headlocked between their arms. Of course, Human Shield proximity chat also opens the door to all kinds of, well, less funny and way more toxic speech making it into your headphones.
Get banned.
But hopefully Activision's moderation systems are up to the task this time. So there it is. There it is. We have a taste of fun back. We have a little bit of our old Call of Duty shit-talking fun back. And right at the end there, because the game isn't out yet, they're saving these articles for the end of October. And they're going to dump them on everybody, demanding that this feature gets nerfed into the ground because some poor journalist that's a woman got taken around back behind the shack. And it got eerily realistic. Oh, no. But I will admit, this blows Sam Maggs out of the water in more ways than one. Kay, do you want to relive that with me? I think it's time.
Oh, yes, of course I do.
It's a frightening and disgusting trend in the world of online gaming. Hackers rewriting code to simulate sexual assault. Shauna Hunt is live with the disturbing reality of virtual rape. Shauna.
Well, Roger, in the world of gaming, modifying characters is actually a common thing, but these cases are extreme. These hackers, they're taking control of games being played online, and they're staging these violent attacks. And the scenes are so disturbing, we had to blur the images.
Online, they can take your character, lock them in place, have made their character pantsless, and then can simulate sexual assault with your character, and you are helpless to stop it.
The graphics are so good, this attack is eerily realistic, but this is virtual rape. Hackers rewriting codes and hijacking online video games like Zombie Apocalypse and Grand Theft Auto. The vile scenes are then posted to YouTube.
That's deplorable and should not be allowed anywhere. Like, they should be banned off the servers immediately.
And Sam Meggs, an avid gamer and blogger, tells me in some cases these hackers, also known as modders for modifying the game, will talk to victims on their headsets during the attacks.
Oh, no.
When you can hear the person on the other end who's saying these things directly to you, and they're saying them directly to you, that's a whole other level of harassment, really.
We all know many video games are known for their violence. In Grand Theft Auto, for instance, players carry knives and guns and they get away with looting and murder. But the sexual brutality now popping up online has the attention of Toronto police.
It is certainly something that we would be, interested in hearing about if people have experienced it.
In this scene, a dog has been modified to do disturbing things.
No!
Detective Sean
What the
Marshall,
dog
who
doing?
investigates cybercrimes, tells me this new trend is hard to label. Are there charges that could come along with this?
We do investigate cases where people are being bullied online or being extorted online. So those things the police will absolutely investigate. When it comes to something like this, we could investigate it. It gets very difficult.
Police say in these virtual rapes, harassment would be hard to prove, and tracking down the invisible hacker could be next to impossible.
It depends on where the person is that's actually doing it, because they could be anywhere in the world.
Sam Meggs stopped playing online over a year ago because of what she calls a misogynistic mentality that already exists in the world of gaming. And she says these new rape scenes only illuminate that.
It's violating, it's triggering for people who have survived assault in the past. It's a visual representation of all that terrible verbal stuff that you get as a woman online.
Pretty much any game that you can play online can also be hacked and modified.
Why is she like smiling while she's saying that?
Does she know?
I've seen this clip so many fucking times. I mean, I quote this fucking clip like at least monthly with the eerily realistic. But like, she's like fucking smiling through it. That's fucking weird.
Because they prop up victimhood, and she knows she's going to get updates from all of her fucking peers and everything for doing this. And reminder that Sam Meggs is now writing your video games. This is the person that wanted to write the KOTOR
Wasn't
remake.
she on KOTOR?
She was the lead KOTOR remake
She left
writer.
though, right?
I mean, that game is in such production hell. Who fucking knows what's going on with that?
In their virtual world.
If you know what you're doing, you can kind of get into the back files of any video game.
These realistic virtual rapes have mainly been happening in Grand Theft Auto, but hackers modifying characters and creating these disturbing scenes can hijack any game if it's played online, putting all gamers at risk, including kids.
Well, that's kind of terrifying, I guess. And yeah, I guess I'll have to keep a closer eye on it.
24-year-old Ahmed keeps tabs on his younger brother's gaming life. Abraham is just 12 years old.
That's why I don't give him a headset when he's playing online. I usually always mute the outside world. It's mostly just him playing his game itself.
And while the only way to avoid becoming the victim of a violent modification is to stay off the internet, gaming expert Sarah Drew tells me there are guards that parents can use to ensure their child's online experience is as safe as possible, and it starts with your choice of console.
So because the Sony PlayStation is free online to play, they don't have many privacy controls. Whereas the Xbox Live community, they really have a lot that you can do as a parent, whether that be going in and putting a code on, or monitoring the friends, or just simply, blocking communications and muting people online so that they can't speak to you.
And parents are also being encouraged to pick up a controller and learn the games that your kids are playing, and keep consoles and computers in a family room where there's the most supervision.
To go back 10 years. So there you have it. Are you sold on the eerily realistic rape that you can do in Call of Duty? I am. Sam Mags, hit me up. 1v1, baby. Let's go.
Oh my god, we need a sequel. She needs to be interviewed again.
By us. How was your experience playing Call of Duty Black Ops 6 with us? Was it eerily realistic? I think
You know who should play it? Felicia Day.
Can we have Felicia Day play against Sam Mags? And it'll be the modern equivalent of the bra and panties match. We can bring it back, and that will unite everybody. Oh my god. We can do it. We can break down the barriers, break down our hatred of Sam Mags and Felicia Day, bring back the bra and panties match, but it'll be a Call of Duty hostage match, everybody. I'm in. I am fucking in.
Holy fuck.
Okay. Well, I'm ready for the next story whenever you are,
All right.
Kay.
I'm going to keep reading some chat here. Slosh says, well, that's what Ubisoft get for getting rid of teabagging. Yeah, now you're going to have to deal with human body shields. I'm all fucking for it. I don't know why we haven't done this sooner.
I know.
Watch, there's probably a game that has done this before and I just don't realize. But yeah, that's fucking amazing. And Dungeon says, I love that clip talking about the Call of Duty stuff that we were showing earlier. Slosh says, you can't beat the internet. And yeah, the fucking traffic cone thing. Oh my god. Honestly, like I said, one of my favorite clips ever. I fucking quote this video constantly. It's so fucking funny to me. It just, especially when you cut to the moment where you see the fucking traffic cone just floating. It's like the most comedic shit ever. Neo says it's a freaking video game rated M for mature. You can't. And Snapple says yes, because turning off the game is not a thing for these people. Neo says mute the other people then, you snowflake. Winky Boo says wanks. Slosh mentioned that it's in Canada and said no offense, love you guys, Lamau.
Oh no, Canada's the worst.
Most of Canada is like that though, bro, honestly. Snapple says, not gonna lie, the traffic cone is the best thing about it. Yeah, the traffic cone and the dog floating. Those two for me are just like the best. Crazy Landlord says, what a bunch of soft dweebs. Slosh says, Sam Mags, Smegma for short. Snapple says, who the hell calls it back files? Crazy Landlord says, would you rather get sexually assaulted in real life or in a video game, lady?
Very true.
And Landlord says, why would you let your kid play GTA Online? This is coming from a guy who's played it since 5 years old. Everyone, of course, laughing about the gaming expert shit. It's fucking great, too. Canadian says, I wanted to say something crude, but I'm holding it.
Please.
Feel free to say it if you like. Dungeon says, oh shit, remember when PSN was free, like with PC? That's a distant fucking memory. Yeah, holy shit. Neo says, she's right about watching what your kids are playing, though. Yeah. But, like, it's complete fear-mongering what Sam Mags is doing. And she's being like, I don't play online games anymore because I feel like I'm getting raped in real life by watching a fucking pylon on my head with fucking pixelated characters humping in the middle of the street. Like, you're fucking retarded. And Slosh says, I don't know what's more glorious, this or the Law and Order episode, as in the one that had Logan Paul, I'm assuming, the level up and all that shit. I kind of, honestly, I like this one more. It's more grassroots, you know? It's like very, I'm sure she had it prepped, but it was just very like interview, you know? The other show is funny, but that was all planned out. And yeah, Neo's like, are you talking about the leveled up gamer episode? Yeah, I think that's what he's talking about. All right, we can continue.
Okay, everybody. So this is a story that is really in our wheelhouse, and I don't fully understand it. I hope that we can just kind of talk about it, and maybe some of you guys that are listening that may be aware of this game or players of this game can keep, maybe fill us in, keep us more informed on it, because I would love to know more. But we're really learning about this with you guys, so let's talk about it, because I want to know what's going on over in the wacky world of Final Fantasy XIV. I saw this come up on my feed from Daka Daka. Daka Daka says, let Californians, aka communists, be part of the creative process. It ruins the franchise. When will Japanese people get it through their heads? Don't work with Americans. And this comes from this tweet here. Final Fantasy XIV director Naoki Yoshida asked the MMO players to stop attacking both Wook Lamat's actress and the English localization team after both have become the subject of online hate. and the best source of information, V, has responded to this saying, Dawn Trail was such a flop that Final Fantasy XIV is looking to have another ARR reset. The hate shall continue until quality improves. And then we have another from Anon saying, everything about Dawn Trail is shit. Nobody in any region likes Wook Lamau, has a tranny voice actor in English dub. Everyone dogpales them for being shit. Now all criticism of the game can be discarded as toxic transphobia. Many such cases, everyone. Why did you guys do this? Why didn't you just let the, well, you can read the word, not me, tear the game apart for being bad? So there you have it. It is, and I have an article that we're going to read in a sec, but it sounds like this is something that we see. It's like poetry, it rhymes. It seems like the game was going to dog shit. This was a beloved game. This was considered the WoW killer. Now, WoW will always be the one and only MMO that I care about, and that's fucking dead too. More of that in the rapid fire. But people loved Final Fantasy XIV, and now it seems like it was on the trail down, as most MMOs go, but they hired a trans voice actor, so now any hate can be deflected as, like, you just hate the trans voice actor. Let's read this article that is Gianniing for it. Final Fantasy XIV director Yoshida asked fans to not attack Wook Lamont actress. Final Fantasy XIV director Naoki Yoshida is asking MMO players to stop sending abuse to Wook Lamont's voice actress and the localization team. Community to not attack Wook Lamont's voice actress and the localization team online. While Dawn Trail is largely beloved expansion, there's been a lot of discussion around the narrative with Wook Lamont at the center. This conversation quickly spilled into online hate directed at the people who make the English-speaking version of Final Fantasy XIV possible, and Yoshida wants it to stop. Wook Lamont is the new central character of Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail. Patch 6.55 introduced Tural's female Hrothgar. I don't know what this all means either. Bear with me, folks. Setting her up as the main player in the next expansion, but her reception has been mixed. This has led to hate being thrown at some of those working on the game, including Wook Lamont's voice actress. Square Enix and Yoshida are aware of this, and the director has now asked the MMORPG players to refrain from personally attacking her. Firstly, I do not understand that when we look at all the feedback that we get, it's really difficult to discern what is specifically the feedback about the story and the feedback where people are just criticizing the character in relation to values and such. It's really difficult, Yoshida tells JP Games in an interview. But I would very much like to request something. I would really like to ask people not to direct personal attacks to the voice actors involved in the development and also individual members of the localization team, because they are really doing their best to create something which is great for the creative process. It is really not that they are trying to bring forward an argument about a certain movement or anything like that. It's just that they are trying to do their best for the development, so I'd really like to ask that players not direct their personal attacks against them. Wook Lamont's actress identifies as trans and has been such the target of an online transphobic attack. Some players argue that Final Fantasy XIV's English voice cast is inferior to the Japanese cast, also many such cases, and use this opinion to peddle hateful speech. Lamont's voice actress also says she has received regular death and doxing threats online as people attack her for her character's choices. You can follow us on Google News, blah, 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 blah. So, I have never paid too close attention to Final Fantasy XIV apart from when it came to the WoW killing story. Not surprised that this is kind of falling along the same paths that we see a lot of the games of the West do, where the game turns to shit, then they hire somebody that can kind of raise up that flag, that diversity flag, and now all criticism is just waved as, dismissed as like, well, you're just all bigots. Now, to the credit of this Japanese designer, or I think lead effectively, he is speaking more like better than we've seen a lot in the West, I would say. He's handling it a lot better, but that's not going to stop the games journalists like at PC Games and from twisting it and turning it into an entire attack and a whole political conversation.
Yeah, because you notice in that article too, it's not really him saying a lot of that stuff. They're the ones saying, oh, this is used to harass these people and blah, blah, blah. It was he worded it very politely. I don't have an extreme issue with what he said.
Yeah.
But as you said, in the West, it's just going to be this complete turning point of like, look, this person is getting harassed because they're trans and blah, blah, blah. And then it's like a shield to deflect the fact that people have an issue with the actual voice rather than like everything entirely. You know what I mean? It's not like always about the discriminatory thing. It's just, I have an issue with this thing. It's a criticism. It's not me attacking you or harassing you.
Yeah. I found a few comments that I find interesting in response to Daka. This game is definitely suffering from the Marvel curse. Huge, intricate story that takes over a decade to fulfill with a bombastic finale. Oh shit, don't worry guys, we have more stories. Please give us more money. The story is over. Do something else. That really reminds me of World of Warcraft, because World of Warcraft's story effectively ended with Lich King. Lich King is the final story for WoW. Nothing else fucking matters. Where do we go from there? Cataclysm? Giant dragon blows everything up? Oh no. And then that was like fucking like 2010 or something. Good lord. Don't even talk about it now. Another comment. Wuklamok's English voice is so bad, it feels like nails on a chalkboard. Everything she being the character, not the actor, speaks. The trans actor absolutely deserves all the hate. And this person is just worried that Japan will go full woke. It's, you know, I think it's a valid concern. I think it's a long ways away, but you can kind of see them being pulled in both directions from the West. There's people like us that are screaming, like, don't fucking listen to the journalists and these people. And then there's other people that are pressuring them to go in this way. So it's going to be really interesting to see the future of Final Fantasy XIV. I don't have high hopes, given that it's a always online MMO, but I guess we will see what happens. Anything else on that, Kay?
Yeah, it's just always like frustrating with all of this stuff that people can't just take the criticism for what it is and they have to turn it into like an ideological battle. It's just extremely obnoxious to me.
All right, well.
We can go to the next one.
Okay, well, this one, this one was breaking news as we were setting up for the podcast today. So just like the previous story, I'm learning it all with you guys. And if anyone listening is a fan of Final Fantasy XIV and has anything more in depth to give us in that story, please send us a tweet. I'd love to know more and give an update on the next episode. But for now, we go for a breaking story. Again, learning it with you all happened just as I was setting up for this show. It involves Annapurna Interactive. The entire staff there has resigned following a dispute with its owner. A spokesperson for Annapurna confirmed that it explored a spin-off and said the parties failed to reach an agreement, which led to the resignations. The spokesperson said that all existing games and projects will remain under Annapurna, which this came as a shock to everybody, because it was like, I thought they were doing great. Everyone liked Stray. Everyone liked a lot of their games. Some of them were cringe, but overall, I thought they were doing well. I said over on Twitter, did their milk fridge get raided too? Because this really feels like, what the fuck was going on behind the scenes to have this company fall like this and out of nowhere? So let's take a look. Yeah, fuck off. At this article here. Annapurna video game team resigns, leaving partners scrambling. This is unfortunately from Jason Schreier. The entire staff of Annapurna Interactive, the video game publishing division of Megan Ellison's Annapurna Studio, resigned this month following a dispute with its owner. Annapurna Interactive president Nathan Gary and his team had been negotiating with Ellison, the daughter of billionaire Larry Ellison, to spin off the video game division as an independent entity. When Ellison pulled out of the negotiations, Gary and the other executives resigned and were followed by around two dozen other staffers. So it feels like behind the scenes when the executives pulled out, they probably, this is just a guess as I'm learning this, the executives probably told everybody, all right, fuck this, I'm quitting, we're starting up a new company, it's going to be announced in, say, 6 months, and all of you are going to work for us. That's the only logical way I can see everyone dropping at once.
Yeah, that's the weirdest part about this, is everyone collectively leaving.
Yeah.
I'll let you finish the article before I fully talk my thoughts, because I've read it already.
That's just an early theory for me. All 25 members of the Annapurna Interactive team collectively resigned. Gary and the group said in a joint statement, "This was one of the hardest decisions we have ever had to make, and we did not take this action lightly." This sounds like 25 members. This sounds like a small team, a very tight team. So I'm sticking to my theory here. A spokesperson for Annapurna confirmed that it had explored a spin-off and said the parties failed to reach an agreement, which led to the resignations. "Our top priority is continuing to support our developer and publishing partners during this transition," Ellison said in a statement to Bloomberg. "We're committed to not only existing slate of games, but also expanding our presence in the interactive spaces. We continue to look forward to opportunities to take a more integrated approach to linear and interactive storytelling across film and TV gaming and theater." So, I mean, good luck. You're going to have to hire a whole fucking ton of people to take over. The exodus has led to chaos as game developers partner with Annapurna to try to figure out what this means for their upcoming projects. As a publisher, Annapurna is responsible not only for funding the games, but for handling services such as quality assurance, adapting the products for local markets, and marketing. Over the past few days, game makers working with Annapurna have scrambled to find new points of contact and figure out whether the company will continue to honor its agreements. The spokesperson said that all existing games and projects will remain under Annapurna. New president Hector Sanchez has told developers that the company will honor existing contracts and replace the staff who have left. According to people who have asked to not be identified because of the conversations were private, Sanchez, originally a co-founder of Annapurna Interactive, was brought back last month. Annapurna's video game division has developed a reputation for publishing critically acclaimed titles but made by smaller teams, racking up awards with games such as Outer Wilds, Stray, and Cocoon. Last month, Annapurna announced a deal to partner with the Finnish gaming company Remedy Entertainment to bring the critically acclaimed Control and Alan Wake franchises to film and TV. Hollywood Reporters said earlier that Annapurna Interactive's top executives have quit, but not that the entire team had departed. So there you have it. I feel pretty confident in my theory. Now, it is just a theory, but I do think that they all quietly were like, fuck this, we're out, let's make a new publishing team with blackjack and hookers, and we're a tight-knit group, so we're just going to stick together. And in 6 months, you're going to see like this new studio pop up with all these guys. But maybe I'm wrong. I was hoping for something juicier. I wanted a milk fridge. I wanted Blizzard tier insanity. But I don't think that's the case here. But Kay, what do you think?
So it's interesting you brought up that theory. I didn't even consider that, but it does make sense that they probably will form a new studio if everyone's stepping down at the same time. It's just a very bizarre decision. The thing that stood out to me is that they have a partnership with Remedy and that they're going to be doing Alan Wake and Control and all this stuff, but they're not doing games. They're not doing games with them. They're doing film and TV. So what I think is going on is that the gaming division felt like they were the core of Annapurna's like Interactive's portfolio, but they're not anymore. The actual like priority is the spin-offs of games and other types of media, following the trend of Mario, Last of Us, all this shit that's been coming out, Sonic, right? So they probably want to make sure that they're putting all their energy focus into that. Therefore, they don't have time for all of these game development companies that they're working with. But it's insane if you think about the fact that like you're working with a publisher or whatever, and then all of a sudden they're just gone. And now you're scrambling as a company being like, well, yesterday we were in a meeting talking about doing this, and today it's like the equivalent of like your team getting laid off in some degree because you don't know the direction you guys are going to go. If you don't have an entire connection that's helping you move along with marketing, with making sure your game's polished, etc. So it's very interesting. It seems like it's partially like an inheritance type dispute too, more in the sense that like it's somebody's inherited daughter, I think, that is running it. I didn't fully understand that, but it's not like it, because the original guy was like Larry Ellison or something, and then it's like a child that's running it now too.
It feels very like how Hollywood is run and not how an indie company is run. So I feel like that's probably the disconnect, is kind of the old guard and also a different medium versus like a new guard for this. So yeah,
I think
mean,
they're just pivoting direction. I think they're realizing there's more money in making shows off of these IPs rather than just like trying to help build more games. And they're if you look, like, they're more of an interactive company, right? They even have it in the name. They're looking at like all forms of media. So it wouldn't surprise me if they're just like trying to, you know, Among Us show and whatever. Like, look at all these shows that are happening. Minecraft movie.
Yeah, these guys that are mainly there for video game publishing, it feels like they were probably sick of dealing with all the other business stuff that this company deals with. So they're like, can we just separate and you deal with the movie shit and we deal with the video game shit? And they said, no, you have to do it all. And so they quietly were like, fuck this. We're going to make our own. Unfortunately, that means we're going to lose Stray. We're going to lose Cocoon, all these games. And so I really believe that you're going to see a new company pop up. There's a couple tweets here that I want to bring up in relation to this. The NC Smaster says, I swear a random aspect of this industry spontaneously combusts every other week. I couldn't agree more. It's a constant shit show in the industry. And I think it's reaching a boiling point. The Ryan T. Brown, who I always see posting a lot of really positive indie stuff on Twitter, says, Annapurna Interactive is effectively dead. The entire staff, one of the largest, most acclaimed indie game publishers in the world, has resigned following a dispute with Annapurna's owner after negotiations to a spin-off game division. This is a wild situation. An entire studio resigning is unprecedented and must surely have been due to either A, the jobs were lost, to be lost anyway, or their position became totally untenable. Feel for all the team there and the developers under the label. When the floor falls through for arguably one of the top two indie publishing labels, you'll hopefully forgive all of us in the indie industry being a little bit fucking scared for the future. I imagine the team have probably left to go and set up under a new name instead without a film studio backing. So I didn't read this at a time, so he's thinking the same. After a deal to spin off Solo fell through, actually, which I understand, assumed the situation was untenable for some reason. Feel for the devs left behind. So there you have it. I would put my money on seeing this company come up in the future.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know why I didn't consider that. I thought they were just fucking done and they were going to just continue on with the other directions of the company. Is I kind of took it more as like, we don't care about working on video games. We care more about this other side of it. And so they just felt like they were more like maybe being allocated to other things that weren't actually in their wheelhouse. That's how I took it. I'm going to read a few little comments in chat, and then we'll continue onward.
Yeah, we got one more story before we hit the rapid fire, everybody. What a long one. Thank you all for hanging out with us.
Yes, thank you so much, everyone. And I will add one, like, tiny kind of rapid fire after our last story, too.
Sounds good.
Nightmare is here. How's it going, Nightmare? And saying Larry Ellison is a huge asshole, so no surprise his daughter is, too. And Slosh says, isn't that Night Bitch show connected to them too? Like in the Alan Wake universe, I thought. What is that?
You need to play Alan Wake to understand. It's because Alan Wake is, you know, very Twin Peaks-esque. You remember how Twin Peaks has an internal show that is like a parody of soap operas?
Yeah.
There is a parody show in Alan Wake that's like live action and shit like that.
And they're making it a show as well?
It's a show within Alan Wake that's live action.
Oh, I thought Slosh was saying like they were gonna make it an actual show too, but I totally misread that.
But yes, but then they're also making an Alan Wake TV show or movie that this company is responsible for.
Interesting.
Which,
okay.
That was also a rapid fire thing, so I'll just cross that off right now. Alan Wake and Concord coming to TV or movie. Who cares?
True. Okay. Well, let's go to our last story, and then I'll throw in my last thing after that.
Okay, sounds good. So this one was going to be a rapid fire, but news keeps rolling on this and rolling out on this, so I'm like, let's just fucking talk about it. It's such a mixed bag, and it's so weird. Lollipop Chainsaw repopped. A lot of people are really worried based on all the modern remakes we're seeing, especially modern remakes coming from Japan, where we love the original games, and then the new ones are getting modernized or they're shit. So, will Lollipop Chainsaw be censored? Will it be shitty? We don't know. It is not 100% clear, and in my opinion, this comes down to language barriers and confusion. We won't really know until someone immediately uploads the inevitable 100% playthrough, no commentary seconds after release. But until then, we can speculate, god damn it. So, here we go. To me, it seems like the original version that's included is uncensored, whereas the new version takes artistic liberties, but I'm willing to bet that at the very least the included original version doesn't have that original music. But let's read an article on that original mode now, because it is very confusing, and like I said, I think a lot of this is coming down to ESL issues. Lollipop Chainsaw repopped original mode detailed. Producer confirms it is uncensored. The producer on Lollipop Chainsaw Repop has taken to X to detail the original game's original mode. Well, you know what? Let's just go to the fucking source. Fuck this article. No offense if those people are cool, PSU, but I'm just going to go straight to the source. This is Yoshimi Yasuda, and he says this in English, and this is why I want to specify in English. More on that in a minute. The original mode is a mode that reproduces the same gore, expression, cutscene direction, character design, motion, comic-style character introduction images, costumes, achievements, etc. as the original version. For this original mode, which we applied for approval, there was no request for revisions from any of the platforms. platformers. This is as I explained before, so you can already tell like there's some language issues here. Next, the differences from the original version are as follows. First of all, the parameters that have been adjusted for the modern action games are different. This includes attack power, movement speed, camera movement range, combo input acceptance time, the initial combo skills. Other changes include the number of remaining shots in the blaster changes to the behavior of Nick's special moves, the addition of an option to automate QTE, the change of the ranking mode to a time attack that plays through all the stages, changes to the lineup of items in the shop. This is not sounding like an original mode to me. Price adjustments, the addition of a chain attack system, image quality, resolution, FPS, and the addition of Yukari Tamura's voice. I have also fixed some of the incorrect implementations in the original version, specifically the cutscene that plays when you defeat the zombie Big Chicken in the psychedelic world of Stage 3 has been changed to a cutscene to a slow motion scene for defeating the Gatekeeper zombie. This change was made to unify the rules of zombie defeat cutscenes. I have also fixed the chainsaw marks so that they appear on buses, walls, roads, etc., except for the plants and trees. Both of these were specifications that I overlooked during the final check of the original version. I have made corrections in Repop. We have applied for a day one patch, but the purpose is not to make the corrections based on the platformer, but to fix bugs and improve the quality of ranking mode. So, here is my opinion. This guy, I think, is hyper paranoid that his re-release of Lollipop Chainsaw is going to be considered in the same vein as like Final Fantasy or Dead Rising or Silent Hill or all these lackluster or criticized remakes that we see coming out of Japan. He doesn't have English as a first language, so he is over-explaining himself to try to sell up his game. Now, under the English post, there's actually a lot of positive praise. There's a lot of people saying like this here, good job, sir. I was skeptical to now I'm cautiously optimistic. This level of transparency is appreciated, and I'd love for other developers to still follow. Still, I'll wait and see results for a day one patch. Nothing personal, but we have been burned one too many times. However, here's where it gets interesting to me, because he posted it also in Japanese. Now, I'm not going to use the Twitter translation or whatever. It's going to translate more or less to roughly the same thing. But Japanese is a very confusing language. It's a very complicated language. But there is people that can read both English and Japanese quite fluently. And I found this comment that doesn't have a lot of attention interesting. Evil Crow says, I won't be buying the game after reading this in Japanese. It tells me you don't care about us in the first place, the 1990s generations, and on top of it, you have to appeal to a different generation, which is Zoomers. So again, I'm like, there's something not adding up here. He over-explained himself in English, in broken English, and even though he's calling it the original mode, because you get two modes with this game, the original mode sounds like it has a lot of changes too. So at this point, why wouldn't I just stick to the original version? All of this is iffy and strange. We're remaking games on the PS3 360. In my opinion, they don't really need to be remade, and you really have to add a selling point to get us to rebuy this game again. Well, for a lot of people, this is all they need to hear. To all Steam users, Lollipop Chainsaw Repop is the nouveau free. Please enjoy Repop. I know a lot of people that, just on that alone, they're fucking sold. They don't care what changes, what censorship, or whatever. But here's the thing, despite his promises that there's no censorship, the game isn't out yet, but there is early signs of, there is changes. We've covered some of them before. Here's another one from Learning the Law. Here's a full comparison of Lollipop Chainsaw Repop censorship versus the original. The creators toned down Juliet's physics in the standing position. If it doesn't matter or not is not a big deal, then why change it? Maybe there isn't a clear answer, but I prefer the original on PS3. And that's the thing, when you're dealing with a game that is predominantly sexy, this is like more sexy than Bayonetta, right? It's more pushing the limits than even that. You're really going to have people in this current era looking at this with a close lens. Learning Law says,
I just wanted to throw a quick correction. I just looked on Steam. It actually came out yesterday.
Oh, fuck. I didn't even know. Well, I'm retarded. Let's see here. Learning the Law says, I don't understand. I've been hyping this game and I still am. People ask about the differences, and I'm providing them. I'm not trashing the game. I've been promoting it nonstop, and there are other slight changes to the physics and other scenes. Do you want me to dig into it, or I will move on? And let's keep on going. So right here, it's interesting. From the journalist side, and this is already, as we all know, we hate our political games. IGN has already taken a step to making this a political game, as they did before when it originally came out. IGN is unwilling to review Lollipop Chainsaw Repop, probably because it might trigger some of the they-them staff. Instead, they published an article announcing that the launch, but reminding the audience that they gave the game a 5 out of 10, which is unfair. How are they still in business? IGN writes, Lollipop Chainsaw Repop is a remake of the original Lollipop Chainsaw, which follows the high school cheerleader and zombie hunter descendant Juliet Starling as she fights through the apocalypse with her boyfriend Severhead at her side. Repop is a definitive version of the game, which leaves the story unchanged with a focus of quality of life improvements and additional gameplay content. The game picked up a cult following, but in our 5 out of 10 review, IGN said Lollipop Chainsaw doesn't even attempt to differentiate itself from the genre. Most of what it does try to do new in the realm of its characters and writing ultimately ends up taking away from the incredible on-paper action game. So IGN is already, like, they're pretty much boycotting this game. And what's interesting is they're not the only ones. And this comes again to the journalist clique that have a stranglehold on journalism in gaming. And that's why they are just as greasy as the industry itself. Lollipop Chainsaw Repop has received only 3 reviews globally on Metacritic, with IGN already discrediting the game, claiming it's not worth it. Meanwhile, Dustborn has 21 reviews on PC. How the fuck does Dustborn, a game that most people shouldn't even be aware about, have 21 official reviews, and Lollipop Chainsaw has 3? Here's the issue, though. Despite being a political game that I would fucking love to champion, it's not looking good, folks. Here's some footage from Lollipop Chainsaw Repop. No loading screen music. Poorly optimized. Dog water audio mixing. Missing changed voice lines. Animations are more choppy. No graphic settings, and visuals are uglier than the original. People are still calling it censored. Amazing. It fails as a remaster in all aspects. Let's take a look at the 2-minute footage here. Oh, yeah. No, I don't have it muted. There's just a dead fucking silent loading screen. There's audio. Oh, my God.
Oh, my God!
Oh, okay, okay. Okay. Oh, they popped in there.
Your goal.
This seems a little busted. Oh.
Zombies do poop. It's a party. Stop it. Be safe or be sorry. Hold it right there. You zombie jerks. I'll help you.
Was the original game clunky?
A little bit, but I don't think it was this bad.
Yeah, this looks rough.
Yeah, it seems really unfinished. So, this comment's also funny. Someone says, get a video of the classic mode too. I'm curious if that's broken as well. This is the original mode. So, it's not looking good. And I thought it was coming out ahead, so sorry about that. I didn't know it released already.
So this is actually a common thing. A few people were complaining online that there was not enough marketing push for this game, and people didn't even realize the game was out. So it's not just a you thing. I saw that a lot.
Yeah, so, but hey, since you told me about that, and thank you for that, I had no fucking idea. I thought it was coming out like next month or something for Halloween. Let's take a look at the Steam page. I didn't check it out here, so very positive. So, hey, 82%. People are liking it, and I always like seeing the Steam reviews here. Here is a negative one, though. Dude, there's so many random glitches, mostly audio, but I had this hilarious glitch where Juliet was in her cheerleading QTE, and it got stuck at the last part and went on for like 5 minutes of repeating QTs at no end in sight. Had to restart. This was right before seeing the funky boss. Oh, God. But, like, that's one. The rest of these are all good. Needs optimization menu. Other than that, it's really fun.
Snapple in chat has actually been playing the game, and he says, I was playing this game earlier. Unfortunately, it has performance bugs that need to be patched out. Game crashed on me twice as well during the hour I played. Yeah.
And look at this review. Like, I hate Steam reviews like this. Honestly, kind of disappointed in terms of a re-release remaster. Still a fun game, though. But you need to, like, it's a release remaster. Tell me why I need to buy this over the PS3 version that I already own. What... Look, it's Canadian, $56, 10% off. Why play this when I have the original and it works fine? That's what I need to know. So, yeah, I think the very positive is just that people are starved for this sort of game. So even though it's a sloppy remaster, they're like, it's Lollipop Chainsaw, though. How can you be mad and hate it? Right?
Well, almost every positive review says that there's some issues with the optimization, but it's fun. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Graphic settings, is that like they're still rating it positive because they like this game. That's a lot of these people buying this game are already fans of it, so it's going to naturally be rated higher. But yeah, it's just
that's unfortunate.
It's really unfortunate, especially because he made that whole post being like, I fixed this, and so you kind of walk into it being like, oh, well, he worked on a bunch of stuff. Hopefully it's better. Most of the stuff he listed, it kind of came across to me as like quality of life changes. Like, oh, we wanted to do this with the original, and now that Repop is coming out, we've been able to adjust certain things with the mechanics and whatever. That's how it read to me. I mean, it was a long fucking paragraph. But if you're having these kinds of issues come up, then you didn't really fix anything, bro.
Yeah, so unfortunate. Personally, I've never actually played through Lollipop Chainsaw. I've always been interested in it for obvious reasons. There's two big reasons that I'm interested in it. I think I'm sticking to my PS3 copy, especially with all the changes and everything. Maybe if he hot fixes it, they add the quality of life, they optimize it better, I will be interested, but that would be way down the road after I've played the original all the way through. However, Snapple, keep us updated, bud. I'm very curious if there's any censorship. Is there any changes to the sexy or any spicy lines or anything that they remove? Because then that would be an immediate pass from me. So
it seems like the jiggle physics are the main thing people are harping on. Do you remember that splash screen as well that we were looking at a few weeks ago?
And they took away lines.
They took away lines that were like talking about her fear of being called fat or something like that.
Yeah.
So I don't know if that's like kept in the original when you get to that point, and in the repop they take that line out.
Mm-hmm.
In which case, if you're offering both options and the non-censored part is still in the game, I'm okay with the non-censored. You know, I don't consider it censorship really if you can play it in the original form. But it's so iffy and weird. The jiggle physics argument has been weird too, because some people are like supporting the way that the jiggle physics are because they look a little bit more, I guess, realistic to how boobs would bounce.
Yeah.
But to me, it's like people are also knocking games like Dead or Alive and all that stuff in that conversation. It's like that was part of the fun, was just like how crazy it was. Like I don't see a reason to tame that down.
Yeah.
So it might not even be like a censorship thing. It might just be them trying to like refine it to make it more realistic. But part of the charm of video games is that like slight goofiness too. I think it's okay to have it over the top when this game is over the top, in my opinion. So
yeah, I agree. Before we move on, I do have a story that I have to address, sadly, that would be rude to talk about in rapid fire, and that is the unfortunate passing of Andrew C. Greenberg, the co-creator and influential Wizardry series of RPGs, has died. Wizardry was huge in the 1980s and helped define both Western and Japanese RPGs as we know them. There he is. So Andrew C. Greenberg, co-creator of foundational Wizardry series of RPGs, has died at the age of 67. News was shared to Facebook by his collaborator on Wizardry, Robert Woodhead, and also to Twitter by developer and game design professor David Mullick. It's hard to overstate Greenberg and Woodhead's influence on RPGs and PC gaming. Wizardry, proving grounds of the Mad Overlord, was one of the most recognizable RPGs you could play on a home computer. A translation of tabletop RPGs and the games developed for the mighty Plato mainframes present on college campuses at the time to humble Apple II. And there you have a photo of them together back in the day there. Wizardry was among the first, if not the very first, RPGs to give you control of an entire party of characters, each with distinct strengths and weaknesses. Wizardry tasked players with exploring a sprawling wireframe labyrinth in the first person, always on the lookout for secret doors, traps, and challenging enemies. At the bottom of the dungeon, players would find the titular Mad Overlord, Wordna, Andrew spelled backwards. Greenberg seemed to have carried the playful moniker with him long after leaving the games industry, using it for a personal email and the username of a YouTube channel he used to document the development of a bowling scorecard program. Wizardry and the competing Ultima series would prove immensely popular throughout the 1980s, with Wizardry and its sequels getting ports to the major personal computers of the era like the Commodore 64 and MS-DOS PCs. One of the surprising outcomes was Wizardry's influence in Japan, where it has had even more enduring popularity and inspired the invention of the JRPG as we know it. Dragon Quest creator Yuji Horii has long cited Wizardry as a prime inspiration, and in a 2022 tweet about meeting Robert Woodhead for the first time, Horii wrote, "When I think back, it all started 40 years ago when I really got into Wizardry." After co-creating the Star Saga games in 1998 and 89, Greenberg ultimately left the games industry to practice law, first focusing on intellectual property law in Florida before becoming a general counsel on renewable energy company Exec. However, an archive snapshot of Greenberg's personal website as well as his YouTube channel show that he never abandoned his interest in computer programming. According to a letter from Greenberg shared to a Wizardry fan site in 1999, he married Wizardry playtester Sheila McDonald, and they had 2 children together. Andrew Greenberg left the games industry a very long time ago, but his influence can still be felt in everything from Baldur's Gate to Persona. You can experience Greenberg's work on Wizardry more directly via Digital Eclipse's recent remaster of the first game, which took input from Wizardry creators and also includes a picture-in-picture view of the original 1-bit graphics. And I was actually looking at that, and that is on Steam. There it is. So his work lives on even today. This came out May 23rd, 2024, and it looks absolutely stunning. So rest in peace, Andrew Greenberg, and thank you so much for just pretty much spawning and inspiring every single RPG and JRPG all the way back in the day. So had to give that man his time there. All right.
Very well said. That's, yeah. Wizardry was a fucking inspiration for so many things. So very sad to hear of his passing.
All right. Well, I'm going to go on a quick break here, Kay. I'm going to be listening in because you have a little secret story that you want to talk about there.
Just a super minor tidbit. But yeah, you go ahead, run away. I'll talk with chat and I'll let them know about this.
All right. I'll be back. Bye.
Bye. All right. Angry Canadian says, I demoed that Wizardry game recently at a con. How was it? I want to play that. That's really fucking cool. I didn't even know that it came out in May. Neo's saying that the original isn't backwards compatible for Lollipop Chainsaw. And Snapple says, I still had fun with the game, though despite the bad performance issues. As far as censorship, I haven't played the original PS3 version, even though it's on my shelf. But I can come back to it. However, I know for sure that some licensed music was taken out due to copyright reasons. Yeah, and the thing with the music, too, is I don't really consider the music stuff censorship on the developer's part. It's an unfortunate thing where there's not enough laws to protect video games and their preservation and being able to have music in there that they originally intended for. So it's always disappointing when games get remastered and thrown up and then they don't have those soundtracks anymore because, I mean, I think of the Vice City soundtrack all the time. I think of Tony Hawk's soundtrack, Need for Speed Underground, Burnout. There's so many soundtracks that shape our tastes that are from video games. So many songs that I've been introduced to through it, and they add to the tone, everything, right? As we know, if you have improper sound design in a game, it can completely ruin it, or a movie or anything. So it is really frustrating when they have to change that. I think Alan Wake also had a thing with that recently too, where they had to like retcon and change something and put in an original piece. So there's not enough protection for video games and their music and that marriage together, which is really, really disappointing. Just to throw in my quick little thing, I just wanted to mention big shout out to Dude1286, who'd mentioned this to me earlier today. Final Fantasy Brave Exvius, which is a mobile-only game, it's sadly shut down. So if you want that story for that game, unfortunately, you can only watch it on YouTube videos now. And this is another thing with censorship, is not censorship, but with preservation, I should say specifically, is that unfortunately, a lot of these games, especially on mobile, are not being protected anymore. James, I'm sure you heard what I was saying from there, but just talking about like mobile gaming and how there's a lack of preservation there. I mean, there's a Lost Katamari game. There's quite a few things that get lost through mobile, and sometimes people come in and they grab it later, but still.
It's so
I just want to say,
thank you, dude. If you listen to this later, I know you went to bed because I mean, like this show has had so much news, and there's like another like 30 stories to get through. But thank you, dude, for bringing that to our attention. It's so hard to focus on mobile gaming because it's so overabundant. It's like the Wii, right? Like the Wii had a super insane shovelware library, and that's the same with mobile gaming. But there is like gems in there. There is some good mobile games in there, right? And they get like lost. So it's really unfortunate that this game is now completely destroyed. And it's a Final Fantasy game. This isn't some fucking garbage mobile game. This is Final Fantasy, so it should be preserved in some way. So hopefully the developers will come about and they will, find some way to bring it over onto modern systems. Looks like we got a YouTube raid.
Yeah, I was going to interrupt you. Sorry. Cult Classic Cage came in with a raid. Thank you so much. Bringing in a bunch of people here. Lilith saying, sending regards. Love from Cult Classic Cage. We got Los Expectations. How you doing, brother? Saying Cult Classic Cage raid. Iman Rich, the Swag Lord, dropping some emotes there. Who else we got here? Yeah, we got Ender Buckley saying they had a Turks FF7 phone game back in the day too. Also Cage Raid. We got BitCloud Gaming. We got quite a few of you. Thank you so much for joining us. Cult Classic Cage herself here saying, hope you guys are doing well.
Oh, we're
Same
doing
to
great.
you.
And thank you so much for the subscription. You just subscribed to us over there on YouTube. Thank you so much, Cult Classic Cage. You're freaking awesome. Welcome, everybody. This is the Melee Madness podcast where we talk about all things gaming. We have been going here for about 5 hours, and you came in at the perfect time because we are about to get into the rapid fire news. And oh my God, Cult Classic Cage. Oh, they already did enough rating us, subscribing to us, but they came in and they just gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Cult Classic Cage. If you got a membership from Cult Classic Cage, make sure to say thank you and go check out their channel. They must be awesome. I'm going to be checking them out right after this show. Thank you so much, Cult Classic Cage.
She's awesome. I watched a stream of hers recently. We're hanging out. It was fun.
Oh, hell yeah. So Cult Classic Cage, those subscriptions went to John Kanji, Prince Abasi, I gotta pronounce this one right. Deman OG. There we go. The Deman OG. That's a safer version. Robert Blood Dog and Robert Johnston. If you got a membership from Cult Classic Cage, make sure to say thank you and go check out their channel as well. Thank you so much for all the love, Cult Classic Cage. And yes, all of you people came in at the perfect time because as soon as Kay gives me the word, rapid fire time. And then it's the most intense point of the podcast, everybody.
All right. Well, I just want to say thank you again, everyone hanging out with us. And you know what? Yeah, let's do the rapid fire. Let's just jump right into it.
Oh, it's rapid fire time. All right, folks. This is rapid fire news. We've been talking about news for hours and hours now, But as always, there is so much gaming news that we want to get into, and I cannot leave any stone unturned. So I'm going to rapid fire them to you all real quick, real fast, and give you all the news that we can. Kay, as always, if you want to hold it and make anything a full-on story, you just tell me to hold it, and I will. Are you ready, Kay?
I'm so fucking ready. Let's do it.
Are you ready, chat? I assume they're mostly ready.
They're just like, please do it.
All right, let's fucking do it right now. Oh, yeah. Okay, folks, what do we got right off the bat? Well, Phil Spencer went on the record and said, I've made some of the worst decisions. Yeah, we kind of know. Here are some more of those worst decisions. Though it's not directly related to Phil Spencer, Microsoft did just lay off 650 employees, but we're totally not living through a video game crash or anything, folks. Gory, cuddly carnage cannot physically release in the UK anymore, and that is kind of a bigger sign that physical is dying. And hey, that's just another thing that we love, being killed by jolly old England, everybody. Physical is going the way of the dodo, unfortunately, and Britain is killing it. Nintendo can now ban streamers and content creators from using their games, and I'm pretty sure they implemented this just because they saw our Nintendo World Championships. Can you blame them? There is a lot of Space Marine 2 hysteria and clarification. I just want to point out that the female custodies that you saw there was not actually from Space Marine 2, but it is unfortunately from an official 40K YouTube series that they are doing. So they are going in that direction, just maybe not in that direction with Space Marine 2, but I'm not exactly sure because I haven't played Space Marine 2. Now, the Space Marine 2 writer was very much in the DEI category. So, hey, when I do see it, when I do eventually play Space Marine 2, I will point out to you any single line of dialogue that makes me go alert and raise my red flag. But there is other issues with Space Marine 2. For example, the game is not well optimized on PC. However, it is getting hot fixes. It's one of those games where a lot of people are saying it's fine for me, and a lot of other people are saying I have a better computer than you. It is not fine for me. It's the thing we're seeing with a lot of games on PC, unfortunately, ever since Arkham Knight released. The biggest concern, though, if you are playing Space Marine, watch your CPU temperature, because there is people reporting that it goes up to 90 degrees, which can actually damage your CPU. So pay attention to that. And let's see here. Space Marine 2 did on PS5, does play on the disc without download, though, apparently, but it doesn't include performance mode, which apparently isn't great to begin with, according to PS5. So even on console, not a well-optimized game.
The point of that is that it's not a complete version of the game. You're still not getting the full game on disc, technically, because the performance mode is missing. So it will operate offline, but you're still losing part of the preservation by not having that mode.
But hey, it's doing really well, so I hope they continue to update the game, because a lot of the game does look great. Hey, here's an update. Marvel vs. Capcom collections are actually now coming to Xbox. We won, everybody. What the hell? Xbox finally got a win. They're getting the Marvel vs. Capcom collection sent their way. But what the fuck is going on Xbox anyway? There is another developer that had to reach out through Twitter to Xbox just to get their game working on Xbox. So there's something falling between the cracks there over at Xbox. I had one more thing here. Oh, yeah, also the creator of Marvel vs. Capcom once again is voicing an interest in a new entry in the series. Yeah, we know. We all want it as well. If you are one of the many people that signed the Fix TF2 petition, well done. Congratulations. You played a role in fixing TF2. But not only that, your name was printed and added into a book that now sits at Valve HQ forever. So well done, everybody. But as a TF2 shitposter posted it on Twitter, this is pretty much now the TF2 fanbase death note. Hopefully it doesn't get repurposed. Risk of Rain devs, including their founder, have seemingly abandoned ship over at Risk of Rain to go work at Valve. Yeah, all of them are working at Valve now. Risk of Rain 2 has been handed over to Gearbox, and it's in a fucking terrible state. It's a really weird scenario with Risk of Rain. I don't like it, as this has been one of my favorite roguelike shooters ever. So very weird, but just know that if you give something to Randy Pitchford, it immediately turns to shit. Dustborn devs put out a statement saying they don't endorse bullying, but the thing is they endorse bullying in their game. I'm getting mixed signals, Dustborn devs. Do you want me to bully or not?
Dustborn's retarded? Could have fooled me.
Helldivers has dropped once again to negatively reviewed. I think right now it's sitting at mixed, but it's not looking good. It's insane to me that when this game came out, everyone and their grandma jumped on board, even people that somehow don't play these sort of games. And again, Sony, all that goodwill has been thrown completely away to the point where the player base has moved on and just doesn't care anymore. Is Helldivers going to be the biggest fumble of the year? It seems like Sony loves snatching defeat from the jaws of victory. 1047 Games founder says they're fighting just to keep the lights on in regards to Splitgate 2. So if you want to support them, their sequel is planned to come out next year. And as a Halo fan, I'm actually really looking forward to it. Roguelike monster taming game Comoron is announced, and it looks great. Retroware dev teasing the next indie game, which is very similar to Simon's Quest, but you can get drunk in it. Until Dawn devs make an official DVD game in their style, and it's apparently fucking awful, which immediately makes me interested in it. Not sure if it's related but between this and their Until Dawn remake, but the studio also got hit with massive layoffs. Just a reminder, we're totally living through a gaming crash. In exciting news, Tony Hawk Pro Skater's social media has been updated, and Tony Hawk himself commented in saying they're making something for the fans that we will all really appreciate. Tony, please listen to me. Whatever it involves, bring in BAM. I want BAM involved.
We need BAM. We need it all, man. I'm just fucking happy that this isn't abandoned anymore.
Oh, give me all. Inject Tony Hawk himself into my veins. Hey, everyone, in WoW news that's so spoilery, I'll just dance around it. Turns out that beloved character, it seemed like they killed off just so you would take their awful modern writing seriously. Yeah, never mind. Turned out they just crippled him and put him into a wheelchair to try and push that whole cripples in fantasy argument they've been pushing lately. So even your heroes aren't safe from being propped up, or in this case, sat down for their agenda. Sony CFO Hiroki Totoki says that Sony doesn't have enough original IPs. Moments later, they released Astrobot, a game that is filled with countless abandoned Sony IPs. And I'm just going to quickly hold it right now, because there is a meme that I have to show, so bear with me, everybody. Hey, Sony, just in case you're not really a audio learner and you're more of a visual learner, just take a look at this, at all your missing IPs. Yeah, it's that bad. Control 2 will be self-published by Remedy. Okay, that's cool. Borderlands movie didn't even make back a quarter of its production costs. I guess Randy Pitchford is going to have to turn even more tricks in the bathroom now. In an in-depth interview that's a great read, the team behind Astro bots say they make it very clear and they're aware that they're filling a missing gap in PlayStation Studios. I highly recommend everyone reads that. 29 years later, Golden Axe The Duel's secret debug menu has been discovered. Speaking of secret debug menus, did you know that Super Punch-Out has a secret debug mode that lets you play two-player? Classic anime fans rejoice. There's a new space adventure Cobra game coming out that looks great, and it will launch next year. Here's a PSA. Oxenfree is being removed off itch.io October 1st. Owners have to download the game before then just to keep it. Apparently Netflix is to blame, as they bought the company who made it.
That's a big deal for preservation, because they're stripping it away. You can't even get it anymore.
Yeah, you have
gone.
to keep it on your hard drive.
Yeah.
PSA, you cannot legally buy any Unreal game in current year, even on Epic Games, the Epic Games Store. So I do have a link over on my Twitter on how to play it. Here's a little hint. You have to sail the seas. There's a new Carmen Sandiego game that was announced. Where in the world was she hiding? On Xbox. Nobody bothered to turn theirs on to look for her there. The greatest game of all time, Mr. Mosquito, where you can suck blood out of a girl's feet, is getting a release on PS5. While I saw people taking this as another opportunity to trash...
Hold it.
Whoa, whoa, whoa,
Do we have footage of this shit?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Hold it!
It's a quick one, but it's a fun one, so
I'm in. I'm fucking in.
I love Mr. Mosquito. It's just a port. Don't get so excited. But
I'm still happy.
If you have PlayStation Premium, you should be excited. So here we go. The PS2 classic, Mr. Mosquito, is coming to PS5 next week. Lamau, we fucking won. I fucking love this game. Now, I do need to find here, because I didn't expect you to hold it on this. here it is. So
she's sailing for that titty. Did you see that? That fucking mosquito was flying.
I love this game.
That's hilarious.
Now, this is included in the very confusing and convoluted PlayStation Plus lineup. So this falls under the PS Plus Premium. To get this game, you need to be subscribed to PS Plus Premium, not just their base model. The PS Plus Premium model this month includes Pistol Whip, which is a PSVR 2 exclusive game, Secret Agent Clank, a PSP game, Sky Gunner on PS2, and Mr. Mosquito on PS2. Now, as I mentioned, there is people that are saying this is another PlayStation L, and I just want to say nobody that's played Mr. Mosquito would say that. Okay, do you have anything else to add before we continue?
No, we can keep going. I just wanted to see that.
I fucking love Mr. Mosquito.
That's
so
great.
hyped. I'm so hyped. You know what? I'm going to wishlist it right now. I'm going to wishlist it on their stupid fucking store right now. I don't have PS Plus Premium, but I do have a PS5, so I will fucking buy it. How do you spell mosquito?
Fucking A.
There we go. Mosquito. It's not even listed yet. Put it on the store.
Shameful.
All right. I guess everybody's getting an 80s beat 'em up now. The Karate Kid Street Rumble will be here September 20th. Epic Game Store is giving away free babies now to get you to use their service, as Rugrats Adventures in Gameland is currently free. Peter Molyneux not doing it for you? There's a big-tittied anime girl god game that should scratch that black and white itch instead, called Gold Adventure.
Hold it!
Oh my god. Hold on, I didn't hold it.
Hold it!
There we go. Okay. Okay.
I did that with more expression because Nightmare was like, you gotta scream it. So now I'm gonna scream in everyone's ears every time.
All right. I say big titties. It gets y'all its attention.
Hey, chat's agreeing. Dungeon's like, what? Lowest Expectations? What? I need to see this. Yeah, this Black and White's one of Lowest Expectations' favorite games, remember?
Yeah, no, I love it
I
as
had
well.
to do it.
I'm not sure why the city builder adventure game Gold Adventure Gold is, or what it is, but it sure looks fun. New trailer streaming now. Can a Man revealed their newest project, Gold Adventure Gold, is in development for PC via Steam to be released fall 2024. The team released a quick trailer that highlights some gameplay, but they're still not completely sure what this game is, or we're not. I mean, sure, it's a city builder RPG pet game adventure, but it doesn't really explain much. We'll be covering more of this game as new announcements are made. Gold Adventure Gold combines colony building, adventuring, and resource management into a quirky and fun city builder experience. Players will find themselves in charge of constructing a city in a monster-ridden land while managing gold-thirsty adventurers who are more interested in riches than loyalty. Through quest-giving mechanics, you can guide adventurers to defend, explore, and hunt monsters to solve your town's problems, with an emphasis on economy building through taxes or monster slaying. The game also offers unique features like the recruitment of diverse adventurers, including beastmen, mothmen, undead, and more, while your citizens develop their own lives, form parties, and even build structures. Additionally, there's a twist with a pet god beast that you raise, that's straight out of Black and White, train and discipline, adding another layer of strategy and interaction. With a nod to games like RimWorld and Cult of the Lamb, Gold Adventure Gold invites players to manage their economy and adventurers with a lighthearted yet strategic tone, making each playthrough full of emergent stories and dynamic world building. So let's take a look at Gold Adventure Gold.
I like the art style.
Titties. Oh no. Beheading titties. Some of it looks very Warcraft 3, and then parts of it look like Cult of the Lamb. I like the music. I'm in. I love God games.
Yeah, this is a good vibe. I like it.
And I like cats. Game has everything. there you have it. You can now wishlist Gold Adventure Gold on Steam, and it's just listed as coming soon, but I got it on my wish list, and I'll let you guys know once it comes out how the users like it, but I think I'm fucking in. Okay, you think
I think
you're
chat's in too. I mean, I'm in for sure. That looked great. And yeah, we got Cult Classic Cage saying, Call to the Lamb, a banger. Lilith says, is cute. Lowest expectations is down. Black and white plus cuteness is made for lowest expectations. That is already wishlisted. Ender says, so cozy game with anime aesthetic, but different anime style than Mystria and 3D-ish. Yeah, this looks fucking great. I'm hyped.
All right, let's keep going. Via in Black Belt, activist organization Take This that encouraged game developers to denounce gamers is now begging for $80,000 in order to stay open. I just got to ask, if it's $80,000 as the asking price to stay open, how much will it take to keep you all closed?
Hey, and a reminder about Take This. I covered this story a long time ago. They're the ones going into your conventions, your gaming conventions, and saying, hey, maybe you shouldn't have so many alcohol options for people because people can get raped at conventions and all this shit, and trying to just like completely soften and put pronouns and all this shit in conventions. Take This partnered with Safe in Our World to do that. So just so you know.
Yeah, so I'm not going to cry any rivers for you guys all shutting down.
It's all like feminist frequency people too when you look at the bottom of that like huge thing. Covered it on Side Scrollers and also I think a bit on our channel too. So
perfect. Suffer. Steam Families has launched and it replaces family sharing, bringing with it a ton of changes. Mainly, I can be removed from a Steam family, unlike with my real family where I simply ignore the restraining orders. Sector gameplay and story trailers released for Mortal Concord, as well as a Noob Saibot being on the way. It's a toss-up if this is more bearable than Cyrax. It's all just awful. Speaking of Warner Brothers and likely Mortal Kombat's future, Rocksteady has been hit with massive layoffs due to Suicide Squad. McDonald's gets a Genshin Impact crossover, and it's in the West. The Weeb takeover is stronger than ever. Miyamoto feels strongly about Star Fox and says it will return one day. Mario Party Jamboree gets a ton of new footage, and it actually looks pretty fucking sweet. There's a great-looking Night Slashers remake that will be dropping September 26th. Kim Belair pulls a rage pig and says, that's not true! Saying her company, Sweet Baby, doesn't have a goal to wokeify games. Hey, anyone that knows Kim, can you just go tell her to read her own website's mission statements? I'm worried she might have dyslexia or something, or Alzheimer's. The PS2 is the first console to be selected for Japan's Future Technology Heritage Registry. No Man's Sky adds fishing. For the PlayStation's 30th anniversary, the father of PlayStation, Ken Kutaragi, will be speaking at the Tokyo Game Show keynote September 26th. PlayStation also, for its 30th anniversary, is releasing iconic gaming franchise soundtracks on Spotify, including Twisted Metal. Hey, Sony, here's an idea for your 30th anniversary. Make a new Twisted Metal. Alan Wake is the latest digital game to suffer from music licensing issues. David Bowie's Space Odyssey will be removed from the game retroactively. Luckily, Remedy didn't do anything stupid like exclusively release Alan Wake 2 digitally, so that game is safe at least. Arthur Morgan's voice actor talks about his ending for Red Dead Redemption 2 and what he would change about his performance. Nintendo of Europe president steps down after 6 years. Hey, did anyone else want L.A. Noire and Crazy Taxi to have a baby? No?
Hold it.
Oh, I was gonna say just me, but it seems like it is.
I'm fucking hyped for this game.
Oh,
we gotta
am
show
too.
the people.
I am too. And talking about hyped for games, in the middle of that, Nightmare just gifted us a game. What nightmares does Nightmare hold for us now? Oh, fuck. No.
What happened?
No. I don't want it to be real. Oh, don't make it. Oh, Nightmare, why? This is the worst
gave
one.
You Dustborn.
This is the worst one. Oh, my God.
Worse than Dustborn and Validate. Spartacus looking at you.
Yes. Nightmare, I have to say thank you. I'm gonna cry. These aren't tears of joy. He says, it's funny you mentioned Suicide Squad just now.
No.
Best wishes, Nightmare.
No.
Oh, God.
Why? Nightmare, why do you do this to us? But thank you also, but why?
Thank you, Nightmare.
It's such a conflict. It's like, thank you, I appreciate it, but also why?
Oh, God. Oh, my Steam friends are going to hate me. Oh, thank you, Nightmare. So, everyone that's new here, we do a show called Gifted Games Gallery. If you buy a game for us on Steam, I have to at least stream an hour of it through the Gifted Games Gallery. So look forward to me being Harley Quinn hitting on a child Poison Ivy. I'm really not butting those allegations.
Are you going to get the Dr. Freeze skins or whatever? What the fuck was that?
You're going to call me Dr. James of Respect again. Oh,
no.
God.
What was it? I don't know. I can't remember now. It was like the fat, like,
the
Freeze
fucking
character.
Thumbnail was fucking Mrs. Freeze, and I had to stare at that.
Right, Mrs. Freeze.
And I had a panic attack.
God damn.
Nightmare's gifting has given me anxiety. I need to start seeing a therapist just for him.
And we're already going to see one of these terrible ones soon for the next Gifted Games Gallery. If you have never seen a Gifted Games Gallery, this is going to be the one to watch because there's some heinous shit on it.
Thank you again, Nightmare. Now, where's my fucking good game that I want to play? Oh, God, there's so many stories. I don't even know. Oh, I'm close. I'm close. Well, it was a baby. It was
Cult Classic Cage says gay for hire Miss Freeze. Ender says Dr. D, don't prune me. Yeah, Mrs. Freeze. Oh my God.
Okay. Thank you again, Nightmare. Let's go look.
Nightmare
at this
says
game.
I live up to my name. Yeah, I'll give you that one.
100%.
That's for sure.
Okay, let's look at something good. I came across this game, and there's two games I love. I love Crazy Taxi, and I love LA Noire. In fact, I sometimes say that Crazy Taxi is Sega's best game, and I very much believe that LA Noire is Rockstar's best game. So this game literally is them having a sweet, hot, passionate baby together. Konami announces 50s car action game deliver at all costs. Publisher Konami and developer Far Out Games have announced Deliver at All Costs, a new top-down vehicular action game for PC and consoles. Deliver at All Costs is in development for Windows PC via Steam and Epic, like anyone's going to buy it there, Xbox Series XS, and PS5, though a release date wasn't confirmed. Here's a rundown of the game, plus its reveal trailer. Deliver at All Costs is a thrilling action game where destruction, absurdity, and intrigue collide. The year is 1959, a time of rock and roll, polka dot dresses, and the ever-looming dread of a nuclear annihilation. After what Nightmare just gifted me, I would welcome it. Step into the shoes of Winston Green, a down-on-his-luck courier with a fiery temper and a mysterious past, as he delivers highly unconventional cargo, leaving a trail of havoc and chaos behind him, ensuring he does what it takes to deliver at all costs. Featuring wreck, havoc, and destruction in the streaks, plow through the city across highly destructible environments, wreak havoc in a wide variety of vehicles, take on bizarre deliveries and missions, each with its own unique playstyle and mechanic, from delivering a giant flailing marlin to the disposal of an atomic bomb teetering on the edge of an explosion. Always expect the unexpected. Journey through a dynamic world. Explore an intricately designed world with a large semi-open environment both on foot and in your vehicle. Be careful not to upset the citizens, though. They'll respond to your actions in the most unpredictable of ways. Come for the chaos, stay for the story. It's like it was made for me. Amidst the chaos and destruction, embark on a story of mystery and intrigue divided into 3 acts with a cast of distinct and memorable characters. Witness Winston's journey as he spirals downward into the depths of insanity. The sights and sounds of 1959. Immerse yourself in the atmosphere of the 1950s with aesthetics and evocative music, playing homage to the classic era, featuring 1950s design elements, an original soundtrack, radio ads, English voice acting, and a UI fitting of the times, all capturing that essence of what made the 1950s iconic. Let's waste no more time. Let's take a look at this trailer.
The year is 1959, a time of rock and roll, polka dot dresses, and the ever-looming dread of nuclear annihilation. Before you is Winston Green.
So, a couple of years back, all roads led me to St. Monique. That's where everything kicked off. clever. And a good courier, even.
You gotta be kidding me!
Oh, but I trust you about as much as a penguin trusts a shark as a swimming buddy.
I fucking love this so much.
Yeah, I am so fucking in.
Warning.
Hey, stop that!
Device activated. Please avoid impact.
Whoa, what the?
So there you go. You can wish list it now. Let me bring up the Steam page. Deliver at all costs, to be announced, but I am so in. I'm especially in because they're paying homage very clearly to Ray Liotta. Of course, Ray Liotta is the star of Goodfellas, but also he played Tommy Vercetti in Vice City. So to me, Ray Liotta is like the iconic Italian mob actor. And so he passed away sadly shortly after doing that Sopranos prequel film, which I thought he was the highlight of the entire movie. So it's really cool. It's very clearly an homage to him in the main character and everything. And it looks so good. It looks so good. Okay, let's keep it going. You ready, Kay?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God. Okay. Duke Nukem 3D has been ported to the Dreamcast for no reason, but hey, now you can chill out with some strippers after playing Sonic Adventure on the same console. There's a cool anime-style rail shooter whose name I cannot pronounce, and it's now available, and it looks great. Oh, wait, hold on. I have the English translation here. Mirage Feathers. Okay, that's a lot easier than whatever the hell I was trying to read.
We own this game, by the way. That was one of the games that I put into our account for Steam Roulette, so hopefully we land on it.
It looks great, too. After 6 years of State of Decay, it will receive its final update. Now, if you're waiting for this update to have the ultimate zombie experience, this is a bad time to tell you that State of Decay 3 is announced, and they already said it'll be way better. So, more waiting, I guess. There's a bunch of free, obscure Sega games on Steam right now. The catch is you have to use SteamDB workaround to activate them, but it's so worth it, so go find my tweet over on @MeleeGames for all the details. Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown's upcoming story DLC is now detailed by Ubisoft because people liked that game, apparently. Rumor, the Switch 2 will be backwards compatible 100%. Well, yeah, it frickin' better be. Flappy Bird is back, and it's as a group has acquired the trademark and rights, so get ready for another annoying wave of normies to claim they're hardcore gamers just for playing Flappy Bird. Unity is canceling its controversial runtime fee, but wait, does that mean I can no longer bankrupt developers I don't like by installing and uninstalling their game over and over and over again? Lame. Fractured Filter came across a Doom mod that effectively turns it into God Hand. That's right, Doom is now a third-person beat-em-up. Is there anything that game can't do?
We have to play this on the channel. That's amazing.
It looks wild. Producer for Mario plus Rabbids has now left the studio too. This, along with the previous exit, makes the series' future uncertain. Katamari art style meets Mullet Majak announced, called Tamashika. There is a horny cyberpunk vampire game, Vampire Syndicate Gangs of Moonfall. It has already smashed its Kickstarter goal, which is still open. I guess people are big fans of sucking things. A game I was actually curious about but never bothered to install is Struggling. Ubisoft's X-Defiant will give you $9 of in-game currency if you log in a few times over the next couple weeks. The problem? Everyone that would log in is already logged into the Call of Duty Black Ops 6 beta. Former Harry Potter dev on the iconic movie-based titles shares some behind-the-scenes footage from back in the day. An indie team is working on a Battle Royale Smash-style game. The catch is, if nobody plays it this Friday on Steam, they will cancel the project. If you want to go to the Steam page for Byte Breakers with a Y in Byte and request access, you got to play it this Friday or else it will be gone forever. Palworld is listed on PS5 by the Tokyo Game Show organizer, so soon you will be able to earn trophies for animal slavery. The Minecraft movie looks like the worst thing since, well, the Borderlands movie. Speaking of Minecraft, Notch says there will be no politics in his upcoming game. ND Cube, who makes modern Mario Party games, has rebanded to Nintendo Cube, as if it didn't already stand for that already. And finally, oh my god, in an interview, Charles Martinet said, "Life is like a video game." And
my life is like a video game. Oh,
collecting all the coins. And that is rapid fire news. Oh, dear
Awesome
God.
stuff. Thank you, James, for reading all of those out and for holding it on those games. It saw a few people wishlisted some of those. I'm certainly excited. There's a lot of good shit in there.
No problem. I will quickly show the Doom God Hand footage. Once again, shout out to Fractured Filter for giving this our attention. So, okay, you can keep on talking. I'll just quietly play this in the background.
I'm going to read a little bit of chat here. I'm just picking a random spot, and then after that, we'll go on to our Anything Goes. Slosh says they're giving away babies. Is that how those two guys on the plane got theirs?
Oh, no!
No! Oh, God. Nightmare says, but will the background music go, yeah, 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 yeah?
Yeah. Yes, but in a 1950s tone.
There you go, even better. Fight Me Verbally says there with the Suicide Squad revelation we had there.
Dear Lord.
Cage says, sounds like Yakuza, but not a 3D beat-em-up. 1950s is awesome. I hope there's a reference to James Dean and Marlon Brando. That would be awesome. And Nightmare says, this sounds more like Driver than Crazy Taxi. Driver's always been on my list. Is it worth it? Or is it, like, broken to shit? I've never heard like anything stellar about Driver, but it's always caught my attention.
I played it on Xbox back in the day. It's very okay, but it is kind of a buggy, flawed experience. I played it on the original Xbox, and there's something to it. Like, it's unique enough that it's worth checking out, but just prepare for it to not be a like flawless experience.
Yeah. Let's see. Lowest Expectations says Konami been putting out interesting stuff lately, at least. Ender says, different angle, but GTA 1 and 2-ish looking. Yeah, I see that for sure. Slosh saying that he can see the Goodfellas influence. JB dropping a random fact. Let's read it. During the Gulf War, it cost $1,000 a pound to deliver explosives by Tomahawk missile.
My God.
UPS would deliver for $19.95 a pound, guaranteed overnight with signature verification. Oh, shit. And JB says, Kay, you need some custom Furbies that say stuff like, fuck the Alliance and tight the Japanese pussy for the merch store. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Cage says it was an explosion of news. Yes, our rapid fire goes pretty crazy. We usually, in the beginning of our show, spend about, I would say, 3-4 hours going through some news articles, like deep dive, talking about what we're playing and stuff like that. But yeah, we're in the rapid fire. We're in the, oh my God, we wish we could talk about these stories forever, but there's just simply too much going on in gaming.
Yep, 100%.
And Chelsea says, bruh, this version of Doom go hard. Fight Me Verbally says, yeah, some good stuff. D-Day says, never been a fan of Doom, but this looks fun. Slosh says, I love Doom Guy. Cage says, I love Driver 76 on my PSP because, well, I love anything 1970s. Awesome soundtrack. And JB says, Tyrone versus the Alliance.
Hey, I'm Team Tyrone in this case, that's for sure.
I'm curious, is it still worth owning a PSP? So I was always a Nintendo portable person. I was not really a Sony portable person. And I always was like, do I want a Vita? Do I want a PSP? I don't know. And then I just got distracted with other games. But going back, like retro-wise, is it worth owning any of those anymore? Or is it like, whatever?
Well, I've always been interested in a PSP simply because I absolutely love Battlefront, and it's got 2 exclusive Battlefront games. So I'll either play those one day via emulation, or I got to get my hands on a PSP. Also, the third game I forgot, Mortal Kombat Unchained, which is a port, but it has changes to it of one of my top 3 Mortal Kombats ever. Probably my second favorite Mortal Kombat ever, Mortal Kombat Deception. So those 3 games, though, hey, that's more games than a PS5 has always interested me on a fucking
true.
Yeah, always interested me on the PSP, but never got it.
A lot of love in chat for the Vita and the PSP, it looks like. Yeah, Angry Canadian says PS Vita is legit. Ender says, I need a new battery for mine. It got fat. Canadian says, PSP has some bangers, but most you can get downloaded via Vita. Nightmare says, PSP was a great system. Had the first open world handheld Spider-Man game. Holy shit. D-Day says, mostly played PSP for Valkyrie Profile. Yeah, Lenneth and Monster Hunter Freedom Unite. Call Classic Cage says, PSP is cool for the customization, but the UMD discs must be a nightmare to get in good condition since they were encased in cheap plastic. Yeah, they looked very, like, just fragile and busted anytime I see those at retro shops. Snapple says, speaking of the Vita, anyone have the PlayStation TV? I managed to snag one at launch when it was cheap. I have a story about that. So I actually really wanted that fucking PlayStation TV, like, badly. And we had a Sony store at that point, like, locally. And so I went to that store and I got the last one. I was super excited. Went home and it was busted. Thing wouldn't work, wouldn't turn on, nothing. And I was so choked. And I bought this like close to launch. And then I went back to them and I literally went like a week later and they closed the store.
Oh my
They literally fucking closed the store, so I couldn't even replace it. So I went through like whatever Sony's, all this shit. But yeah, I ended up just not even getting a replacement. I was like, fuck this. So sad days. They just ended up refunding me because they couldn't replace it for me for some reason.
Damn.
I want that TV. I still want it. Is it still good? Maybe I have to find one.
I know so little about the PlayStation TV.
It had like the glasses and everything. I was like stoked for it.
I vaguely remember that. Yeah.
I was like so in. And I was like, I could use it as another monitor or something even. And then yeah, it just got fucking
wrecked. Was it not super big or something? Was it like desktop?
I think it must have been under 25 inches. I don't think it was huge.
Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
But sad days. Shall we do the anything goes?
I think so. I need to wish list it. Oh, I've already wish listed Vampire Syndicate, Gangs of Moonfall. I was just showing some games that we rapid fired while we were talking about the PSP and the and yeah, all of that. Okay, well, let me get my footage up because I do have some footage for anything goes. And of course, this is our final segment, but my question not only goes to Kay, and she does not know it ahead of time, but it goes to all of you, so I'd love to know what you guys think. All right, anything goes time. So, Kay, of course, it's the name of this episode. Sony has taken us through a whirlwind of emotions this month, from arguably the biggest flop ever seen in the industry, completely and single-handedly destroying the modern audience argument, to in the same day of its defeat ushering in the return to fun and form in a traditional 3D platformer that might sweep up the Game of the Year awards, but then killing all that good faith within days with an announcement that rivals the original Xbone E3 press conference. If, with all of that, you are given the keys to Sony's gaming division, what does the future of PlayStation gaming look like? What do you do? And as always, I have Batman prepped a response, but you like to Joker pill it. Would you like me to go first, or do you want to go right off the bat?
I will Joker pill it. Let's see if I can fix this on the fly with no thinking whatsoever. Okay, we talked about it earlier. PS5 Pro, who the fuck wants that shit? It looks like fucking garbage, man. Like, it's doing nothing. What I would do, I would announce the PS6. I'd be like, guess what? Here's the time frame. Like you said, here's the timeline. We're bringing you the PS6 in 2 years, just in time for GTA 6, because I think it's getting delayed a few times too. So that would secure that you'd be able to play GTA 6 on the PS6. That would be my kind of tie-in, first of all. Of course, I think a lot of people love Killzone. I think I would bring back fucking Killzone in all its glory. And look at Halo has fucking fallen. You can take over that market. You can be the next like big time shooter. Call of Duty, I mean, I like the meat shield thing that they're doing now, but realistically, they could get dethroned. People really love Killzone. Now, of course, me, I'm a bit more of a platform gamer. Astrobot, bring that out yearly, baby. That was fucking great. Keep doing homages. Yes! Keep showing off your tech. Give me little Astrobot games in between. I'm fucking in. Innovate more. Make it like a Mario for you. I'm in. And just keep doing those cameos and shit in there too. Like, that's fucking great. SOCOM would be another one that I haven't seen in a while from them. I would bring back SOCOM. There's Ben Studio did Days Gone, and they did another game. I'm trying to remember what it was. not System Shock. No, fuck. What's it? Anyways, Days Gone. We need a second Days Gone.
Siphon Filter.
Siphon Filter. Thank
which
you.
I
Yes.
loved. It
Siphon
was, it was
Filter.
the PlayStation Metal Gear, even though PlayStation had Metal Gear. And yes, Ender Buckley said Siphon Filter and SOCOM.
Yes,
in the
Siphon
chat.
Filter.
I love Siphon Filter.
Give me more Parappa the Rappa. Holy shit, we need Parappa the Rappa. And something that's re-sparked my love that came from Astrobot, we need an Ape Escape, bitch.
Yes.
We need more fucking Ape Escape. Like, there's so many things that they fucking have that they can easily release. I agree with D-Day, more JRPGs, absolutely. Go in the Stellar Blade direction, too, of, like, sexier characters. Make a bunch of JRPGs, but make them fucking sexy. Already sold, right? Become that platform again that people want to go to just for fucking JRPGs.
True.
I would, of course, the next system has to be backwards compatible all the way from the PS6 right down to the PS1. I can pop any disc in from any generation. Fucking already, that would sell pretty much everyone. Like, everyone wants that fucking backwards compatibility. I would be interested to see them play with VR a little bit more. Maybe make it so that your next VR headset is compatible with all of the games on both 1 and 2. Since, like, I think the PS1 games, not the PS1, but the VR1 games are locked, or P2, I can't remember. But I would just make it so that your next VR headset is not confusing. It can just literally play anything. And add, like, incentive for these games that are doing VR on PC to be on PlayStation and make it adaptable enough that they would be able to work on both PC and the PSVR. And people would be into that. And just make it slightly more affordable so that people who don't want to invest in, like, the big rig PCs and the big setups can get this more, like, budget-friendly type VR set. I love the PS5 controller, so I would like them to innovate that more, improve the battery on that controller, make it so that there's less issues with stick drift and things breaking on it, because it can break quite easily. I think controllers is actually kind of an overlooked thing nowadays, where, like, a lot of controllers are breaking down very easily. They're just not the same quality anymore. I would also make that a removable battery on the PS6 controller. Stop giving us these, like, built-in batteries that die in, like, a fucking hour. Give me, like, a good battery setup. So that's all off the top of my head. I mean, otherwise, for me, as a Spider-Man fan, I would love to see a comeback of, like, good Spider-Man. But yeah, that's, again, like I said, all the top of my head. I think the number one for me is I really would like a Days Gone 2, like, game as well.
And they deserve it. They absolutely deserve it.
Yeah.
Well, damn, that is a great response.
Sorry, that was a messy response, because I'm just sitting here like, what would I do? I would do this.
Well, here's the thing. Okay, so your response, I think, is more exciting than mine, because I thought of mine, like, businessy, and so it's not as exciting. Yours is like, give the people this game. Give the people this game. And it's like, I can...
You want to be successful, you just fucking appeal to your audience. You listen to the feedback we hear from the Capcom surveys, from people talking to you on Twitter, from your game sales, everything. Just look at all of the data you have and be like, okay, this is clearly what people want.
Yeah.
And we have proof from Disney with how they treated Deadpool Wolverine that companies are starting to understand, like, what people actually want. And I said, that's bittersweet to me that it took this long for Deadpool to happen, for them to show us things that were like, we've wanted this, like, for fucking years. And now you're finally respecting us. So all of it tells me is that the corporations are slightly in tune with what we want. They just are making decisions deliberately not to do it.
Yeah, 100%. No, I agree with you. You're I think you will win this day, because it's way more exciting than mine. But if you're ready to pass it on, I'll get to mine.
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, bear with me, everybody, because it is similar to Kay's response, just maybe a little bit more measured, but let's do this. So, here is what I think we should do. Well, there's no salvaging Concord or the PS5 Pro announcement. Concord is dead, and for the PS5 Pro, here's what I would do. I would limit its production and roll it out depending on pre-order and demand. Maybe offer an enticing pre-order incentive like a free game with purchase to see how those numbers do. The future and the key to gaming, my opinion, really is the overwhelming success and praise of Astrobot. Obviously, you let the team do whatever they want for a sequel, and you let them get to work on that right away. But here's the key. I also gauge and charge non-PlayStation mascots across the industry to see if they want in on the little Astrobots included on the inevitable sequel. So, hey, Phil Spencer, you want Master Chief and Astrobot? You want Banjo-Kazooie? Conquer? Fuck yes, throw them in. But we'll be charging you for that advertising. But here's the real key. I would use the data with the Astrobot team to see where they got the most popular bots in the game. Uncharted, Medieval, Sly Cooper, Days Gone, etc. You pay attention to the data, social media, and all that, and you determine which cameos had the biggest and best reactions. Then you greenlight sequels and revivals to say the top 5 games based on their Astrobot reactions with as much as the original teams as you can. So there you go. It's pretty much what you said similar. Give the people the games. But what I want to do is I actually want to use Astrobot and all the excitement that people had over cameos, whether it was Soul Reaver or Dante or Ape Escape and all that stuff. And there's probably data to see like on the team's end to see like which people like focused on, which people wanted to get which cameos the most. And I'm sure you can look at that. And then you mix that with a team also paying attention to social media on like who was the most excited over what. As you can see on screen right now, here's Stray, which was successful. Now we don't know with the team, the publisher's closing or removal of all of their employees if we're even going to see a sequel to Stray. So you use that. And whatever the top 5 most interested games were based on their little Astrobots, those are the games that you greenlight first. And then you see how those do. And then you can roll out more. So there you go. There's my...
I like your response, though. It's very, like, calculated and intelligent. Mine was just like, bring me this game. Bring me this game. Bring out all the games.
I like what you did, though, because yours was the Steve Ballmer approach. You were the sweaty man saying, I love this company. We're gonna bring back Sly Cooper. So I appreciated that one as well. I'll just be, I'll be the person wrangling you in to be like, let's look at the fucking bot data, please.
We have to make a game for every single bot that exists, even the non-Sony ones.
Don't promise a Jammer Lammy sequel, for the love of God. We don't know if it'll do well.
Fuck, I would so be in. I don't remember if I said this, but I thought it. Yeah. Like, Sony needs to own Crash Bandicoot proper.
Yeah.
That's a big thing. I mean, Astrobot can be the mascot now. I'm totally on board. I mean, look, I literally bought the fucking controller. I keep showing it off. I love this thing. So, yeah, I'm okay with Astrobot being the mascot, but, like, bring Crash back in, too.
Whoa.
There's so much you can do, so.
100%.
And the great marketing campaigns. That's the other thing. You look at early 2000s marketing campaigns, amazing. So fucking good.
Those live action marketing campaigns were the peak.
It's fucking gone. Kevin Butler's gone. It's just, it's
sad. There you go. There. How did I not think of this? I love Kevin Butler.
The key to all of this. Bring back Kevin Butler, baby.
I swear to you, I was an Xbox fanboy. I bought a PS3. It was primarily for Twisted Metal. Regret. But it was the Kevin Butler marketing that really reeled me in. I swear to you that it was Kevin Butler that made me a PS3 owner. I miss that guy. Fuck you, Sony, for firing him because he's an actor and he did a Wii commercial. Fuck off. You didn't have any contract saying he couldn't do that. I will never forgive them for that. Kevin Butler was the best. But there you have it, folks. There's our answer. What is yours? I want to know. Kay, why don't you read some chat? And then we will wrap up and let everyone know what we got coming up next. And what we got coming up is some wild shit, folks.
Canadian says there's a ton of PS1 classic games you can purchase and download on the Vita. Call Classic Cage says get a PSP and throw emulators on it. Ooh, there you go.
Good idea.
JB says UMDs looked like 80s sci-fi. They really did. I didn't hate the look, but they just looked fragile to me. Ender says, now I'm thinking about those GameStop refurb PSP games rattling. Oh God. Skipping a little bit ahead here. Let's see. Dungeon says that's a weird way of saying PS3. Lowest Expectation says return PS to Japan and embrace the old experimental Sony philosophy of the PS2 era. Absolutely. Fight Me Verbally says Killzone was fucking awesome. Killzone had such good energy. I fucking love everything about Killzone. And yeah, Andrew brought up Siphon Filter and SOCOM. Fight Me Verbally says, hey lol, for Halo. Nightmare says we need Infamous 3. Oh, that would be good too.
I almost fell for bait. Someone fucking made a meme, and I'm more, I don't know if I'm more mad that it was a meme or that it just didn't happen or what, but it was a fake article saying that the next Infamous was going to be a crossover with Prototype in the same universe, and it was canceled to give those resources to Concord. And I fucking, I fucking fell for it for a second, and I was like, fuck you, but also I'm glad that that wasn't canceled, because my God, I would have loved that, because I'm a Prototype fan, because I just made the decision at the time. I'm like, these games are so similar. They're out at the same time. Which one do I go with? And I chose Prototype, but I've always meant to go back and play Infamous. But they're very, very similar games. A crossover game would be incredible. That's such a great idea.
Yes, that would be amazing. Dungeon says Ape Escape 4. Yeah, I'm on board with that
yes.
shit. Kate says there is still a SOCOM audience playing SOCOM 2 online through emulation. I love when you discover like niche little communities. Like James, you've streamed a few games to our channel where it's like there's a bunch of people that just they play rounds together of this one game we played in like 2006 or
Unreal
whatever.
Championship 2.
Yes,
Toy
I
Story
fucking love
2,
that.
Buzz Lightyear to the rescue. Yeah.
Snapple says I'd love to see Wild Arms again. That's a good one. I'm jealous that D-Day thought of this before me, but I completely agree on this one. Fix Final Fantasy, first of all, but bring back Senran Kagura. Throw all the money at the creator. Yes, this is the one thing I will never forgive Sony for. I ranted about this like 2 weeks ago, but Sony is responsible for the fact that Senran Kagura Marvelous is not sure if they can bring any more Senran Kagura games because Sony keeps censoring them and making their life difficult, and Sony is their primary platform.
God, I hate them.
It fucking pisses me off to no end that they're literally like, we can go on other systems, but like we don't get the amount of people following our game that we want. Therefore, it's a hard sell. Fucking sucks, man. My advice to Marvelous, just go on the Switch, man. A lot of people are buying these games on the Switch. I've bought every Senran Kagura I can on the Switch. Please, just do the Switch.
Yeah.
Fuck Sony.
Especially with the Super Switch right along the way. Like, we don't know what that hardware is going to look like, so those games could run great on it.
Exactly. Dungeon says Legend of Dragoon Remastered. JB says Conker's Bad Fur Day too. Oh my God, more Conkers.
By the way, there was a script written for Conker's Bad Fur Day 2, and it was going to be fucking glorious. The only way a Conker game can ever happen is if Chris Seaver is the lead on it. Otherwise, even if Microsoft did by some miracle do Conker 2, if Chris Seaver isn't involved, don't care. That man is literally solely responsible for that game.
Nightmare says Sony sexy. They're capable. They are capable. They just gotta return to tradition here.
Yeah.
D-Day says Legend of Dragoon, Legend of Legaia remake. That's a great one. Neo says the Elite Series 2 built-in battery is amazing. That controller breaks down constantly too. I'm just saying, but I don't doubt that the battery is good. Nightmare says Spider-Man is irreparably broken. True. Cult Classic Cage says Days Gone 2, baby. Fuck. Days Gone. Oh, phenomenal game. I still need to beat it. I'm like savoring it. I'm purposely walking through slowly.
I want to do a blind look at it on stream and take a look at it because I know I would like it.
Canadian says Sony needs to stop their devs from making games on the PS4 and force them to move to PS5. True. I had the same scrolling issue, but no problem. Third Degree says Kevin Buttlicker. Oh no, not a Kevin Butler fan. I love that guy.
I love him. I love him so much.
Dungeon says Sony is very monopolistic. I can't read words. Monopolistic? Okay, that's what I'm saying it is. As they think they own the industry and they think they can do no wrong. Oh, they're monopoly. Got it. Okay. DJ says these three things always sell: blood, tits, and gore.
I know. So I try to fight against it. It makes no sense, Sony. Fuck you.
And a few comments about the Astrobot controller being sexy. I know I love this thing so much. I just have to keep showing it.
I want them to release that one that I've been using in Astrobot. That one with all the little bots on it. I think that one's gorgeous.
They might do it. D-Day says favorite commercials were Ratchet and Clank commercials. For me, it's the Crash Bandicoot ones, yelling in front of like Nintendo office, all that shit.
As an Xbox fan, my version of that was Armed and Dangerous, and I think if I remember correctly, I have to go way back into the past, but that also had great ads. Armed and Dangerous had like the upside down gun, I think, as well, but it was a very similar game, but I believe it was a LucasArts game. I really want to fucking do a stream of it. I love Armed and Dangerous.
Ender says Castlevania, Street Fighter, Guilty Gear, and Persona represented. That's a lot of third parties in play already. Neo says, according to Dude, you can run retro achievements on a PSP or PS Vita, one of them, just not sure which. Dungeon says, does nobody remember the PS3 reveal? I do, unfortunately. But
yeah, we touched on it during the PS5
Yeah.
Pro story. It was garbage then. Yep.
Lilith says, I was playing FPS back in the day. Last I played PvP was Halo Reach.
Nice.
Okay, there you go. Neo says, Prototype. SensorTube says, biggest mistake Sony did. Nightmare says, I love Prototype 1, didn't like 2.
What's funny is Prototype 2, I think, was my first platinum. Not that I'm a trophy hunter or anything, but that was the first platinum I ever got on my PS3. I like Prototype 2 a lot. I like both of them. I thought it was interesting. It did the Halo 5 marketing better. It's not like the best game ever, but the one thing I like about Halo 5 is that Master Chief versus Locke, who will win? Prototype actually delivered on that because you play a new character and the lead antagonist is the character you play as in Prototype 1. And I thought that shit was so cool. It was just like, damn, so I am forced to take a side and now I am fighting against the protagonist from the first game. I actually liked the protagonist from the first game better, so it was interesting for me to play against a guy and try to see him as a villain when I was siding more with him. It was very interesting, unique. I love Prototype 1 and 2.
Third Degree says, we need fucking Wipeout. That's another great one. Holy shit. Yeah, there's so much they can do. That's the thing. I felt like a million things were flooding in my brain when you asked that question. I'm like, there's just so much you could do. Canadian says, I love Toy Story 2 game. Oh, yeah, we played that too, didn't we, on the channel? Or is that was Toy Story 2, wasn't it?
Toy Story 2, Buzz Lightyear to the Rescue. We 100%ed that game, and I fucking loved doing that.
Cult Classic Cage says, Prototype is dope. Plays super well on the Steam Deck. Neo saying ME3 multiplayer. Third Degree says, Sony could at least bring the Omega Collection to PS5. Oh, for the VR2? That would be fucking great. Lilith says, censors suck. We so hard. We adults here know. Yes, exactly. Censorship. I fucking hate censorship, man.
And Sony
fucking sucks.
I don't know if they're still leading the charge. It's just like everyone's leading the charge on it now. But yeah, since the PS4, it's been Sony fucking leading the charge. They, of course, are the primary reason that one of my favorite games ever, Terminator Resistance, got censored because they're like, you can't do that on our system. And it's like, look, I just want to bang the sexy ladies. Will you let me do it? But no, fuck
Just
Sony.
let me do it. Lilith says, I have real hate for Sony because I loved them growing up. PS2 was where the shit was back then. It all goes to shit at PS3. PC Master Race since then I was like 19, I think. Elvis says, would be nice if Suikoden Remaster finally comes out. That sort of just disappeared. A new game in that series would be great. And Lilith says, my sister would steal your fat Gengar. Gengar, you're popular. There you go.
Oh my God, you don't want this Gengar. If you knew the things this fucker was up to, you do not. There's a lot of lore. There's a lot. Okay? And he's really scary. Just don't. Save yourself.
Look at that shit-eating grin, man.
You don't know what he's done. To me. To everyone.
Elvis says a new Ape Escape game would be great. Let's get some classic style adventure platform action games. Exactly.
What's great is in Astrobot, the Ape Escape level is literally just fucking Ape Escape. It plays exactly like Ape Escape. It's amazing. And it's just like, oh, where have you been all my life? I've missed you. And it's just incredible. It's incredible that they've slept on this fucking IP for so long. And it took the Astrobot team to be like, hey, Sony, you have good games. Do you remember all the good games? They're here. They're right here. I recently, oh my God, I didn't stream it because I've been, again, chipping away at Astrobot because I want to beat it before it's spoiled for me. Spoiler alert, I just did the Uncharted level, and I'm like, Oh, God. I remember how good Uncharted was before Neil Druckmann. And even the Astrobot level of Uncharted, I'm like, this feels more like Uncharted than Uncharted 4. It's crazy. And it gives you the feeling and the adventure and everything. That Astrobot Uncharted level is better than fucking Indiana Jones and the Dilator of Destiny. Holy fuck, Astrobot is just so good.
Every IP that game adopts and makes a level of, which I won't say anymore because I've played a few of them. Oh, it's just so good. It makes me want to play those games, but then I realize those games are not even, they don't hold a candle to that.
Yeah, so a lot of them
Like,
I'm not familiar with. Like, I haven't played the fucking future God of War games, like, you know, the Norse ones, if you want to say that. So the level was fun, but I didn't have any nostalgia for it. But Ape Escape and Uncharted, those levels were the two games where I'm like, oh, like, because those were themed levels. Like, it wasn't just a cameo. They were, like, levels from those games. And I'm like, oh, my God, I missed you. Like, I didn't realize how much I missed Uncharted until I played that. And it made my hatred of Neil Druckmann grow 10 times that day. I fucking hate you, Neil Druckmann, so much.
Yeah, I fucking hate Cuckman, too. Elvis says, Melee K, Melee James, and Melee Gengar, the Melee crew.
Don't associate him with us. Oh, my God.
D-Day says Breath of Fire series would be nice. Yes. Elvis saying a good Twisted Metal would be nice. I was surprised that wasn't on your list.
Well,
I thought you would
okay.
say that.
So again, I'm playing Astrobot. I don't know if there's a Twisted Metal anything in the game. I haven't hit it yet. In fact, when I did stream it, dude said, has there been a Medieval reference yet? And I'm like, no, I haven't run into anything from Medieval. Literally the next day I'm playing it off stream, I ran into Medieval. So maybe right around the corner, there's a Sweet Tooth. They better fucking at least put Sweet Tooth in. So
there's so many deep cuts in that game. Not Your Business, CensorTube. I love that name, by the way. Says their call out on Sony was glorious. Ender Buckley says Amazon currently has Suikoden 1 and 2 as March 6th. So there you go. We are maybe getting a Suikoden soon. Elvis says that the release date has been very contested. Been many leaks, nothing official. Many leaks conflict. Well, hopefully we do get it. That would be really nice. I know you don't care about JRPGs, James, but that's okay.
I thought that was like a cross puzzle for old Japanese ladies or something.
Sudoku?
Yeah, that's it. I thought.
You know what I learned the other day?
I genuinely thought that's what you were talking about.
No, not at all. I learned, but now we're talking about Sudoku. I learned the other day, and I don't even remember the fucking website or anything, but apparently you can play like Pokemon Sudoku, and it'll ask you like, name a like leaf Pokemon and all this shit. So it's not numbers. It's just you literally make like answers to Pokemon. I was like, that's fucking great. I'd play that.
Oh,
I'm fucking in.
All right. I don't even know what Sudoku is. I thought it was like a Japanese person
like that
sneezing.
puzzle. It's a puzzle thing, and then you do the numbers, and it takes a lot of brain power that we don't have.
Oh, okay.
I say we because there's no way I could fucking do it either.
Oh, no, I'm retarded. So I'm right there with you.
All right, reading up a few more comments, and we'll run out of here. D-Day says Lunar 1 and 2 would be cool, too. Neo loves Sudoku. Please explain it to us one day, because I don't fucking get it. Angry Canadian says Old Man Neo. D-Day says Shadow Hearts. Yes, that would be great. Elvis says they are amazing games, though. One of the best RPG series ever. Talking about Suikoden. And Not Your Business CensorTube says heard Lunar is good. Would love to see that. Definitely talk to Elvis. He's a big Lunar fan.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead, James. Take the reins.
All right, folks. Well, thank you so much. If it sounded like I was slurring and losing my voice there, it's because this was a 6-hour episode of the Melee Madness podcast. I've been talking a lot. Thank you all so much. Thank you to all the newcomers and everything. And because we have so many newcomers, I'm going to run through our upcoming streams once again for you guys. So thank you all so much for an awesome show, and I hope you enjoy the future of Melee games. And here is the future of Melee games tomorrow, and I'm going to drop this link into the chat. Tomorrow night is the big stream that you can all be a part of. You can literally come on and be on this call with us. And what are we talking about? Well, it is the Sonic the Hedgehog Town Square. What does that mean? That means you can come on the show in the evening and talk all things Sonic the Hedgehog, all things Amy, all things Tails. Do you like the new movies? Do you hate them? Did you like the Knuckles show? What got you into Sonic? Do you like Chris Chan? Are you a fan of the fan art? What kind of fan art? I'm afraid. Stop drinking orange Fanta, K. So
It was an accident. I poured the Fanta and then I was like, why did I make it Sonic Month and drink Fanta? What am I
God,
doing?
you have to drink it tomorrow. So yes, we are doing that tomorrow evening. And we're going to be talking all things Sonic. If you want to be a part of the show, all you got to do, I've dropped the link tree. Join our Discord. You got to just be in the Discord and say, hey, I want in on the Sonic show, and Kay will whitelist you tomorrow night. So come on down. But the Sonic celebration does not stop there, because this Saturday, I am fulfilling a prophecy along with Melee K. We're going to be doing a stream that I have wanted to do for over 10 years, a stream that has been in my mind since before Melee Games was a thing. This Saturday night, we are playing Sonic 06 together, and we are gonna beat it. Maybe not on that stream, but we do have the goal of starting that playthrough, and we're going to play through that fucking shitty game together. Now, it may take 2 streams, 10 streams, or 100 streams, but guess what? It really falls to you guys on how long it goes through, because we have a stipulation. If you tip us $20 exactly, we'll kill Sonic. We'll just fucking kill him right there, man, and we're going to lose a life. $40, we restart the level we are on. Sonic 06 this Saturday. It's gonna be a blast. I am ready to suffer, and I've been waiting to beat this game for so freaking long. And last but not least, we have a special stream coming up in the future, and I can't do it justice, but you know who can explain it really well? Me. If you didn't know, something is happening. There has been an awakening. Can you feel it? Because of 2, or maybe it was just one guy I know who he is. One guy who under 2 different names made this happen. We have not escaped our fate. And Raroff will be returning Tuesday, September 24th in the evening. Raroff will be happening. Thank you to the man who made 20 minutes of Raroff possible in September. Now let's talk about what's going to be different about this Raroff. Because I can't do any sort of roar-off. No! Here's what's gonna go down. Kay, you better be listening. Because it's your ass on the line. This Tuesday, September 24th at Raroff, Oreos return! Return of the Oreo! Revenge of the Oreo! We have Jedi Oreos representing K, and Sith Oreos representing me. That's right. And every round lost, you get 1 health taken away. How do you lose a health? Jedi. You eat a Jedi Oreo. Jedi versus Sith Raroff. September 24th. Who will win? Once more, the Oreos will rise. And we will have peace. And of course, all of you in chat can participate on September 24th. Are you a Jedi? Then you're gonna want to super chat or a Stream Elements tip that you are making the Sith eat a cookie. Are you Team Sith? Then you're gonna have to say, make the Jedi eat a cookie. Who's gonna win? Who will survive? Only one will still be standing. Jedi versus Sith Raroff Oreos edition. I just realized everyone new has no fucking idea what any of that meant.
No. So here's the context. There is this game that I really fucking despise called Raroff. It's a shovelware game that essentially is just like a party shovelware game. And there's really quirky animals and they go ooh woo and all this stupid cringe shit. So I have expressed how much I hate this game. It has become a thing in this community that if you tip us $100, I am forced to play 10 minutes of this game. This has been a community initiative that has happened. I have been subjected to this game for fucking months. And now we're going to be fucking doing it again, September 24th. We have to sit through 20 minutes of this. One of them, I was so drunk off my ass from the stipulation because we were drinking during it that I fucking like had to KO and be like, I'm fucking out. I can't play anymore. But yeah, I don't like Oreos. And so now we're going to be eating Oreos and I'm traumatized by that. So it's just a lot of trauma.
It is. It is a lot.
Also, shout out to the people who make that happen. Thank you. But also, oh my God, the suffering.
It's gonna be wild. Folks, you've been popping off. It's really hard to leave you in the middle of the night, but don't worry. We are gonna be back tomorrow night for the Sonic Show, which you're all invited through. Okay, you've been reading chat. I'm gonna take over chat reading, and we're gonna whip it on out of here. Lilith says, I often don't know what day of the month it is, and I forget my own age as well. Well, I'm 87, just to give you reference. Nerdy Neo says you have to get 1 9 in each row column in a group of 3 blocks without any duplicates. I may be 87, Nerdy Neo, but I'm also retarded. D-Day Darrell saying good shit, guys. Thank you. Classic Cage says, damn, putting in the work. Heck yeah. Oh my God, non-stop, baby. Elvis says, I would die for Lunar remakes or a new entry. Lunar 2 is tattooed to my soul. Favorite game ever. Lilith says, LOCs. Shout out to CensorTube. Best name ever on the YouTubes. It does compete with Winky Wanky Woo. Lowest Expectation is vibing. D-Day Darrell saying nice, Elvis. Lowest Expectation saying Tism Day tomorrow. Oh. It's going to be 48 hours of autism. Nightmare saying base K, memeing IRL. Lowest Expectation saying orange fan a party. Just don't mix anything in it, folks. Lilith says, sorry, tomorrow I at family. My brother has birthdays. I be back home Monday. Well, happy birthday to your brother, Lilith. Nightmare says a recycling stream. Oh, you know it. Dungeon is saying no. Lowest Expectation saying, oh boy. Dungeon saying it's no use. Nightmare says, oh, okay, Sonic 06 should be interesting. That's going to be Saturday. I'm ready to suffer. As Classic Cage put, y'all enjoy suffering. It's what I do. I was made to suffer. Lowest Expectations saying I played Shadow and did 3 playthroughs on my 1K stream. Let's fucking go, Lowest Expectations. Lord Slosh saying can't wait for Sonic. 48 hours of Sonic, folks. Angry Canadian saying Shadow is best game. Lowest Expectations saying Shadow is the most base Sonic game. Hell yeah, let's shoot that little girl in the head. Cult Classic Cage says, oh look, it's Dr. Disrespect if he wasn't a gooner. The similarities are there. I'll just say that. Nightmare says, Raroff, yeah. Lilith says, what? Lilith says, Sith Oreos and Jedi Oreos. Team Sith right here, baby. Fuck them Jedi. Lilith saying, I neither Sith or Jedi. Well, if you're one of those gray people, then you can make both of us eat a cookie if you want. Yeah, it is. Lilith is in the middle. Not your business. CensorTube saying that was hilarious. Nerdy Neo saying, lol, what is Raroff? Isn't it fun introducing new people to the lore, Nerdy Neo? We love it. The Bite Me Verbally says, still well played. Not your business says, even without the context. I think it was kind of better. I was actually like, oh my God, no context. This is probably the funniest shit ever, which I love. Just like supercut. There's goblins everywhere. There's like ferrets and jackets.
Yeah, because
there's so much lore.
Other context. There's so much lore in that one video.
We need a Melee Games Bible or something. Elvis saying, I hate Oreos. Same. They're coarse, rough, irritating, and they get everywhere. Lilith saying, drunk is nice. Skull. Lowest Expectations saying the fun kind of trauma. Nightmare says I had the cookie Oreos and they were disappointing. Disappointed! D-Day Darrell saying what's worse, Oreos or oatmeal raisin? Well, I will say Oreos. K. Oreos or oatmeal raisin? Go.
Oatmeal raisin.
That's worse?
Yeah, I think so.
You Jedi.
But not by much.
You
They're both shit.
Jedi scum. Kay says think oatmeal raisin, honestly. Cult Classic Cage says great stream, fam. And thank you again, Cult Classic Cage, for that raid, for that subscription, and for those 5 gifted memberships. Thank you so much for coming in. We love hanging out with you. Elvis saying oatmeal raisin are blessed cookies. Blessed be the cookies that are not Oreos. Not your business, says, I don't have the original Oreos, but I have their knockoffs, and they taste better. True, they're loaded with way more sugar. Called Classic Tage says, much love, Kay. Lilith says, and I'd not know how old he is. I'm 87. Oh, wait, your brother. He's 87, too. Not your business, says respect. Let's get ready. Brains. Lilith saying Goblin Slayer. Nerdy Neo saying someone start a Melee Games wiki. Oh, my God. Can we have a Melee Games Encyclopedia Dramatica? Is Encyclopedia Dramatica still around? I don't even know. It's
paused and broken now. Somebody took over, and it's not good.
How long
they erased a bunch.
How long until we get a Melee Games Kiwi Farm thread? Let's go.
Oh, God.
Lord Slosh says, listen, even us who have been here a while can't make sense of it. True. You just kind of, it's like a David Lynch film. You just kind of roll with the madness here. Lord Slosh says, we're pervy. Grandfathered in. Nerdy Neo says oatmeal raisin are not real cookies. And Lilith says Cassie is the best people. Burps 100%. Folks, thank you so much. Thank you to all our newcomers and loyalists alike. That was the Melee Madness podcast at over 6 hours. We will see you tomorrow night for the TISM Town Square, the Sonic Town Square. So until tomorrow night, well, I just got to say, Kay, you got anything to say, or are we good to go?
We get to go. Thanks again, everyone, for hanging out, and we're going to see you all fucking weekend. Let's fucking go.
All right, I'll see you tomorrow, folks. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. All right, well, that was a super long, super intense Melee Madness podcast. Thank you, everybody, and thank you to all our newcomers. Let's see here. Classic Cage saying my WikiTube sucks and isn't even accurate at all, sadly. Burp. Oh, damn. Well, don't worry. We'll buff it up for you. Have a good night, Nightmare. Have a good night, everybody. Not Your Business saying, I forgot WikiTube existed. Great stream. Thank you, Not Your Business. Have a good night, Elvis. Fight Me Verbally says, peace out. Have a good night, Fight Me. Classic Cage saying, night, night to you. Good night, Nerdy Neo. Not Your Business. Good night. Lord Slosh saying, fun stuff. Have a good night, Lord Slosh. Lilith saying, tomboys stick together, I guess. So true. And Ender Buckley saying, have a good night. Have a good night, and have a good night, Lilith. Now, let me thank all of our lovely supporters this evening, and good Lord, there was a lot of you. Thank you so much for all the support. Let's start over on Rumble. Dude1286 live coming in with that raid. Thank you so much, dude. Bentley Guy 78 coming in with the $5 Rumble rant. Thank you so much, Bentley Guy. And then Bentley Guy coming back again with the Rumble rant. Thank you so much, Bentley Guy. You're the best, brother. What else do we got here? Have a good night, Lowest Expectations, and Not Your Business. Censored Tube, and everybody lurking there. Well, over on Stream Elements, thank you so much, Snapple Rai for the Snapple chat. I appreciate it, buddy. Thank you, Sparta Chris, for being a 6-month Ultimate member, Sparta. Phil Spencer's Jizzstain, thank you. Sony employee Gengar, the scariest Sony employee, thank you. And thank you to the real Melee K. Lilith says, what's this Rumble? All talk sounds like waste times. Hey, we stream on Twitch, Kick, Rumble, and YouTube, but everyone does prefer YouTube. I will say that. Extra Zero, thank you for being a brawler for 6 months. JT Epsilon, thank you for being an Ultimate member for 6 months. Thank you, Cult Classic Cage, for the subscription, for the raid, and the 5 gifted memberships. Folks, this was the Melee Madness podcast. Thank you all so much. We will see you tomorrow for the Autism Sonic Town Square, which you can all be on. So until tomorrow night, so long, goodbye, good night, farewell, and see ya.
Thank you.